Chapter 51, Gold Belt for Murder and Arson. Despite his misdeeds, Levi could not help but feel a sense of pride for his discovery. The surprise of 3,000 gold coins made him feel a little smug. A standard gold coin weighed about 6 grams. He carried dozens of kilograms of gold coins on his back. He did not dare to walk too shakily, afraid that others would know he had a bag of gold coins. He pitied himself in his heart. If only he had a storage ring. Although I have a lot of money, I still have to gather ambergris. However, it's not safe to carry so much money with me. I must find a place to hide and return to it after I finish my business here. Levi executed his plan immediately. He left the Icewine City, and after making sure that no one was following him, he ran towards the wilderness. After confirming a direction and walking a long distance, he reached a ridge covered in a dense conifer forest. He found a big tree that he could remember and began digging. Once he correctly buried the gold coins and covered the area with some rocks, Levi patted the soil on the body and eliminated any traces of artificial excavation. Finally, he turned around and left. He stood atop a big tree in the distance and quietly waited for an hour. No one appeared. Only then did he feel relieved and run down the mountain. It was almost time for the gathering with Groff. Only when Levi heard from a passerby that Knight Bernard's house was on fire did he know the assassin's name. Bernard's house was very remote, and no one was there when the incident happened. In addition, there were no traces of the fire. With the low forensic level in this era, the possibility of finding the dirty traitor was not high. So he was not too concerned. Near the western city gate of Icewine City, a carriage with goods slowly set off in the morning. Around the carriage were 5 knights of different figures. Some rode horses, while others walked. It was Levi's group. He had already met up with Groff and the others. After sufficient preparations, they headed for the earthly dragon beast's territory that Groff had mentioned. Everyone, before we begin this operation, let me emphasize our division of labor again. I'll be in charge of finding the earthly dragon beast. The Green Falcon Knight will use his speed advantage to lure the beast into the shooting range. The Black Rhino Knight will cooperate with the Green Falcon Knight and use his shield and defensive advantage to restrain the earthly dragon beast. As for the Red Spider Knight, you'll apply the poison you've prepared to the arrowheads and ensure His Excellency White Wolf can shoot without distractions. No problem, said the Green Falcon Knight. I hope nothing goes wrong. The Black Rhino Knight looked around and finally fixed his gaze on Levi. He believed he was the strongest among the 5 and would play the most crucial role. He was deeply suspicious of the White Wolf, who had joined the group last, and his archery skills. All right, that territory is at the border between the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire. Besides being careful of the earthly dragon beast, we must also be careful of the Tuva Empire. I'm worried that the Tuva Empire will also find traces of the earthly dragon beast and send people to investigate. After all, it is still unclear if the seriously injured Grand Knight, who dealt with the earthly dragon beast, is dead. Groff was also concerned about forming the team at such a last minute and repeatedly mentioned the things to note. Levi was constantly on guard as he walked, looking for signs of the Bird of Death's voice's appearance. After 2 assassinations, Levi was now even more cautious. For this trip, he had spent considerable money to buy a new high-quality chainmail in the city. He would wear it if it were not for the inconvenience of wearing plate armor for long-distance marching. Apart from that, his quiver was also filled with arrows. He had the Black Snake dagger in his left hand and Frostmourne in his right. He also had quicklime looted from the assassin in his pocket. He was ready to throw it at the enemy in the eye at any time. In short, he was fully armed. After traveling for 3 nights, Levi and his team finally arrived at the earthly dragon beast's territory that Groff had mentioned. This was a vast valley. In the middle of the valley was a dense forest. In the distance, there were towering snow mountains that stretched endlessly. That was the dividing line between the Emerald Kingdom and the Tuva Empire. After crossing the mountains, there was a vast, boundless seaside hill and plains. There, the Tuva people lived. Unlike the Emerald Kingdom, the Tuva Empire was a feudal empire with a central power, so its overall strength was much more potent than the Emerald Kingdom. Before the Millennium Holy War, the Tuva Empire often invaded the Emerald Kingdom. The Emerald Kingdom declared war during the Millennium Holy War and recruited many noble coalition forces. The Holy War ended with the Tuva Empire withdrawing its troops, but the Emerald Kingdom suffered heavy losses. The primary habitat of the earthly dragon beast was the Tuva Empire. The earthly dragon beast Graf would likely have migrated from there. Because the road was getting harder to walk, the carriage was already having difficulty moving forward. Graf and the Black Rhino Knight directly carried the armor-breaking crossbow and walked. Finally, they placed the armor-breaking crossbow on a stable high ground. Standing on the high ground, they had a good view of the valley. The earthly dragon beast's territory that I've marked is ahead. Next, Red Spider Knight and Your Excellency White Wolf will make preparations here. We'll lure the earthly dragon beast over. Your Excellency White Wolf. Remember, the earthly dragon beast's weak points are only its eyes and the area behind its eyes. That is its brain. Besides that, even if we penetrate the earthly dragon beast's other areas, it will be difficult to kill it quickly due to its huge size. Moreover, it is unrealistic to instantly kill the earthly dragon beast with the poison that Lady Red Spider has concocted. Therefore, please do your best. Otherwise, we may not leave his territory alive even with the earthly dragon beast injured. Graf's expression was solemn. Without a doubt, the key to this battle was Levi's accuracy. They might lose if Levi made any mistakes. Failure was secondary, the most terrifying thing was losing their lives. That was why he had to emphasize it again and again. He wanted to tell Levi that if their team were to fail, Levi would be killed by the enraged earthly dragon beast. Just do your job well. I won't have any problems here, said Levi calmly and confidently. I hope so. The Black Rhino Knight stared at Levi and turned to leave. The Green Falcon Knight and Graf immediately followed. The Red Spider Knight took out a small bottle of medicine that emitted a strange fragrance from the inner lining of her impenetrable armor and opened her red lips slightly. This is the strongest poison refined from 6 types of precious and highly toxic substances. There is only chance. Your Excellency White Wolf, you must shoot accurately. The Red Spider Knight said with a smile, smearing the precious liquid on the arrowheads. If the poison were dipped too early, it would quickly evaporate, reducing efficacy. Believe me, with a beautiful lady like you by my side, I will shoot more accurately than you think, said Levi calmly as he observed his surroundings. Chapter 52, The King of Beasts. The Red Spider Knight chuckled. Levi was relaxed and was ready to shoot at any moment. After the poison was applied, the two quietly hid beside the armor-breaking crossbow. The bushes next to them covered their figures. Levi could hear the Red Spider Knight's heartbeat. She seemed a little nervous and not as indifferent as she looked. At the same time, a roar that sounded like a tyrannosaurus echoed throughout the valley. Levi and the Red Spider Knight immediately became alert. In the dense forest in the distance, the trees were quivering. Countless birds were frightened, and all kinds of wild beasts, whether docile herbivores or fierce carnivores, fled wildly after this roar. As the booming voice resounded, all the living beings on the earth began to tremble in fear. Even Levi, who was an official knight, felt a little uneasy. This was the might of an earthly dragon beast. The king of all beasts on this continent. Graf and his teammates were running for their lives in the dense forest. Behind them, an angry giant beast charged forward, knocking away the trees and boulders. It was a giant-scaled beast that was comparable to a tyrannosaurus. It had a height of over 3 meters and a length of over 10 meters. Its entire body was covered with scales similar to a crocodile's. Every muscle movement caused the scales on its body to emit a metallic sound. Its 4 limbs were thick and powerful, just like the Sumerian rhinoceros. It was covered in layers of wrinkled skin, just like a knight's heavy armor. The Green Falcon Knight had already given up on his horse because he realized that even though the earthly dragon beast did not run fast, its short-term explosive speed was not something his inferior horse could compare to. Fortunately, he cultivated the Azure Falcon shallow breathing technique. The Green Falcon was a legendary divine bird that soared in the sky. With a flap of its wings, it could travel hundreds of miles. The Green Falcon Knight was now like a diving gerfalcon. He swept his arms backward in a running posture similar to Naruto. The earthly dragon beast's short-distance explosive speed was not as fast as his. The furious earthly dragon beast noticed this and charged at Graf, who was running slower. Graf roared, "Black Rhino Knight, go!" The Black Rhino Knight, sprinting away, turned his head. He gulped and looked at the hill-like earthly dragon beast. Even though he cultivated the giant rhinoceros breathing technique, which was powerful, and had plate armor and a giant shield, when he stood before this enormous beast, he instinctively began to fear. Only then did he realize that the legends of the bards were too conservative in describing the power of the earthly dragon beasts. By the Heavenly Father, even a grand knight would find it hard to fight this thing head-on, right? With every increase in weight, its strength increased exponentially. Black Rhino. Quick, lure this damned guy away. The effective range of the armor-breaking crossbow was only 400 meters. The closer, the better. Groff quickly climbed up a tree as thick as a bucket, trying to dodge the earthly dragon beast's attack. The next moment, the earthly dragon beast crashed into the tree, and the tree fell. Groff jumped onto another tree as he fell. The Black Rhino Knight gritted his teeth and charged forward like a bull, stabbing his greatsword straight into the earthly dragon beast's butt. Bang! The sound of metal clashing. The Black Rhino Knight's greatsword seemed to have pierced through plate armor. It was impossible to break through its defense. Don't waste your effort. Besides the specially made armor-breaking crossbow, only a Grand Knight with a black gas weapon can break through the earthly dragon beast's defense, said Groff. Black gas entwined was a technique that only Grand Knights could master. The next moment, the earthly dragon beast turned around. A hideous wound was on its side like a spear had pierced it. The damage was profound, reaching straight into the bone marrow. However, it seemed to have begun to heal, and dense flesh had grown all over the wound. The Black Rhino Knight roared, "Green Falcon Knight, come and help me!" Boom! The earthly dragon beast leaped and chased after him. The Green Falcon Knight turned around and saw the earthly dragon beast chasing after the Black Rhino Knight. His entire body was like a flash of green light. He threw a spear at the earthly dragon beast ruthlessly. The spear naturally did not break through the defense and fell to the ground. The earthly dragon beast was also confused by the three knights. Although these three knights were weak, they stung non-stop like flies. In addition, it had fought with a human powerhouse some time ago. Although the human powerhouse had been severely injured by it and escaped, the beast had also suffered considerable injuries. It still managed to catch up to the slowest Black Rhino Knight. Then, it opened its mouth and bit at him. The Black Rhino Knight used his long shield to block to attack, but the shield was also the victim of the attack. Along with the sound of metal being squeezed, the shield deformed. The earthly dragon beast's bite force was apparent. The Black Rhino Knight even brandished his great sword, wanting to escape, but it was futile. His shield fell to the ground amid the battle. At this moment, his face was filled with despair. With a cracking sound, he was cut in half at the waist. The plate armor did not have much of an effect. The joint of the plate armor directly popped open. The Black Rhino Knight's flesh and blood were dismembered. In the end, his legs fell to the ground. He howled in pain until he was bitten into fragments by the earthly dragon beast and thrown away. Humans were not tasty, so the beast vomited the remains. Seeing his powerful teammate killed in a split second, Groff's heart sank. The earthly dragon beast continued to charge at the Green Falcon Knight, who was scared out of his wits. He used all his strength, almost exhausting his life seed, to inject black gas into his legs. His entire body was like a steam locomotive as he ran toward Levi. Levi looked calm on the surface but was a little panicked. "Your Excellency White Wolf, it's up to you." The Red Spider Knight did not dare to stay any longer. She felt an imminent sense of danger and believed something terrible would happen. Her figure flashed and left the high ground. Levi glanced at Red Spider, who was running away, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. A bunch of pigs. How unreliable. 3,000 meters. 1 kilometer. 400 meters. Although they were within range, Levi did not shoot to prevent insufficient damage. The Green Falcon Knight shouted, "Hurry and shoot! I can't do it anymore." 300 meters. 200 meters. Like a deflated balloon, the Green Falcon Knight's speed instantly slowed. He had run too much and could no longer hold on. At this moment, the earthly dragon beast had already caught up. Just as its huge abyssal mouth was about to bite the Green Falcon Knight. Whoosh! A sharp air-piercing sound was heard. Following the sound was a specially made, 2 meters long crossbow bolt. Bang! The crossbow bolt pierced through the scales on the earthly dragon beast's head, aiming for its vital parts. One end of the arrow pierced through the earthly dragon beast. It roared in pain. It did not notice that there were still people behind the bushes on the high ground. It flew into a rage and used its last breath to stomp on the frightened Green Falcon Knight. Then, it charged toward Levi on the high ground. It's still not dead. Chapter 53, Justice Descends from the Heavens. Levi did not run away immediately. After firing the first arrow, he immediately fired the second. The Red Spider Knight was hidden behind a massive rock in the distance. She withheld her breath as she heard the earthly dragon beast's roar approaching. Judging from earlier screams, the Green Falcon Knight had likely died, like Black Rhino Knight. She was still young. She was only 27 years old. With her rare identity and beauty as a female knight, she might be favored by earls or heirs and become a mighty countess. On the hand, Levi's second arrow had already been shot. Blinded by blood, the earthly dragon beast stomped on the rocks and dust as it charged toward Levi. Bang! The arrow did not hit the earthly dragon beast's vitals. Instead, it shot toward the earthly dragon beast's front leg. Levi finally realized that Groff was a fraud. There was no way of reaching its vitals with one strike. He might as well shoot at the earthly dragon beast's limbs first and cripple it. As expected, the armor-breaking crossbow shot into the earthly dragon beast's joints and broke its bones. After a crack, the earthly dragon beast lost its balance and fell forward, Rollins. Levi looked at the last armor-breaking crossbow. He shot it at the earthly dragon beast's hind leg this time. Another thunderous explosion. The earthly dragon beast's scream was heart-wrenching. I'm breaking your front and hind legs. How are you going to run? As Levi said harshly, he retreated far away and watched quietly. After some thought, he took out his arrow. It shot toward the earthly dragon beast's eyes. Finally, the poison that the Red Spider Knight had concocted began to take effect. The poison that was said to be able to kill hundreds of people with a single drop was indeed extraordinary. The earthly dragon beast's body, more substantial than a grand knight's, began to tremble. Not long after, the earthly dragon beast became weaker. Groff did not care about the corpses of his two fallen companions. He grabbed the Black Rhino Knight's greatsword and stabbed it into the earthly dragon beast's eye. He stirred it vigorously to ensure that the earthly dragon beast was dead. Then, he sat on the ground, panting. He was ecstatic in his heart. He had successfully killed an earthly dragon beast. Besides the precious ambergris, the scales, skin, and even the earthly dragon beast bones could be sold at high prices. The meat of the earthly dragon beast could have been sold for a lot of money, but Groff was not sure if anyone would buy the poisoned meat. Groff had previously calculated that the entire body of an adult earthly dragon beast, including the ambergris, was worth more than 5,000 gold coins. It was a massive sum of money. With this massive sum, he could buy a good baron's land and become a noble. Or rather, he could go to the church, buy a normal official position, and become a noble clergy. From then on, he would no longer need to be a bounty hunter or a smuggler. He could enjoy his life. It was all worth it after planning for so long. As for the death of his two companions, Groff merely felt a tiny bit of disdain. It would be better if they died. That way, he could give them less ambergris. The earthly dragon beast was dead, and it was time to distribute it. Only then did the Red Spider Knight walk over leisurely. Levi also walked around with a calm expression. Your Excellency White Wolf, thanks to you, we succeeded. I, Groff, have never seen a master archer like you, said Groff with a smile. Cut the crap. According to our previous agreement, let's start collecting the ambergris, responded Levi. Groff quickly nodded. No problem, I'll do it. Then, he took out some special small bottles and removed the glands from the earthly dragon beast's mouth. Although the earthly dragon beast was huge, the ambergris-producing gland was only the size of a coconut. It was unknown how much ambergris was inside. A unique fragrance filled the air. Soon, Groff took out all the ambergris. There were 13 bottles, which was much less than he had expected. This displeased Groff, whose back faced Levi and the Red Spider Knight. He could not help but sigh in his heart. If there were more than 15 bottles, Groff would not mind giving Levi 2 bottles. However, there were only 13 bottles now. He hesitated for a moment before finally making a decision. When he turned around, the short sword in his hand that was used to extract the ambergris gland stabbed toward Levi's neck. He shouted, Red Spider! Do it! The Red Spider Knight seemed to have also been prepared for this, stabbing a poisoned dagger at Levi from behind. She had prepared only one portion of that secret poison but 2 vials. A poison strong enough to poison an earthly dragon beast would be lethal to Levi. Levi thought it was reasonable for Groff and the Red Spider Knight to betray him despite immense benefits. He had already seen through it. From the conversation between Groff, Red Spider, and the others, he could tell they had known each other for a long time. Their relationship was not ordinary, so how could he, an outsider, not be on guard? Especially at a time like this when they were distributing benefits. Therefore, Levi had already prepared himself for a sudden attack. When shooting at the earthly dragon beast, he was confident that he could hit the earthly dragon beast from 300 to 400 meters away. Why had he waited for 200 meters before firing? The goal was for the earthly dragon beast to finish off Green Falcon Knight. After all, among the 4 of them, only the Green Falcon Knight's speed could suppress Levi's Frost Wolf breathing technique, which was at the peak of level 4. He could easily endanger Levi. Only Groff and the Red Spider Knight were left after dealing with the Green Falcon Knight and with the Black Rhino Knight already shredded to pieces. Even if they were to betray him suddenly, Levi was confident he could kill them both. He executed Frost Wolf breathing technique to his best potential. Boom! Levi's body burst forth with terrifying power. He jumped almost as high as a person and dodged the Red Spider Knight's stab. He even threw a handful of quicklime at her. This caught the Red Spider Knight off guard and made her narrow her eyes. Levi pulled out Frostmourne and slashed at her in a split second. Take this! Golden Cross Slash! Ripple Force! The Red Spider Knight did not expect Levi's breathing technique to reach such a high level. Furthermore, she thought Levi used a strength-type breathing technique when she saw his burly physique. She did not expect him to be so fast, second only to the Green Falcon Knight. He had obviously cultivated a speed-type breathing technique, which was far above hers. She used her dagger to block Levi's attack, but the Golden Cross Slash broke her blade. Her beautiful face turned pale. In the next moment, the sword light of the cross cut directly split her into 4. The attacks from Groff were caught by Levi's bare hands, filled with black gas. He looked at Groff, revealing his silver teeth and a mocking expression. Too weak! Too weak! Levi grabbed Groff's short sword and kicked the shocked Groff, sending him flying. Who was he? How many breathing techniques did he cultivate? How could he hold my sword with his bare hands? The moment he fell to the ground, countless questions flashed through his mind. Enduring the pain, he stood up shakily and tried to escape with the ambergris. Bang, bang, bang! The arrows were like thunderclaps. Groff turned around to say something, but he could not. His neck was pierced. He fell to the ground and died with an unwilling expression. If he had known that Levi was so influential in close combat, he might not have given up his life for those few bottles of ambergris. However, there were no ifs in this world. Fear makes you forget the most important thing. When facing a master archer, never try to run away with your back facing him. Levi walked up to Groff and cut off his head. Chapter 54, The Man-Faced Spider Breathing Technique. Many people had the mentality of being lucky and greedy. Levi's contribution to this operation was worth 2 bottles of ambergris. Even if Groff gave Levi 2 bottles of ambergris, he still had many bottles left for himself. However, he became greedy. He deserved to be punished. Fortunately, I have long been wary of your small team and am strong enough. Ever since becoming an official knight, he discovered his strength was far more potent than imagined after his past battles. Besides the previous sneak attack by the mid-level knight assassin, he had fought against other knights without getting hurt. His opponents had all been official knights, but the difference was too significant. Hence, Levi did not dare to be arrogant and complacent. Instead, he learned that there would always be someone better than him. Levi, out of danger, began cleaning up the battlefield. First, there were 13 bottles of ambergris. Levi calculated that with his current dosage as an official knight, 1 bottle of ambergris was enough for him to use the secret medicine for a month. Hence, he would not be lacking ambergris for an entire year. Before the end of this year, he should be able to step into the realm of mid-level knight and cultivate the black snake breathing technique to the 5th level. At that time, the special effect would be upgraded again, and his strength would rise to another level. After putting away the ambergris, Levi began to rummage through Graf's body. This person seemed to have platforms to obtain ambergris. Levi guessed that Groff might be a smuggler of ambergris between the Tuva Empire and the Emerald Kingdom. In the end, he found nothing besides finding over 100 gold coins. Damn, what a broke man! That said, no one would carry much money with them under normal circumstances. That would be too inconvenient. Levi went to the Red Spider Knight, who had been dismembered. He was very curious about the Red Spider Knight's poison refining technique, so he wanted to see if any secret manuals could give him some experience. Unexpectedly, he found it. What a woman! She keeps all the good stuff under her breasts, Levi said, looking at the pile of bottles and jars stained with blood. These were the ingredients used to make poison. Other than that, there were dozens of gold coins and a piece of parchment. On the parchment was a breathing technique inheritance diagram. This breathing technique was called the man-faced spider breathing technique. There were tiny people with different postures and movements surrounding a strange-looking red spider that was as big as a house and had 8 human faces. This should be the man-faced spider, a terrifying and strange existence in the legends. Levi stared at it. This breathing technique was a little strange. It did not focus on the usual attributes that Levi was familiar with, such as strength, physique, defense, and speed. Instead, it focused on a very magical aspect, perception. The concept of perception was highly mysterious. One could sense the subtle vibrations of gases, liquids, and solid objects coming from all directions through the hairs and skin on one's body. Any movement within the range of perception could be sensed without needing vision and hearing through perception. In short, this was a necessary skill for blind people. But this breathing technique was the weakest among all the basic breathing techniques. That was why the Red Spider Knight was so weak. In Levi's opinion, this was a purely supplementary breathing technique. It was an extremely specialized breathing technique to enhance a combat breathing technique. Otherwise, it would be useless, no matter how strong one's perception was. Interesting. It'll be worth practicing. Then, Levi put away the breathing technique inheritance diagram. The man-faced spider breathing technique also had a secret medicine that was slightly special. It was not used to assist cultivation but to poison. That was why the Red Spider Knight had mastered many tricky and dangerous poison formulas. Then, Levi went to the Green Falcon Knight and Black Rhino Knight corpses. Unfortunately, there were no breathing technique inheritance diagrams, only a few gold coins. Originally, Levi wanted the breathing technique that the Green Falcon Knight cultivated, but now it seemed that he could only give up. Under normal circumstances, people would not carry the breathing technique inheritance diagram with them. The Red Spider Knight had to take it with her because the poison formulas she needed were all on the inheritance diagram. Nonetheless, the Black Rhino Knight's armor, shield, and greatsword were not bad, so Levi took them without hesitation. After looting, Levi humanely cremated them to prevent them from being preyed on by wild beasts. Finally, Levi set his eyes on the hill-like corpse of the earthly dragon beast. He was most worried about how to bring back this corpse worth at least 1,000 gold coins. The earthly dragon beast was more significant than any existing terrestrial mammalia Levi had seen in his previous life. It would be difficult for him to bring such a big fellow back to his territory. However, he would never leave the earthly dragon beast's corpse here. That was simply a waste of a treasure. The earthly dragon beast was a treasure, and Levi had already considered its use. Since Levi was not in a hurry to return to his territory, he began dealing with it after managing the 4 corpses. The scales on the earthly dragon beast's body were tough. Levi spent a lot of effort prying the scales of the giant dead beast and cutting its stomach open. He took off the scales of the earthly dragon beast one by one and piled them together. Besides ambergris, this should be the most precious part of the earthly dragon beast's body. After polishing these scales, they could be used to make armor. Although their hardness might be inferior to iron armor of the same thickness, they were light and could be made into high-quality scale armor. Levi wanted to use the most rigid scales on the earthly dragon beast's back to forge a set of armor for himself, and the rest would be for Sir Fred and the 3 brothers. However, the 3 brothers were still growing, and their bodies changed yearly. Therefore, Levi could only wait until they were fully developed before he forged their armor. By then, Levi would have 3 fully armored war bears with the strength of a high-level knight. They would be invincible in battles. Levi patiently dealt with the earthly dragon beast's corpse in the wilderness. The bloody smell of the corpse attracted some wild beasts, but they were all killed by Levi and consumed as food. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. It took Levi 3 days to pry off all the scales. The Black Rhino Knight's greatsword that he used was somewhat deformed. However, looking at the massive pile of scales on the ground, Levi was satisfied. Although the flesh of the earthly dragon beast had not decayed after such a long time, it had been contaminated by the Red Spider Knight's poison. Levi could painfully let them go to waste. Otherwise, he would have liked to taste the meat of the earthly dragon beast. It was worth mentioning that Levi also found dozens of gold coins in the stomach of the earthly dragon beast. This reminded him of the legend that the earthly dragon beast liked to collect shiny things. He immediately looked at the earthly dragon beast's nest in the distant forest. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. Besides a few corpses, there was nothing inside. In the end, he could only leave resentfully. After returning to the territory, Levi washed the earthly dragon beast's skin and dried it to make bags. He then filled the bags with scales and found the carriage they had abandoned earlier, filling it up with scales and the dismantled armor-breaking crossbow. He headed in the direction they came from. The armor-breaking crossbow was mighty, and Levi wanted to find time to replicate it when he returned. This time, he did not return to the Icewine City. He went to retrieve the gold coins he had buried. After that, he took a long detour. After half a month, he finally arrived at the Blackwater Valley. Chapter 55, Levi, the Crazy Outlaw. On the way home, Levi kept thinking. Why did an assassin target him the moment he left Blackwater Valley? Why was he recognized even though he wore a mask after entering the city? He was also targeted when Sir Fred left the territory. These two things could not be coincidences. There was only one possibility. There was a mole in the Blackwater Valley. A mole had been telling the Bird of Death's voice or others who wanted to kill him. Levi was gloomy. The Blackwater Valley was small, so finding the mole was not complex. He already had a plan in mind. After returning to the Blackwater Valley, Levi first hid all the gold coins in the small vault of his shelter. Other than keeping some daily expenses to maintain the castle, he had already thought about how to spend the rest. Seeing Levi's safe arrival, Sir Fred was relieved. "Young master, you've been gone for a month, and I've been worried sick," Sir Fred said. "Fred, I've gained quite a lot from this trip. I'm going to practice my breathing technique now. I have a problem, so I'll have to trouble you to help me deal with it in the next few days," responded Levi. "No problem." In the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of green grass, there was a rumor that the star of the Jade royal family, the legendary Knight of the Emerald Kingdom, and the so-called first person under the legendary Knight, the White Horse Knight, had failed to break through to the legendary Knight realm. It was unknown whether this news was accurate or not. Afterward, the Rovalfamilv claimed this was a rumor, and the White Horse Knight was still on the road to the legendary realm. The final result was not released. If the White Horse Knight could become a legendary knight, he might be the first legend born after the millennium. Jade royal family's status would also rise. A legendary knight was enough to intimidate many ambitious nobles and underground forces. In Icewine City, the church's investigation of the fire that had occurred more than a month ago concluded. Someone likely had murdered Knight Bernard and set his mansion on fire. The church had found his remains in the ashes of the fireplace in his estate. The church expressed its severe condemnation of such murder and arson. For a while, everyone in the city panicked. Knight Bernard was humorous and thrifty, but he died at the hands of a nameless madman. Where was the perpetrator's conscience? Moreover, Knight Bernard was a real knight, a mid-level knight at that. Even he was not a match for this madman. In the entire Icewine City, besides the Earl of Silver Mountain and a few high-level and peak knights, who could guarantee they could survive in front of this madman? The Earl of Silver Mountain was furious. He thought that this was a provocation from the thugs. He mobilized his Silver Hunter Guards and began to patrol the Icewind City daily, swearing to fight against the dark forces to the end. Meanwhile, in Blackwater Valley, the culprit behind the murder of Knight Bernard, Baron Levi, was concocting a secret potion in the shelter. After some time, he had finally converted the 13 bottles of ambergris into a secret medicine. He would consume it while gaining experience. In the shelter, Levi muttered, "The soldiers disguised as me have already left the Blackwater Valley. We'll see who will take the bait." After returning to Black Snake Castle, Levi rarely showed his face in public. He had a feeling that there was a mole in the castle. Therefore, he wanted to experiment tonight. During the day, he asked a soldier the closest to him in size and appearance to pretend to be him, wear his clothes, and ride his horse out of the Blackwater Valley. He had released news that he would visit a friend in the Icewind City. The Blackwater Valley was only this big. If there were a mole, he would sneak out of the Blackwater Valley to tip off the news when no one was paying attention. After all, mobile phones did not exist in this world, so one must tip off verbally. Levi wanted to see who would leave the valley tonight. Levi did not know if this method would work, so he could only try it. If it did not work, he would think of other ways. In the shelter, Levi cultivated while waiting for news. His breathing technique cultivation had been delayed because he had been out for a month. However, now that he had the secret medicine, he could catch up very quickly. After he took the secret medicine and cultivated the black snake breathing technique once, he was shocked. The proficiency of the black snake breathing technique increased by 20 points. As his realm increased, his breathing technique cultivation efficiency also increased dramatically, along with Levi's appetite. Unlike Sir Fred, Levi's breathing technique was in a period of rapid improvement. After all, Sir Fred was old and had already begun to age. His vitality started falling, and his need for food was much smaller. Levi was different. He was in the growing phase, and his vitality inflated. After Levi advanced to an official knight, his digestion and food consumption were several times higher than a quasi-knight. Even though he ate more than a quasi-knight, he only went to the toilet once or twice daily. His life seeds efficiently absorbed most of the substances and nutrients in the food, which catalyzed the black gas and strengthened his physical fitness. Although Levi had yet to advance into a mid-level knight, he could feel his proficiency and the volume of black gas in his body increasing. This was a process of constant quantitative change, and the key to qualitative change was the note of each realm. After cultivating the black snake breathing technique, Levi began developing the siren breathing technique. There were no secret medicines required for this breathing technique. It had only been a few months since Levi started practicing the siren breathing technique, and it was already at the second level, the proficiency bar more than half complete. Levi estimated that he would be able to reach the next level next month. The more he cultivated the breathing techniques, the more Levi felt that despite their merits, whether speed or strength, they were about the same. Sometimes, Levi thought all breathing techniques might have originated from the same root. All in all, Levi estimated that based on this trend, the higher his realm in the future, the more powerful breathing techniques he would master, and the faster he would be able to cultivate a breathing technique to its limit. He might even fully develop a breathing technique within a month. Not long after he finished cultivating the siren breathing technique, he vaguely heard the roars of the three brothers in the castle. Levi's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Sir Fred and the others had made a move. He stood up and left. On a small path outside the castle, the three brothers surrounded a person, baring their teeth and glaring at the person. Not long after, Levi and Sir Fred rushed over. The soldier was surrounded and looked flustered. "My lord? You're back." Chapter 56, Pale Shadow and Iron Mountain. Levi had one principle, rather get 1,000 killed than get one missed. He tortured the soldier who had sneakily escaped in the middle of the night. This soldier was indeed a spy. He was a spy that the Bird of Death's voice had bribed to facilitate the assassination. It had been a while since he had snuck into Blackwater Valley. When Sir Fred left the castle, he was the one who reported to the broker of the Bird of Death's voice. Then, the assassin took advantage of Sir Fred's departure to sneak into Levi's castle at night and assassinate him. Of course, this spy did not tell the broker that Levi had already become a Emite. This was a fatal mistake on his part that caused the failure of the assassination. However, this spy did not know who ordered his assassination. The Bird of Death's voice was a professional team, after all. They did an excellent job of keeping their customers' secrets. However, given that the client hired so many assassins, even a mid-level Emite, he must be an influential figure, just like Levi and Sir Fred had guessed. Duke of Montenegro. Levi narrowed his eyes with killing intent, thinking of a countermeasure. The fact that the Duke of Montenegro would hire assassins twice meant he would not give up until he achieved his goal. With the Duke of Montenegro's strength and status, Levi could imagine how difficult his future would be. The Duke of Montenegro even bent the law to get him killed. Levi did not know what else the Duke of Montenegro would do. There were only two things Levi could do now. One was to give up his territory and identity as a lord and wander the world to avoid the Duke of Montenegro's pursuit. The second was to continue being the Lord of Blackwater Valley, but he would face unimaginable danger. Ultimately, Levi decided to take it one step at a time. Both plans had pros and cons, and it was not easy to settle for now. He would soon be able to advance into A, and now that he had a lot of gold coins, he could start expanding the territory's military strength. With his current strength, unless the Duke of Montenegro came personally, he would have no problem escaping. In the end, Levi killed the spy. "You're still not careful enough. You have to be stricter with the review of the soldiers in the future, Fred," said Levi to Fred. "I'm sorry, young master. This is my dereliction of duty. This kind of thing will not happen again." Fred felt extraordinarily guilty and uncomfortable. As young Master Levi's knight, he had failed in his duty to protect the master. He had let down his master. "It's fine. I need some time. It won't take too long. I'll make these people who want me dead regret it." "Right, Fred, don't forget to help me check out the giant breathing technique and the melon family." Levi returned to the shelter and continued practicing his breathing technique. It would not affect his cultivation even if the world's end came. Somewhere in the Emerald Kingdom, in a dark and gloomy black castle, rows of black crows stood on the roof court. Flocks of black crows circled in the dim yellow sky above the court. The castle exuded an oppressive aura of death. In the underground wine cellar of the castle, a gloomy, pale, and slender nobleman was tasting the wine he had collected for many years. He picked up a glass of blood Roland wine and went to the castle's second-floor balcony. A red-eyed raven descended from the sky and landed on his shoulder. A letter was tied to its leg. Red-eyed ravens were pets that could send messages faster and more accurately than messenger pigeons. Only a few of them were in the organization, and they were mainly used to contact important clients or trusted members. He opened the letter. There was no signature inside. It read, "Esteemed Lord Pale Shadow, I didn't want to disturb you, an esteemed shadow assassin, by writing a letter. However, your organization has yet to reply to the mission I entrusted you some time ago. From the information I have so far, the person I want to eliminate seems alive and well. If your organization can't complete such a simple task, then I sincerely doubt your organization's professional standards. I'll give your organization one last chance. If you can't complete my mission, our cooperation may end. Sigh, the inheritance of the thousand-faced knight should not have failed like this." Seeing this, the pale-faced noble's expression darkened. He held the stone railing with his right hand, and black gas surged from his fingertips. From afar, it looked as if the fingernails of his right hand had suddenly grown long and turned into sharp fingernails like those of a vampire. The stone railings were deeply imprinted with scratches. A moment later, the pale noble wrote on the blank parchment with a quill. "Mobilize the Gold Assassin, Iron Mountain, and complete the assassination mission of Baron Levi. No matter what method you use, this mission must not fail. Pale Shadow." Then, the red-eyed raven flew off into the distance with the letter. The noble's expression was ugly. Even now, he still could not understand. How did Baron Levi survive 2 assassinations? The fantasy goblin knight was a bronze assassin, so it was acceptable that he failed. Knight Bernard was a silver assassin. Only 30 silver assassins were in the Bird of Death's voice, and each was highly precious. However, not only did Knight Bernard fail to assassinate him, he even died. Now, Pale Shadow did not know if Baron Levi himself had killed Knight Bernard or if he had external help. If it was the latter, he could still understand. If it was the former, then it was somewhat unbelievable. He muttered, 6 years ago, he was just a coward who threw away his armor and gave up his territory to save his life. 6 years, did he undergo such a huge change? As a shadow assassin of the Bird of Death's voice, one of the 5 shadows, he did not care about Baron Levi. In his opinion, the only thing he could remember about him was his identity as the son of the famous Black Snake Knight, but that was all. However, he had to protect his organization's reputation and maintain its high professional standards, especially since this client was a significant figure. Whether it was strength or power, he was almost at the top of the pyramid. And the Bird of Death's voice could not leave this cooperation, so he absolutely could not lose this customer. Iron Mountain had been a famous gold assassin in the organization. He was a 30-year-old high-level knight and an illegitimate son of a great noble. He practiced the family's excellent breathing technique. He might become a grand emite in the future. His overall strength ranked 5th among the 12 gold assassins in the organization. The 5 shadows of death must be mobilized if even Iron Mountain failed the mission. However, as the organization's leader, all his past targets had been at least an earl. If things progressed to the point where he had to assassinate a young boy personally, the Pale Shadow might need to consider the disbandment of the Bird of Death's voice. What a shame! They must stop embarrassing the thousand-faced knight. Chapter 57, Siren Breathing Technique and Bone Shrinking Transformation. In the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, during the month of warmth, the Blackwater Valley was vibrant with flowing water, lush green grass, blossoming flowers, and the buzzing of wild bees. The season of spring was in full bloom. On the fields of the valley plain, serfs were diligently carrying out spring plowing work. Last year, everyone experienced a rare harvest year. Under the leadership of Baron Levi, the overall situation was stable and good. Everyone felt that the future was bright. On the training ground, Sir Fred was training his soldiers. Almost half of the 50 full-time soldiers under Levi already had matching armor. Under his training, the soldiers were getting stronger. A few trustworthy elites had even cultivated the basic level of non-bloodline breathing techniques. The breathing technique was none other than the siren breathing technique that Levi had obtained. Although it was not a strength-type breathing technique, if these soldiers had mastered it, they would have had no problem fighting on the battlefield in armor. Moreover, they would be more agile and able to dodge more easily on the battlefield. Of course, there were not many people who practiced breathing techniques. Only 5 militia captains were elected as captains. They were talented and trustworthy confidants. Although Levi was rich now, he could not provide for all 50 soldiers to cultivate the breathing technique with the current financial situation of the territory. He could only train 5 of them for the time being. If the effect were noticeable, when he had money, he would gradually build this army under his command into an elite soldier fully equipped with war horses and armor and cultivate the siren breathing technique. Even if only one of the 50 advanced to become an official knight, it would still greatly help Levi. Although Levi could kill official knights quickly, that was because Li Xiu had many breathing techniques and powerful archery skills. Most of the more minor barons only had one official knight. All in all, Blackwater Valley's current financial strength and military power should be considered above average among all the barons in the kingdom. Levi did not delay his cultivation either. Today, he upgraded the siren breathing technique to the 4th level. Although both were all basic breathing techniques, unlike the frost wolf breathing technique, the siren breathing technique's 4th level was not the limit. It could continue to upgrade if he worked hard. Siren breathing technique, level 4, 1/20,000. Special effect, beginner speed, bone shrinking transformation, cannot be upgraded. Even if it's a shallow level skill, the siren breathing technique from the Bird of Death's voice should be better than the frost wolf breathing technique of the frost wolf family. Levi had only been practicing the siren breathing technique for less than 4 months, but he had already reached the limit of the technique. It seemed like he could cultivate it very quickly, but that was because Levi himself was an official knight. He also developed the black snake breathing technique and frost wolf breathing technique to the 4th rank. He achieved this with the proficiency panel and sufficient nutrition. The benefits of this breathing technique were considerable. This was because there was more than one special effect after the 4th level of this breathing technique. When Levi saw the proficiency panel, he was shocked. One had to know that the black snake breathing technique, an excellent level breathing technique, only had one special effect. The siren breathing technique was indeed extraordinary. Among the shallow breathing techniques, it should be of high quality. Otherwise, it would not have become the standard breathing technique of a powerful organization like the Bird of Death's voice. Naturally, there was no need to talk about beginner speed. This was the same as the beginner speed of the frost wolf breathing technique. It gave Levi a slight increase in speed, but not as much as Levi had imagined. Essentially, the breathing techniques possessed potent special effects. Through the frost wolf breathing technique, Levi harnessed the full potential of a shallow level 4 breathing technique, experiencing its maximum impact. Therefore, in terms of speed, unless the siren breathing technique advanced to level 5, it would be difficult for Levi to make any significant changes. However, Levi did not care about this. What he cared about was another special effect of the siren breathing technique. Bone shrinking transformation. By reasonably changing the position of the bones, the body will shrink within the limits of the body's endurance and increase the body's flexibility. This effect cannot be upgraded. If this special effect is used well, it can be used to save my life and counterattack, Levi muttered. This was similar to the bone shrinking technique in Wuxia novels, which could change the size of one's body through bone shrinking. Body size was a problem that Levi paid attention to. He discovered that some breathing techniques, especially those focused on strength, had a unique feature. It made people's bodies inevitably bigger. For example, the Grand Knight of the Melon family, who practiced the giant breathing technique, had reached an impressive height of 3 meters. On the one hand, a large body meant terrifying strength and physique, but it also made one very obvious, reducing the body's agility. This bone shrinking transformation effect could have a miraculous impact at a critical moment. For example, it could prevent a fatal attack by making it more challenging for enemies to attack one's vital organs. Moreover, after changing one's body shape, one could also change his appearance appropriately. With some makeup and disguise techniques, one could completely change his appearance. If he did something shameful, this effect would be highly convenient. Besides the siren breathing technique, Levi's other skills improved significantly during this period. The progress bar of the black snake breathing technique had broken through the 10,000 mark. The amount of black gas Levi had now was much higher than before. 2 months ago, the black gas on his arm could only cover his palm. Now, Levi extended his arms and circulated the black snake breathing technique. The black snake that controlled the frost wolf seed and the black snake seed danced wildly at his heart, like Levi's second heart. Black gas flowed continuously into Levi's blood vessels, and finally, it poured into Levi's arms and palms. His veins turned black, like snake tattoos wrapped around his arm. A black gas full of texture slowly flowed on his arm, emitting a trace of metallic luster. White smoke filled the air. Levi could not help but admire his arm, full of metallic texture, and sighed, "What a beautiful body." He punched the wall of the shelter. The entire wall seemed to tremble, and some gravel fell off. Even an official knight wouldn't be able to withstand the power of my punch. The quantity and quality of my black gas and my body's strength constantly increase. Will there be a day when I don't need to use any cold weapons in the mortal world? To use my palms and legs to summon ripple force. I can break stone monuments and shatter armor at that time with a single palm strike. A bold idea suddenly popped up in Levi's mind, but he did not dare to try it yet. The ripple force was too overbearing. It would easily shatter his arm if he had no weapon to vent it out. Perhaps Levi could try it after he advanced to a Grand Knight. Chapter 58, Man-Faced Spider's Kiss and New Skill. Besides the black serpent breathing technique, his forging and golden cross slash significantly improved. However, he was still some time away from a breakthrough. In short, Levi believed he would become a mid-level knight before the end of the year. By then, his strength would have a significant leap. After cultivating his breathing techniques, Levi took out the man-faced spider breathing technique. Levi had never cultivated it ever since he obtained the technique. Now that the siren breathing technique was at level 4, the special effect, shrink bone transformation, was also activated. Overall, he achieved the goal of cultivating the siren breathing technique. The next step was slowly reaching the 5th rank and upgrading the special effect, beginner speed, to intermediate speed. Now, Levi had the time to learn a new breathing technique. Between the giant bear breathing technique and the man-faced spider breathing technique, Levi decided to prioritize the former. Although he could cultivate the man-faced spider and giant bear breathing technique simultaneously, he had limited time. To quickly upgrade the man-faced spider breathing technique to level 4, even if he spent some time learning the giant bear breathing technique, he did not have the time to level it up. After all, just the black snake, siren breathing technique, and golden cross slash would take up much of Levi's time, not to mention forging. If he cultivated too many breathing techniques simultaneously, it would sacrifice their quality, as he would be distracted. It was better to focus on one, quickly upgrade it to level 4 for a special effect, and then move on to the next. When he cultivated more breathing techniques in the future, his cultivation speed would become faster. He should be able to learn many breathing techniques at the same time. He was very interested in the perception of the man-faced spider breathing technique. The Red Spider Knight looked weak as she had no breathing techniques that focused on combat besides the man-faced spider breathing technique. However, Levi was different. He had the level 4 Black Snake breathing technique, Frost Wolf breathing technique, Siren breathing technique, and the powerful Golden Cross slash. He did not lack combat strength. He counted. There were 35 tiny figures on the man-faced spider breathing technique. They surrounded the spider in all kinds of postures. During this period, Levi also discovered a pattern after cultivating more breathing techniques. The higher the quality of the breathing technique, the more little figures there would be on the breathing technique inheritance diagram. The black snake breathing technique had 71 tiny figures, while the siren breathing technique had 26. The frost wolf breathing technique, which was of the lowest quality, only had 16 little figures. The giant bear breathing technique that Levi had yet to cultivate had 19 tiny figures. Levi guessed there would be more tiny human figures if it were a perfect or even legendary breathing technique. At the same time, this would mean that the time and difficulty of cultivating would also skyrocket. Levi immersed his mind into cultivating the man-faced spider breathing technique. This breathing technique was a bloodline breathing technique, and it would take some time to get started. When he was exhausted and could no longer cultivate, Levi started to study the secret poison recipe on the back of the man-faced spider breathing technique inheritance diagram. This inheritance diagram contained 3 poison formulas and the corresponding antidote formulas. Levi had not had the time to study them before, but now that he did, he realized that the 3 poison formulas were all beneficial. The first was the man-faced spider tears. This was the potent poison that the red spider knights used to poison the earthly dragon beast. It consisted of the venom of the ring-tailed sea snake, the saint scorpion tail, the red widow spider's tooth, the red spotted lizard's tongue, the poison dart frog skin, and the throat-sealing fruit. These 6 precious materials were relatively difficult to obtain, though they could not compare to ambergris. Fortunately, some leftover materials were still in the bottles and jars on Red Spider Knight's chest. They should last for a long time. After all, Levi wanted to use them against humans, not the massive earthly dragon beast. Usually, he would not use such a large dosage. The second type was called man-faced spider breath. This poison was much less toxic than man-faced spider tears, but it was a volatile poison that was colorless and odorless. It could kill without a trace. If one took the antidote beforehand, they would be permanently immune to this poison. Levi believed it was also beneficial and essential for close combat. The third type was the man-faced spider's kiss. This poison was even more potent as it would remain hidden in the body for a lifetime once infected, and one had to take the antidote once every year. Otherwise, one would suffer the unfathomable pain of intense spider bites and die. As long as one took the treatment every year, one could survive. Levi felt that the third type of poison was the most valuable. He could use this poison to control others through their fear of death. The refinement of poisons was different from Levi's black snake secret medicine. To put it bluntly, the black snake secret medicine was just a mixture of raw materials. However, the 3 poisons required fundamental alchemy skills. Fortunately, the methods were recorded, and the Red Spider Knight wrote many notes. All of this was for Levi's benefit. Levi spent a few days preparing the equipment and various raw materials for refining poison. His shelter looked like the chemical laboratories or the home of evil witches in movies. Then, he began his first journey of refining poison. Of course, the poison that Levi was refining was not the man-faced spider's tears or man-faced spider's kiss. The ingredients for these 2 poisons were too rare and were not easy to obtain. He was bound to fail and waste many elements since it was his first attempt. In comparison, the ingredients for the man-faced spider breath were easy to find. They were all relatively common materials in the market, and the cost of refining one dosage was only about 1 silver coin. Levi could afford it. Levi put on the bird of death mask and lit the alcohol lamp. Blue flames rose. He began to heat the alchemy vessel and added the ingredients according to the steps listed. He controlled the temperature, stirred, and added water. Suddenly, there was a bang. Dust flew, and the hot liquid splashed everywhere. Fortunately, Levi was wearing the bird of death mask, so the poisonous liquid did not splash on his face. It exploded. I knew it. Levi did not give up. He cleaned up the trash and continued to work. He had prepared a lot of equipment anyway. Just like that, after failing 7 times, he finally succeeded in refining his first poison. At the bottom of the container, a ball of coarse salt-like powder crystallized. This was the man-faced spider's breath. When it burned, it would produce a colorless and odorless poisonous gas. It could also be directly sprinkled into the enemy's respiratory system like quicklime. At the same time, Levi, addicted to concocting potions, was surprised to discover something. A new skill appeared on his proficiency panel. Pharmacy, Level 1, 70/1000. Chapter 59, The Fourth Breathing Technique. As expected, a new skill has been born. Although he had already guessed this would happen, Levi was still very excited. The next step is easy. Liver. Levi's entire body was filled with livers. The more livers he had, the more energetic he became. Even the Liver King from his previous life, who was also a member of the DNA, had to bow down to Levi. Each refinement only reaped a tiny amount of man-faced spider breath. He needed a larger dosage if he wanted it to be effective in battle, unless it was minor. Thus, Levi continued to refine potions. The second portion, the third portion. He would cultivate breathing techniques when he got tired of refining medicine. Then, he would hone his sword skills. Next, he would forge iron. Finally, he would take a nice cold shower and sleep. This cycle of work and rest repeated itself. 7 days later, Levi had finally refined 100 portions of man-faced spider breath. It sounded like a lot, but it was just a bag of fist-sized powder. He stored the powder well. He could use the man-faced spider's breath instead of quicklime in the future. Quicklime could only be used to deal with commoners. It was not enough to deal with knights. This bag of powder should be enough for Levi for a while. At the same time, Levi's pharmacy skills had reached level 2. Pharmacy, level 2, 1/5000. I wonder what the maximum of this skill is. Forget it. After staying home for so long, it's time for some fresh air. Levi stood up. After cultivating the man-faced spider breathing technique for the past few days, he felt he was very close to mastering this skill, yet had still not succeeded. It could not be helped. This kind of bloodline breathing technique was slower to master. When he arrived at the training ground, Fred diligently trained the soldiers. He was even personally teaching a team leader sword skills. The team leader was Sam, who was previously terribly frightened by the mountain wolf. Although timid, this guy had some potential, especially under Fred's training. Most importantly, Sam was surprisingly talented in cultivating breathing techniques. Sam was the only successful among the 5 team leaders who cultivated breathing techniques in the territory, so Fred took extra care of him. His health was already deteriorating, and he hoped to train an official knight to assist Levi before he could no longer wield his sword. Sam was the one Fred had picked. Sam was currently also a shield-wielding attendant. Seeing that young Master Levi had left his shelter for fresh air, Fred asked the militia to train themselves. He ran over and said, "Young Master, have you made any progress in your cultivation recently?" Levi nodded and asked, "Fred, did you find the giant breathing technique?" Fred shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Young Master, there's been no clues so far. Most of the records about the Mellon family seem to have been deliberately hidden. I guess the church may have erased the traces of the Mellon family's existence." "All right, continue searching. Be careful, don't let the church know," Levi said. The giant breathing technique was the key to his use of the frost giant armor. If he could use the frost giant armor, he was confident in surviving even if the opponent was a grand knight. More importantly, the third ability of the frost giant armor was a genuine spell. Levi believed that the power would not disappoint him. However, Levi was patient. Now, he had 3 4th-level breathing techniques, one of which was excellent. Levi had no idea what level his strength had reached. He only knew that he could fight Fred, a mid-level knight, to a draw with only half of his strength, and he could also subdue the 3 underaged giant bear of the Northern Territory with his bare hands. "Fred, it's time to put the construction of our cavalry on the agenda. I feel that the next few years won't be peaceful. We need an elite cavalry, and we also need to expand the territory's population." Previously, the territory's financial income was tight, and Levi dared not execute his plans. He was not worried about ambergris for the time being, and he had 4,000 gold coins in his small treasury. With this money, he could try to strengthen the construction of the territory. On the one hand, he could increase the investment in the forging industry, on the other, he could invest in the military. He did not need to dominate the world, but he needed to have enough ability to protect himself and Fred. It's not easy to get war horses now. As far as I know, the great nobles in the kingdom have been stationing troops recently. The great nobles have contracted the main horse farms, said Fred. Levi responded, it's okay. Just keep an eye out. Money is not a problem. With that, he went to forge. He had to hurry up and increase his forging experience to level 5. That way, he would not waste precious materials like the earthly dragon beast scales and instead forge his light and sturdy armor. This armor would be Levi's most important protective gear while waiting for the frost giant armor. Levi mastered the man-faced spider breathing technique in 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowing fire. And within a month, he had raised the man-faced spider breathing technique to level 3. Man-faced spider breathing technique, level 3, 1/10,000. At this point, Levi had already mastered 4 breathing techniques. He did not want to be arrogant, but this accomplishment was rare in history. After all, bloodline alone was a huge barrier for many. Moreover, no one else could improve as quickly as Levi without the proficiency panel. The man-faced spider breathing technique had no special effect after level 3. However, Levi could feel that his body's sensory ability was greatly enhanced. He could now sense the changes in temperature and airflow more acutely. Right now, Levi had no idea how strong he was. His black gas increased daily as his black snake breathing technique approached level 5. Previously, it could only cover his arms, but now, it covered his neck. He estimated that the black gas should be able to cover his head after he advanced to a mid-level knight. Fred still had no news about the giant breathing technique. If there were still no news after some time, he would go to the Shining Tavern to issue a commission. There were many capable people in the world who might have clues. However, there was a risk. At the end of the month of flowing fire, a tall and sturdy figure with a tower-like body appeared at the edge of Blackwater Valley's territory. He was wearing armor and riding a high-quality alpine warhorse. He looked at the peaceful scenery ahead of him. Hard-working people were weeding in the fields and fishing in the river. Everything was beautiful. My search was so long because this place is incredibly remote. The pale shadow made me come here to assassinate a little kid. The organization is regressing. The figure took a deep breath and hid the horse at one side. Then, his tall figure began to shrink, and crackling sounds could be heard. He efficiently killed a serf, changed his clothes, and walked toward the castle. He was Iron Mountain, one of the 12 gold assassins of the Bird of Deaths. Voice. Chapter 60, Enough. Black Snake Breathing Technique plus 21. Levi walked out of his breathing technique cultivation state. After replenishing food and water, he returned to the castle from the shelter. Seeing Levi appear, Sir Fred said, "Young master, I've contacted a good friend. He said that he has a good scarlet warhorse." "Oh, how much is it?" 40 gold coins, said Fred. Levi asked, "Sure, it's not very expensive, but I've never heard of this kind of warhorse. How does it compare to the famous alpine warhorse?" "My friend told me not to worry about that. The scarlet warhorses are produced on the Red Plateau, which was originally the land of the Blood Rage tribe. The Blood Rage tribe is brave and good at fighting, and a large part of the reason is that every Blood Rage tribe warrior is a top-tier cavalry with a high level of tacit cooperation with the Scarlet Warhorses. Therefore, the Scarlet Warhorses are not inferior to the Alpine Warhorses, and some aspects are even more outstanding. After the kingdom exterminated the Blood Raging tribe, their warhorse bloodline was preserved. However, the warhorses had the same ferocity as the blood-raging tribe, and it was difficult to eradicate them. There were also cases of them stomping their masters to death in anger on the battlefield. Some people said this was the curse of the innocent blood rage clansmen killed by the kingdom. Only the brave and noble blood rage clan members could ride the red blood war horses. So, a major noble bought and returned my friend's batch of scarlet war horses. My friend told me to tell you that if you accept his horses, you can't return them, said Sir Fred, smiling bitterly. I see. This price is reasonable. Moreover, we don't have any other choice now. Let's buy 5 horses first. If they are good, we'll buy another 45 horses. Otherwise, we'll bear the losses of these 5 horses, Levi said. With his beast-taming skill at the maximum and his wild heart special effect, Levi refused to believe that he would fail to tame these scarlet war horses. All right, no problem, responded Sir Fred. Then, he turned around and left. Suddenly, a commotion arose from below. Levi frowned and looked out the window. Outside the castle, 2 soldiers escorted a serf into the palace. Fred said and went downstairs. "Young master, I'll go and take a look." "What's going on?" Fred questioned. "Sir Fred, this man peeped at the youngest daughter of the Jerry family as she bathed and was caught red-handed. We'll now hand him over to the Lord for trial." One of the soldiers was furious. The youngest daughter of the Jerry family was the goddess he had a crush on. He had initially planned to marry her after he had saved enough money. He did not expect that she would be taken advantage of by this pervert. Furious, he kicked the serf's waist. The serf lowered his head and cried out in pain. He touched his waist on the ground and said in fear, "My lord, no, I'm innocent. I didn't mean to peep. At that time, my chicken flew into Jerry's courtyard. I went to catch my chicken and accidentally saw her." The serf trembled and did not dare to look up. In the soldier's eyes, he was guilty and embarrassed. Levi narrowed his eyes and looked at the kneeling serf. After cultivating the man-faced spider-breathing technique, his perception of things was unusually sharp. He felt a familiar feeling from the serf. "Raise your head and tell me, what is your name?" Fred seemed to have noticed something strange. He pulled out his sword and pointed at the serf. In the next moment, the serf turned his hands into claws and grabbed at Sir Fred's legs. Sir Fred had already suspected it, so he dodged the serf's attack instantly. The serf took the opportunity to rise. His body rapidly changed and expanded like a balloon. His muscles bulged, and his veins popped. He grabbed the swords of the 2 soldiers beside him with his large hands covered in black gas. The 2 soldiers reacted very quickly. Discovering that the serf was an expert, they attacked immediately. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between them was too significant. He snatched the swords of the 2 soldiers with his bare hands and then attacked Fred with his 2-handed sword. All of this happened in a flash. In just a few rounds, Sir Fred, a mid-level knight, was cornered by the serf and attacked. Although Fred's swordsmanship was superior, he was still far inferior to Iron Mountain in terms of his cultivation and the quality of his breathing technique. Levi was on the 2nd floor. He quickly drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Bang, 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 bang. 4 straight arrows. All 4 arrows were shot precisely at the burly man. They all hit the back of the burly man, who did not fall. He sneered, completely ignoring the 4 arrows on his back. The sword in his right hand blocked Sir Fred's attack. The sword in his left hand stabbed into Sir Fred's abdomen. Sir Fred's ripple force followed the long sword and broke the long sword that the burly man tried to block. At the same time, his long sword broke. This made Fred cry out in alarm for a moment. He stabbed his broken sword at the burly man. The muscular man did not dodge. His black palm grabbed Sir Fred's broken sword, and its ripple force brought extreme pain. Sir Fred thought that the bones in his hand were broken. But that was only a minor injury. The burly man pierced Sir Fred's abdomen using this frantic fighting style. But at this moment, the soldiers had already surrounded him. Their archery skills were not good, and they were afraid of accidentally injuring Sir Fred, so they did not dare to shoot. On the other side, the fully armed Levi also jumped from the building. The soldiers behind him surrounded the burly man, who knew he would block the injured Sir Fred. Levi and the other knights hesitated in shooting arrows. Then, a grappling hook shot out from his sleeve and hooked to the city wall. He hugged Sir Fred and looked at Levi with a smile. "Do you dare to chase me?" Levi's face was gloomy. This man was mighty. In just a few moves, he had subdued Sir Fred. He was at least a high-level knight or even a peak knight. This rank was second only to a grand knight. And the familiar hook. This person was, undoubtedly, from the Bird of Death's voice. Team leader Sam asked anxiously, "My lord, what should we do?" 10 people, follow me. Sam, you take some people to guard the castle and maintain order. Be careful of other enemies. Then, Levi went to the bear pen and rode Little White. Then, he brought the other 2 and ran out of the city gate. He needed to use the 3 brothers' sense of smell to track the enemy. Of course, the 3 brothers could also provide him with great help in battle. Bird of Death's voice. Regardless of whether Fred lived or died, Levi could not tolerate it any more. He had had enough. He was now qualified to start resisting. Chapter 61, Bloody Battle. Although Sir Fred was only Levi's retainer, he could not give up on him yet. Moreover, Levi had to end things with the bird of death's voice. Otherwise, there would be no end to it, and he would not be able to live peacefully. The enemy was an expert who had cultivated 2 breathing techniques at the same time. He was much more potent than the previous assassins. However, Levi believed that with his 4 breathing techniques and the various methods he had cultivated, the other party might not be his match. He rode Little White and wandered through the forest. He often came to hunt in this forest, so he was very familiar with the terrain. Soon, Levi saw the stout man. The burly man's right palm was hanging down as if seriously injured. Blood flowed non-stop, and black gas filled the air. He threw aside Fred. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Levi calmed himself down. Riding on the giant bear, he asked calmly, "Sir, before I kill you, can you tell me who your client is? Who is so cowardly and despicable that he has to ask you to kill an underage child time and time again?" Iron Mountain shrugged and said sinisterly, "I don't know, but you're wrong about one thing. You should be the one who died." Then, Iron Mountain shot out like a cannonball. He did not even use a weapon. Instead, he smashed his left fist wrapped in black gas toward Levi. Levi pulled out Frostmourne and jumped up from the bear. A golden cross slash filled with killing intent. Ripples appeared in the void. Ripple slash. Iron Mountain's expression changed slightly. Sir Fred's attack had shattered his right palm. He had not expected that the Dawn swordsman would be able to use such an attack and that even a brat like Levi could use such exquisite sword skills. Therefore, Iron Mountain, who initially wanted to use his powerful physical body to take down Levi, dodged Levi's attack. Seeing this, Levi sneered and hurled his sword techniques at Iron Mountain like a storm. At the same time, the 3 brothers also attacked Iron Mountain. While dealing with Iron Mountain, a few soldiers carried Fred and brought him to the doctor at the foot of the mountain, according to Levi's instructions. Levi did not know if Fred could survive after suffering such serious injuries. After all, medical technology was limited in this world, and the assassin's attacks were extremely heavy. He would chop this man into pieces and avenge Fred. The 3 brothers, Little Fatty, bellowed. His terrifying bear paw swatted toward Iron Mountain, who did not dodge. The black gas on his arm was thick. The bear claws could only leave scratches, causing some minor superficial injuries. Levi also noticed that the arrowheads on Iron Mountain's back had only pierced through his muscles and not further. Since they were on his back, he did not care about the blood flowing out. His chest and back were covered in wounds. To him, this was an honor. Iron Mountain's moves were broad, and each palm strike contained infinite power. He was nimble and could still do it easily under the siege of Levi and the 3 brothers. The terrifying thing was that the black gas spread out from Iron Mountain's upper body from his waist up. The black gas in some parts was like asphalt, slowly flowing and extremely thick. Whether it was the bear claws or Levi's regular sword attacks, he dodged or took them head-on. That should be an excellent breathing technique. At this moment, Levi realized how unreasonable it was for him to use the black snake breathing technique on those shallow breathing techniques. The clothes on Levi's upper body were already tattered, and his chainmail was exposed. It was also torn, revealing the black gas on his arms and neck. Iron Mountain said while attacking, trying to distract Levi, as expected of the black snake's descendant. "Your breathing technique is not bad but still insufficient. What a pity. Such a good seedling is going to die." Levi gritted his teeth, and the 4 breathing techniques in his body were all running at high speed. Other than the man-faced spider breathing technique, which had yet to reach level 4, the black gas produced by the different breathing techniques were all swimming around Levi's body. The 3 life seeds were beating violently in his heart. Every move of the golden cross slash was deadly. Not long after, Levi's Frostmourne wailed in pain, unable to withstand Levi's high-intensity ripple force, and shattered. Iron Mountain's body was also covered in wounds, and the deep wounds could be seen. "You don't even have your sword. What are you going to use to fight me?" Iron Mountain used black gas to heal his wounds and dodged Little White, who was pouncing on him. Then, he slapped away a soldier trying to sneak attack him. That soldier was sent flying 10 meters away and crashed into a tree. No one knew if he was dead or alive. With a sinister smile, he charged toward Levi once again. Levi pulled out his black snake dagger. "Die! Tisk!" Iron Mountain grabbed the dagger that Levi was thrusting toward him. Under Levi's ripple force, the sharp dagger cut through Iron Mountain's black gas protection, leaving a deep wound on his palm. A numbing sensation came from the injury. Ha! You used poison! Iron Mountain sneered and punched Levi's chest. The force of this punch penetrated through the 2 layers of chainmail Levi wore, directly causing the armor inside to be deformed and dented. Tisk! Levi was sent flying back, varred and spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, he raised his hands. A handful of white powder flew toward the burly man. Iron Mountain's hands covered his eyes quickly. Good boy, you learned our Bird of Death's voice unique skill, sprinkling quicklime. Iron Mountain subconsciously covered his eyes, however, he accidentally inhaled some quicklime powder through his mouth and nose. Levi did not say anything, he felt as if that punch had broken his ribs, the black snake seed and the other life seeds had almost reached their limits. Iron Mountain was also panting heavily. Although there were no fatal injuries, all kinds of wounds had caused him to bleed significantly. The first sword attack from Sir Fred even directly injured his right palm. He had just been forcefully using his heavily damaged right palm to fight. Even if he killed Levi, it would likely be crippled. Despite his high-level knight physique, it would still be impossible for him to recover his right palm, as it was almost shattered. He was furious and wanted to twist Levi's head off right now. The 3 brothers dragged their injured bodies and stood before Levi, baring their teeth at Iron Mountain. Little Fatty charged forward again. The few still alive soldiers also shot arrows at the man. Of course, it was useless. They were either pushed aside or missed. Not long after, the 3 brothers were again beaten to the ground. Even with their muscular physiques, they were still fragile. Iron Mountain had torn off a lot of their fur. Levi dragged his injured body and once again faced Iron Mountain. I will twist off your head, then. Then, Iron Mountain suddenly felt dizzy. His vitality declined, and the blood vessels all over his body burst. Blood began to seep out. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Touching the nosebleed, he wanted to say something but fell directly to the ground. Seeing this, Levi ordered his soldiers to shoot a round of arrows at Iron Mountain, which ended up resembling a porcupine. He then picked up the broken Frostmourne and cut off all 4 limbs of the burly man. Bathed in blood, he panted heavily as he looked at the blood-stained battlefield. Under his calm appearance, endless anger burned. Idiot, that's not quicklime. Chapter 62, Medicine Production and Giant Bear. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand just a sniff of the man-faced spider's breath, but this guy consumed quite a bit and could still fight. Levi had already taken the antidote for the man-faced spider breath. Once he took the antidote, he would be immune to it for life. Levi would not have to worry about this poison in the future. After crippling the man's limbs, Levi had the doctor bandage his wounds and had the soldiers tie him up with layers of iron chains and even put shackles on him. He would not let him die so quickly. He was still burning in anger. Levi did not care who had entrusted this organization to kill him. He only wanted to destroy it. This person was strong and had a high status in the organization. Levi felt that he could make a fuss about him. After returning to the territory, Levi ordered the soldiers to take the assassin into the castle's prison. He first went to the doctor to visit Sir Fred. Sir Fred's abdomen had been pierced through. With the medical standards of this world, he was in danger. Levi looked at Fred, who was on the verge of death. He reached out and touched him. He was still breathing. Can he be saved? Levi asked. The doctor responded with difficulty, I'll try my best, my lord. In this case, it's more dependent on Sir Fred's physique. Okay, just tell me if you need anything. Money is not a problem if you can save Fred's life. I will also try to contact the doctors in the big cities. Then, Levi turned around and left. He heard that some priests in big cities' churches had mastered superb medical skills. Although the medical standards in this world were low, some medicines were refined from precious medicinal herbs. These herbs were similar to the heavenly treasures in Wuxia novels in his previous life. In a sense, ambergris was a natural treasure. After all, it could increase the speed of cultivation. However, the church firmly controlled these medicines' knowledge, formulas, and raw materials. They called these medicines sacred medicines bestowed by the saints. The church used them to amass wealth and earn much money. Although Levi did not like to deal with people from the church, he had to ask someone from the church in the Icewind City branch for Fred's sake. It might just cost a lot of money. Levi naturally refused to go to old Abraham. He knew that the old man was obsessed with power and money and did not know much about medicine. In the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of the furnace, after a month of recovery and rest, with Levi's powerful physique and some medicine, his body had almost recovered. I still have to wear armor. Even if I have a defensive breathing technique, isn't it nice to have an extra layer of defense? Levi could not help but rejoice. He might have been seriously injured if it wasn't for the armor. In short, just like playing games, the stacked armor style would always have a place no matter which genre of game. Although he was injured this month, he slowly cultivated his breathing techniques. The day the black snake breathing technique broke through to the 5th level was getting closer. He had also mastered the giant bear breathing technique and reached the 3rd level. The difficulty of this breathing technique was lower than the siren breathing technique and the man-faced spider breathing technique. It was of similar difficulty as the frost wolf breathing technique. To Levi, it was not difficult to cultivate. The secret medicine of the giant bear breathing technique was also as simple and crude as the frost wolf breathing technique, which was bear blood. The stronger the bear, the better it was. This was not a problem for Levi. He had 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory waiting to be fed. They were massive and ate a lot. Naturally, they did not mind that Levi took turns drawing some blood from them every day. Levi's current speed of gaining experience was much faster than before. With the giant bear breathing technique reaching level 3, Levi felt that his strength, which was not small, to begin with, had increased significantly. A breathing technique focused on strength was indeed worthy. The next step was to reach level 4 slowly. It's a piece of cake for me to cultivate the shallow level of the breathing technique with the secret medicine and full power. I can reach level 4 in 3 months. Besides the giant bear breathing technique, Levi's other breathing techniques improved significantly. It would not take long for the black snake breathing technique to advance to the 5th level. Levi's primary breathing technique, the black serpent breathing technique, was the foundation of his strength. An excellent breathing technique was equivalent to stacking many shallow breathing techniques. Most importantly, the upper limit of the excellent level breathing technique was even higher. A shallow level breathing technique would not be able to break through to the Grand Knight level. On the other hand, Levi was also impressed by the usefulness of the man-faced spider breath. During this period, he refined several dosages as backup, allowing his pharmacy skill to reach level 3 quickly. Level 3 was not the limit of this skill. It seemed it was also a skill with an extreme growth limit, just like forging. Now that I'm already at level 3, I can start trying to make man-faced spider tears and man-faced spider's kiss. Because the materials for these 2 poisons were rare, Levi did not dare to refine them before, afraid of wasting them. With his pharmacy skills, he could be considered an expert and was no weaker than the Red Spider Knight. Refining the other 2 more powerful poisons was also on the agenda. Levi went to the doctor. After a month of treatment, Fred barely managed to keep his life. He spent 400 gold coins buying medicine that could heal such severe injuries from the Church of Holy Light in the Icewind City. The ingredients of this medicine were precious, and their effects were also excellent. Fred's injuries had stabilized, and with his mid-level knight physique, it should not be a problem for him to stay alive. However, whether or not he could recover would depend on the kindness of the Heavenly Father. If Levi became a wizard one day, there was a high chance he could use magic to heal Fred. However, he did not know if Fred could last until the day Levi became a wizard. Levi's face was gloomy after visiting Fred. Alone, he went to the underground prison of the Black Snake Castle, which was used to imprison criminals. It had not been used in the past as the territory's residents were still decent and kind. Only one criminal was imprisoned here. The Bird of Death's voice assassin. That guy had been poisoned and had his limbs crippled, but he was still alive. Levi could not help but admire his powerful body. His face was pale and covered in wounds. He was chained and nailed to the wall. Seeing Levi arrive, he said hoarsely, "Why didn't you kill me?" Chapter 63, Land of Rust Lake and Giant Iron Crocodile. Levi sat at the side and ate his roasted meat as he spoke indifferently, "Believe me, if killing you can make Fred better, I will kill you 10,000 times." The burly man cursed, "You sure have big words. You despicable scoundrel who used poison. Didn't I learn this from you, scum?" Levi said. I swear on the Heavenly Father that I, Iron Mountain, have been an assassin for many years, but I've never used poison. Although I'm an assassin, I'm also a knight, and I yearn for a fair battle, unlike you, cursed Iron Mountain. Levi mocked, you're already an assassin, don't pretend to be a noble here. No proper knight will be an assassin? Judging from your breathing technique, it should be of excellent quality. Could you be the illegitimate son of some earl? He did not know his simple words would hit Iron Mountain's sore spot. You're the illegitimate child. Your entire family is illegitimate. So what if I'm an illegitimate child? I'm still the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the damn Aryan family. Levi's expression changed slightly. The Aryan family was an earl family famous for producing iron ore. Their territory was located north of Rust Lake. Their clan emblem was the giant iron crocodile. In the legends, the giant iron crocodile was a terrifying beast that had occupied Rust Lake in ancient times. Its entire body was covered in scales that seemed to be made of steel. This was a powerful family because their leader was the Iron Knight, one of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry. Like Levi's father, Iron Knight was also a Grand Knight. No wonder Iron Mountain was so strong. He looked only 30 years old, but he was already at least a high-level knight. He could also master such a powerful breathing technique. Iron Mountain was dissatisfied with the Aryan family because of his identity as an illegitimate child. Levi guessed that it was most likely related to power. After all, illegitimate children could not inherit the family's title, and Iron Mountain thought he was their family's youngest genius. Ostracized, he joined the Bird of Death's voice and became an assassin. However, Levi did not care about these words at all. He only wanted Iron Mountain to tell him the name of the significant client behind him. However, no matter how he tortured him, he kept crying in pain and claimed he knew nothing. In the end, Levi gave up. He now understood that Sir Bernard was not lying. Only the higher-ups of their organization knew about the identity of the big client. Though Iron Mountain claimed to be an excellent gold assassin with immense power, he was still not a high-ranking organization member. According to Iron Mountain, only 5 higher UPS were in the organization. That was the Shadow Assassin. It was also the 5 Shadows of Death. The one in charge of commanding Iron Mountain was Pale Shadow, whom Iron Mountain had only heard of but had never seen before. A mysterious Grand Knight whose true identity was unknown. Apart from that, Iron Mountain knew nothing. Damn it, I'm still too weak. Levi muttered, why don't I kill all the assassins and cut off all possible dangerous factors? In prison, Iron Mountain was panting heavily. Sweat poured down his body like rain, and his face was pale. Kill me, give me a quick death. Iron Mountain's eyes were lifeless. Levi had already tormented him to the point of insanity. Levi knew that he would not be able to get anything out of Iron Mountain. He ended his sinful life and burned his body to keep the incident a secret. In the fire, Levi again saw the shadow of a ferocious crocodile that had disappeared in a flash. His expression was gloomy until the man turned into ashes. A few days later, a serf found a starving and emaciated alpine warhorse in one of the territories and offered it to Levi. It was an armed warhorse. Levi checked the warhorse and found that besides malnourishment, there was nothing wrong with it. This warhorse belonged to Iron Mountain. He even found a small cloth bag under the harness. There were a few hundred gold coins, some dry food, and water. In addition, there was also a book, The Tribute of Shadows, and a Bird of Death mask, which were the same as the ones Levi had obtained before. Iron Mountain seemed to also believe in the Shadow Lord. Behind it was the siren breathing technique that Levi had already learned. Unfortunately, it did not have Iron Mountain's breathing technique that Levi wanted. That was a defensive breathing technique comparable to the Black Snake breathing technique. What is this? Levi found a piece of parchment and opened it. It was a map. A map of the northern part of the Emerald Kingdom? He had such a precious item. Levi was delighted. This was a surprise. Although Levi was very doubtful about the accuracy of this map given the technology level of this world, the fact that Iron Mountain could find the Blackwater Valley based on this map showed that it was accurate. More importantly, Levi saw some information he needed on the map. Levi muttered as he looked at the map, there's a stronghold for the Bird of Death. Oh, there's one in Icewind City. There are 3 official knights stationed there. They act as training instructors for apprentices and teaching assassination techniques, and at the same time, they're responsible for contacting the assassins in Icewind City. He felt it was time for this damned organization to pay the price for trying to kill him thrice. But before that, he had to cultivate the black snake breathing technique to the 5th level. At the same time, he was also worried that if the Pale Shadow had known that the assassination attempt this time failed, he would personally kill him. Yikes! I must cultivate my breathing techniques. At the same time, the territory has to be prepared for war and attacks to prevent the Iron Mountain situation from happening again. The most troublesome part about the Bird of Death's voice was that many of its members had cultivated the siren breathing technique. They could change their body shape and sneak in through disguises. He might be able to notice some abnormalities, but it would be difficult for ordinary soldiers and civilians to discover them. However, Levi could not think of a good solution. He could only try to increase his cultivation before the enemy arrived. The year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar is the month of Wheatfield, the golden wheat season. The serfs in the territory began to work on the autumn harvest. The forging industry was still developing like a raging fire. However, many iron pieces that could be used to forge armor have been collected in the warehouse. This was because the lord responsible for forging the armor had been elusive recently and rarely showed his face in public. Levi naturally could not care less about forging now. After successfully concocting man-faced spider tears and man-faced spider kiss, he no longer wasted time on homing his forging and pharmacy skills. There was nothing more crucial to him than cultivating his breathing techniques now. Chapter 64, 4th level. Putting aside everything else, Levi focused on cultivating breathing techniques. He also temporarily stopped producing the golden cross slash. The beginner ripple force was enough. Finally, at the end of the month of Wheatfield, the giant bear breathing technique Levi had cultivated was the first to reach level 4. Giant bear breathing technique, level 4, maximum. Special effect, beginner strength. Beginner strength, your strength is unique. You have more substantial explosive power. You can wrestle with giant bears and kill wild cows with your bare hands. As expected, the breathing technique with fewer miniature figures is easier to cultivate. In addition to the support of bear blood, the secret medicine, the giant bear breathing technique has become my second breathing technique reaching maximum level. Though impressive, Oval felt that such progress was expected. Especially since the bear blood medicine he used did not belong to an ordinary bear. It was the blood of a giant bear of the Northern Territory that could be comparable to a knight when it reached adulthood. Therefore, such progress was expected. Same old rules, use the 3 brothers for practice. Levi got up and went to the castle through the secret passage. He then went to the bear pen of the 3 brothers. Little White, come here. Levi waved his hand, and Little White came over obediently. They were almost 4 years old and weighed more than a ton. They had reached the mass limit of giant brown bears from his previous life, though their strength was significantly more potent. In particular, their mighty strength and physique made Levi somewhat envious. In the previous battle with Iron Mountain, if it weren't for the 3 brothers, Levi might not have been able to defeat Iron Mountain. They had almost recovered from the injuries that Iron Mountain had inflicted on them under Levi's meticulous care and their powerful self-healing abilities. All in all, the 3 brothers were now at the level of low-level knights. When they matured, they would generally have the combat strength of mid-level knights. The 3 brothers were already more potent than male bears and comparable to high-level or peak knights. When these 3 fellows fully mature, they will significantly help Levi. The Alpine Warhorse cavalry would be weak. The giant bear of the Northern Territories cavalry was the best. Therefore, Levi insisted on feeding these 3 good-for-nothings despite the cost. Mother Dragon could conquer the world with 3 dragons, while I, Levi, could conquer the world with 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory. Little White, bite this end of the rope. Then, Levi threw a thick hemp rope to Little White. Little Fatty and Little Grey came over to watch. Little Fatty even still wanted to try, but Levi stopped it. Wait a minute. If Little White can't beat me in a tug of war, you 2 can join, said Levi. This time, Little White was not happy. It was the giant bear of the Northern Territory. Although he was still a child, Levi had also not matured into adulthood. Levi wanted to test if bear wrestling within the beginner strength was true. I hope the interface didn't lie to me. As he pulled the rope back, Levi said, let's begin, Little White. Little White bit the rope and retreated. Strictly speaking, this was an unfair competition. After all, Little White weighed a ton. Even if it did not use any strength, it could crush Levi. Levi was 1.9 meters tall, and his weight had reached more than 300 pounds due to the high-density breathing technique he cultivated. However, compared to Little White, he was still smaller. However, Levi himself was a low-level knight, close to a mid-level knight. With his black snake breathing technique at the 4th level, his giant bear breathing technique at the maximum level, his multiple breathing techniques, and the special effect beginner strength, he was not wholly defenseless. Puff! Puff! A man and bear painted heavily as they wrestled. Levi's muscles bulged, and on the surface of his heart, the giant bear breathing technique was actively pouring black gas that represented power into Levi's arms and core area. Although the black snake breathing technique, frost wolf breathing technique, and siren breathing technique were not specialized in strength, they were all at level 4 and were sufficient for Levi. Levi's face was flushed, and Little White's nostrils were emitting heat waves and white steam. In the end, Levi was still slightly inferior to Little White after 5 minutes. In terms of pure strength, even though his giant bear breathing technique was at its maximum level, it was still quite inferior to the giant bear of the Northern Territory, a heavyweight beast with extraordinary talent. It seems like the description of special effect refers to the ordinary giant bears, not the king of bears like the giant bear of the Northern Territory. Nonetheless, this strength is enough to sweep away most people. Levi was delighted with this effect. He did not waste any time and returned to the shelter. After resting and adjusting, he began practicing the breathing technique again. The giant bear breathing technique already reached its limit, so Levi looked at the other breathing techniques. The man-faced spider breathing technique was slightly more than 1,000 proficiency points away from reaching level 4. Hence, he focused on this. Without the secret medicine and the higher difficulty level than the giant bear breathing technique, the cultivation speed of this breathing technique was slightly slower. However, Levi was now too familiar with cultivation, so it was still very smooth. In the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of harvest, wheat production in the Blackwater Valley increased by about 10% compared to the previous year. At the beginning of the year, Levi had spent a lot of human resources to reclaim more farmland. He also let the serfs use some natural organic fertilizers, increasing production. However, due to the limitations of this world's agricultural technology, the key to improving agriculture still depended on the cultivated land area and the farm population. The current population in Levi's territory could not keep up with the territory's economic development. While encouraging childbirth was possible, the ultimate aim was quickly replenishing new blood. Under normal circumstances, lords would increase their population by enfeoffment, buying and selling serfs, or taking in refugees fleeing disasters. However, Levi's place was remote. Even if refugees escaped, they would run to more affluent areas and rarely come here. Levi could only buy serfs. In this era, the sale of serfs was a common occurrence. Levi had his subordinates go to the serf market in Icewind City to buy a batch of serfs. Most were refugees who had lost their homes because of the war, and many were injured. However, Levi had no choice. The healthy, robust, and high-quality serfs were in high demand and contracted by the nobles. Therefore, it was fine as long as they had no infectious diseases. The butler arranged for these people to work in the mill, iron ore, and various other jobs. Levi did not leave his house. He hid in the shelter and practiced his breathing techniques. Other times, he strengthened his defense against the bird of death's voice and the mastermind who wanted to kill him. One day in the shelter, Levi opened his eyes. His eyes were bright, and the hair on his arms stood on end. Man-faced spider breathing technique, 4th level. Chapter 65, Beginner Vibrosensing and Spider Sensing. Man-faced spider breathing technique, level 4, 1/20,000. Special effect. Beginner Vibrosensing, Spider Sensing. Good heavens, the man-faced spider breathing technique also has 2 special effects. Levi could not help but be shocked. He placed his thoughts on the proficiency panel. Beginner Vibrosensing, every hair and inch of your skin will become your eyes. They can capture the subtle vibrations of gases, liquids, and solid objects from all directions. The current sensing range for gases is 10 meters. The sensing range for liquids and solid objects will increase accordingly. How powerful! What a heaven-defying ability! This man-faced spider breathing technique should be the most special breathing technique I've seen so far, Levi muttered in shock. Such an ability was beyond his imagination. He closed his eyes and placed his hand on the shelter's wall. The hair on his back stood and brushed against the wall. In an instant, Levi's mind was filled with various noises. There was the sound of snow rabbits grazing in the bushes, gophers digging holes and a breeze blowing across the grass. Boom! This information entered Levi's mind, allowing him to sense the movements from above without even having to check. Levi laughed out loud, "This is heaven-defying. This is the true transcendence." This breathing technique was more precious than all the others he had obtained before, except for the black snake breathing technique. This special effect is too heaven-defying. The red spider knight was too weak. She did not have the strength to use this special effect. However, this special effect was given to Levi. If he re-encountered Iron Mountain, he could easily predict and use his high speed to dodge Iron Mountain's attack based on the airflow fluctuations caused by his opponent's punches and movements. Too powerful. This is amazing. I can't believe this breathing technique belongs to me. Levi could not help but slap his thigh. Oh right, there's another special effect. Levi continued to look at the second special effect. Spider sensing, you have an intuitive sense of danger. This sense can alert you, help you avoid risk, turn misfortune into good luck, and avoid calamities. However, this sense is only general and not accurate. This special effect cannot be leveled up, but its accuracy will increase as your strength increases. Levi looked at the introduction of Spider Sense on the interface. My goodness! Isn't this a superpower? Wasn't this similar to Spider-Man's Spider Sense? Of course, it could be a low-end version. Even so, Levi was still excited. The two special effects of the man-faced spider breathing technique were the kind he believed to be at the transcendent level, abilities that exceeded the imagination of ordinary people. Red Spider Knight did not deserve to possess such a powerful breathing technique. With these two heaven-defying special effects, Levi's strength increased drastically. As expected, cultivation should be inclusive. All techniques can be learned as long as one is determined. Levi was excited. Right now, I don't have any more breathing techniques. Next, I can consider auctioning off more bloodline breathing techniques at the Shining Auction. The quality doesn't need to be too high, just the shallow level is enough. After all, Levi's shallow breathing technique could be mastered in a few months, and he could master several in a year. As for non-bloodline breathing techniques, Levi did not consider them. They were too expensive and unnecessary. On the contrary, the bloodline breathing technique, which others thought was useless, was the most suitable. After upgrading the man-faced spider's breathing technique, Levi went to the bear pen to test his moves with the three brothers. Levi used earplugs to block his ears and a mask for his eyes to lose hearing and vision. Come, you three brothers, attack together, but be gentle. Levi was worried that he would not be familiar with it the first time and be accidentally injured by the three brothers. Seeing this, little Fatty, eager to spar with Levi, roared and rushed towards him. He slapped his paws, and the other two brothers attacked Levi from all directions. Just like that, Levi, who had yielded his sight and hearing, faced the attacks of the three giant bears of the Northern Territory, whose skills were comparable to knights. Levi muttered in his heart, left. Although his vision was dark, he could still sense the attack from the left using the fine hair on the back of his hand and face. He circulated his Frost Wolf breathing technique and Siren breathing technique to the maximum level and dodged the attack from Little Fatty. Then, his palm, which was covered in black gas, pushed Little Fatty away like Tai Chi. Little Fatty, who lacked time to brake, crashed into Little White, who was rushing over from the other side. Little White fell to the ground. The two guys were dizzy. They did not imagine their master could beat them up with his eyes closed. Levi jumped high and dodged Little Gray's attack from behind. He then kicked his butt. Bump! Little Gray landed on the ground like a wild goose, sliding forward for some distance. Levi laughed out loud, this feels great. He stood with his hands behind his back like a martial arts grandmaster. Opening his arms, the mountain wind blew. He sensed the sound transmitted in the wind and the aura of all things in nature. Although he could not see, this was the first time he felt so familiar with this world. After bidding farewell to the three brothers, Levi stretched his muscles. Let's continue. The black snake breathing technique is slightly away from the 5th level. I'll get a rest once I've reached the 5th level. In the past few months, Levi's cultivation had almost reached the limits of his body. Without the secret medicine, a lot of nutritional support, and Levi's strong willpower, he would have become a lunatic long ago. A disciplined life was highly fulfilling. After 3 assassinations, Levi could not take it anymore. All he wanted now was to become more powerful and take revenge quickly. He had to teach the bird of death's voice a lesson. The month of harvest passed quickly. Up until now, the Blackwater Valley was peaceful and quiet. At the end of the month, the doctors also received good news. Sir Fred, who had been in a coma for several months, woke up. Levi stopped cultivating and came to Fred's side. After this severe injury, this knight seemed to have aged even more. In his early 50s, his black hair had already turned white, his lips were pale, and his vitality was declining even faster than an ordinary knight on the decline. Even though Levi had bought the sacred medicine from the church and saved Fred's life, he knew that Fred's strength as a mid-level knight was no longer present. Fred smiled bitterly. "It's good that you're all right, young master. It's good that you're okay. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll be chided by your father when I see him." Fred's rough palm held Levi's big hand, and he could not help but mutter. "Fred, I'm very well. From now on, you only need to be responsible for recuperating. I hope that one day, you can accompany me to witness the rise of the Black Snake again and make our enemies pay for their sins." Chapter 66, Type 5 Black Snake and Intermediate Defense. During the year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of Northern Wind, Fred was almost able to get down from the ground, which made Levi feel much more at ease. The incomparably expensive sacred medicine did not go to waste. Sometimes, the church was still relatively reliable and not completely useless. The possible enemy that Levi had been on guard against had not come for several months. This made him a little puzzled. Had they already forgotten about him? For a moment, Levi was a little confused. On the other side, purchasing the Scarlet Warhorse was also on the agenda now that Fred had recovered. At the end of the month, Fred's friends also sent over the 5 Scarlet Warhorses that Levi had bought. As soon as they arrived, Levi tried to tame them with his beast taming technique, which reached its maximum level. With the Wild Heart, although he did not share telepathy with them, unlike with the 3 brothers, he could quite understand why these Scarlet Warhorses were so difficult to tame. With Levi's current beast taming technique, he used carrot and stick methods to tame a Scarlet Warhorse. Soon after, he successfully tamed the others. That's all. It's not too difficult. The curse of the Blood Rage tribe is just an excuse for incompetent horse trainers. While Levi had little Milan and the others prepare the iron needed to forge the horse armor, he also began to purchase more horses. With the income from the forging industry and the vast amount of money he had plundered from Knight Bernard's house, it was enough to last Levi for a long time. Now, Blackwater Valley was flourishing. The year 1007 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of winter, had arrived. The cold wind pierces the bones, bleak and sad. The enemy Levi had imagined had not arrived, and he did not plan to wait any longer. He wanted to take the initiative to attack. The reason why he had such confidence was naturally because of the increase in his strength. That's right, Levi's Black Snake breathing technique was at the 5th level. Black Snake breathing technique, level 5, 1/30,000. Special effect, intermediate defense. The Black Snake breathing technique was challenging to cultivate. Levi's only excellent breathing technique had finally reached the 5th level, and he achieved an intermediate defense special effect. Correspondingly, the black gas produced by Levi's Black Snake seed had already spread from his arms to his head and neck. He estimated that once the Black Snake breathing technique reached the 6th level, it should apply to his upper body, similar to Iron Mountain. However, it was already enough for now. After all, Levi's upper body was protected with heart-protecting plates, chain mail, and leather armor. Unless one was an expert like Iron Mountain, one could not penetrate these defenses and cause severe damage. With Levi's current beginner speed and beginner vibrosensing, it would be tough for ordinary knights to attack Levi unless they were knights who specialized in speed. All in all, be it defense, strength, speed, or even a rare attribute like perception, Levi was already far superior to ordinary people. In this era, there should be no one like him who cultivated so many breathing techniques at the same time, and all of them had been cultivated to the 4th level. Levi's 4-dimensional attributes were not just the combined effect of 4 different types of low-level knights. This was a qualitative change. Now, if I meet Iron Mountain again, I don't need to use poison or the help of the three brothers. I can easily hammer him to death and crush him. An Iron Mountain's strength was already considered rare in the Bird of Death's voice. Besides the 5 shadows of death, only a few people were stronger than him. Besides grand knights like the 5 shadows of death, I'm not afraid of anyone else. Even if a real grand knight were to fight me, with my methods, it's still uncertain who would win. Hold on, that sounds a little too arrogant. Escape is the best strategy when we see a grand knight. Besides the black snake breathing technique, Levi's man-faced spider breathing technique and siren breathing technique improved slightly. His golden cross slash had also improved, while his forging and pharmacy skills were slowly enhanced. After all, Levi did not have time to waste on the last 2 life skills lately. Now that everything was ready and Fred had recovered, Levi did not want to hide in his territory and wait for others to assassinate him. Why not take the initiative to assassinate others? As for the target of the assassination, Levi had already thought of it. The first was the stronghold of the Bird of Death's voice in Icewind City. No matter who had commissioned the Bird of Death's voice, since he had been messing with him repeatedly, he had to be prepared for Levi's revenge. Apart from the stronghold in Icewind City, there were other strongholds on Iron Mountain's map. However, they were too far from Levi, and many were outside the kingdom. He planned to visit them one by one when he had the chance. The Bird of Death's voice could experience the feeling of being targeted. The best way to solve danger was to eliminate the enemies who could threaten his life. Levi had arranged the matters of the territory. Although Fred could not fight now, it was not a problem for him to maintain order in the region. He also transferred the control of the 3 brothers to Fred and ordered them to obey Fred in the next few days. That way, if anything happened in the territory, Fred could activate the 3 brothers to solve it. Levi had refined bags of man-faced spider breath and a small bottle of man-faced spider tears in the shelter. He also brought a few man-faced spider's kiss. These poisons could save lives at critical moments. As a result, Levi's pharmacy skills increased quite a bit. After making all the necessary preparations, Levi put on the white wolf mask and left the shelter under cover of the night, quietly leaving Blackwater Valley. With Levi's speed, he arrived at the familiar Icewind City in a few days. It was winter, and it was snowing heavily. Many people were frozen to death on the road, but no one collected their corpses. Levi frowned. These people seemed to be refugees. Was there a big war somewhere recently? Levi had been engrossed in cultivation recently and had no idea what was happening outside. He did not immediately go to the Bird of Death's voice's stronghold in Icewind City but came to Shining Tavern. In the middle of the winter, a beautiful woman wore little clothes to attract customers to the tavern. The gatekeeper looked at the white wolf masked man and handed him a glass of dark beer. Drink this glass of snow beer. I hope you have the Snow Knight's courage and travel safely alone. Chapter 67, Evernight Kingdom and Snow Queen Elsa. The entrance ticket to the tavern today was snow beer. The Snowflake Knight was a legendary knight who rose to prominence in the north. It was said that snowflakes fluttered when he was born, and the north wind whistled. That was the month of flowing fire. No matter the era or race, there was no lack of legendary stories. Levi drank the wine and entered the tavern. It had been a long time since he last came here. Levi could capture the breathing, talking, slamming of the table, drinking, and all kinds of movements through his beginner vibrosensori. This made him feel like a character in Xiangxia novels. He tidied his clothes and sat alone at a table, drinking some wine and listening to the tavern bards telling legendary knights' stories. Levi sighed in his heart. Perhaps one day, when he became a legendary living knight, he would pass by this tavern and listen to the bards telling stories with exaggerated artistic techniques. It would be a different feeling. I will become a legend, I will. Levi sat in the tavern from the evening until dawn. He listened to the conversations of the wandering knights and bounty hunters around him, and from the words of the older men who reeked of alcohol, he roughly knew the current situation. The refugees he had seen frozen to death by the roadside were from the north. Ever since the millennium, it was as if the entire world had entered the Little Ice Age. In short, it was getting colder year by year. The living conditions in the northernmost lands were worsening. The time spent in summer was getting faster, while the time spent in winter increased. Not only the northern lands of the Emerald Kingdom but even the northern lands of the neighboring Tuva Empire also suffered from such harsh weather. However, the region most affected by this freezing winter was the country in the extreme north of the continent, not the Emerald Kingdom or Tuva Empire. It was the Evernight Kingdom, also known as the Land of Winter. This was a country that believed in the snow goddess. The ruler was the Snow Queen Elsa, who was said to be the daughter of God. Many of these refugees had fled from the Evernight Kingdom. It was not just cold. After all, the people of the Kingdom of Evernight had lived in the cold for generations so that they could adapt. The terrifying thing was that some refugees claimed they had seen snow monsters or evil spirits in the snowstorm, known as the Snow Demon. In the past, no one would have believed such a thing. However, with the increasing frequency of evil spirit attacks in various places over the years, even the Church of Holy Light began to admit that there was indeed some kind of evil spirit in this world. The Church defined evil spirits as the minions of the devil. They were demons born from the 7 deadly sins of humans in the mortal world, and it was because the people of the kingdom were not loyal enough to the faith of Heavenly Father. Therefore, the Church used this as an excuse to start building in remote places without churches, such as the Blackwater Valley. They encouraged the devotees to believe in the Father more devoutly than before. Only the holy light of the Father and the holy sword of the Radiant Knights could subdue the evil spirits. In short, the people believed the rumors about the Snow Demon. Currently, everyone in Icewind City is in a state of panic. Some wealthy nobles had already begun to move south. They wanted to go to the lush forest province, in the warm south. Some nobles even planned to move their families to the Molten Kingdom that believed in eternal fire. Levi listened to everything that happened in the tavern and sighed, the world is getting more and more chaotic. Evil spirits, snow demons, the wilderness brotherhood, the bird of death's voice, ambitious nobles, the emerald royalty that exists only in name, and the open and secret struggles between the various theocracy. Levi remembered the frozen bones on the road and cursed, it's hard to live. However, the price of serfs will probably drop significantly during this period. We can buy more serfs. Levi stood up. After sitting for the entire night, he had a pretty good understanding of the situation outside. Ultimately, he still issued a commission in the corner of the Shining Tavern. Request content, giant breathing technique or other breathing technique inheritance diagrams. Request reward, starting from 10 gold coins. Negotiable. If interested, contact the breathing technique collector, Mr. White Wolf Gerald, through the Shining Tavern. Levi had no hope of finding the giant breathing technique, but trying would not hurt. Moreover, even if he lacked the giant breathing technique, it would be great to collect other breathing techniques. After leaving the tavern, Levi's figure disappeared into the darkness. He walked into an empty alley. As he walked, his body began to change. In the end, his body was completely different from before. He put on the white wolf mask that he had personally forged. It was made of refined iron and mixed with a bit of mithril. This was made in imitation of the bird of death mask. It could defend against poison and protect the face. He had also personally forged Frostmourne version 2.0, which contained a piece of mithril the size of a baby's fist. Just this piece of mithril alone cost Levi 200 gold coins. Only such a top-grade weapon could withstand the destruction of Ripple Force and fully unleash the power of the Golden Cross Slash. He had also forged a knight's sword for Fred that was slightly inferior, and he had also fused it with mithril. Both of them had suffered because of the poor quality of their weapons. Such a thing must not happen again. Levi took out a small bottle that contained a highly toxic substance. Frostmourne was smeared with the man-faced spider's tears, and the same went for the black snake dagger. Everything was ready, and the slaughter began. In the south of the Icewind City, there was an abandoned castle. This nameless castle from hundreds of years ago was already dilapidated, and even rumors of evil spirits appeared. Regardless of whether the evil spirits were real, no one lived in this ancient castle or would come to this eerie place. After passing through the dim yellow corridor, there was another world inside. This was the secret stronghold of the Bird of Death's voice in Icewind City. Inside the castle was a modified training ground. The young members of the organization, who had been found in Icewind City and the surrounding areas and had the talent to cultivate the siren breathing technique, were practicing assassination techniques under the guidance of a person called Mentor. Their expressions were either numb or fanatical. As they practiced, they chanted the contents of the book The Tribute of Shadows. Only those who put death and fear behind their backs can become true assassins. What are assassins? We walk in the shadows and see the real world that those ignorant people cannot see. Light is just an illusion, a falsehood. Shadows and darkness are the true appearance of the universe. Only in this way can you become Shadow Lord's shadow servants after you die and live forever. A mentor explained the Shadow Lord's teachings to the organization's members. At the same time, he was assigning assassination missions to some inexperienced assassins. After finishing all this, he tied a letter to the leg of a red-eyed raven. He had been ordered to investigate the whereabouts of Iron Mountain, the gold assassin in the organization, but investigations had been fruitless. He wanted to pass this news to Pale Shadow. As far as the mentor knew, Iron Mountain was ordered to assassinate Blackwater Valley Baron Levi, but there was no news yet. The people in the organization were not even sure if Iron Mountain had carried out the assassination. After all, Iron Mountain was a disciple of a big family and a gold assassin. He had always done things his way. The mentor was more inclined to believe that Iron Mountain did not carry out the assassination mission. He had sent people to investigate, but everything in the Blackwater Valley was peaceful, and there was no sign of a dead lord. Moreover, the mentor believed that with Iron Mountain's high-level night realm and his proficiency in 2 breathing techniques, it should be impossible for him to fail if he were to carry out the assassination. If even Iron Mountain failed, then only the 5 shadows could succeed within the Bird of Death's voice. However, it had been many years since the 5 shadows had personally assassinated a junior. The mentor released the raven in his hand and wanted to send the investigation results to the Pale Shadow. The raven had just taken off when a loud explosion sounded. An arrow exploded its head, and a figure wearing a white wolf mask appeared at the end of the corridor. Behind him were the corpses of the 2 gatekeepers. The fearless white wolf descended. Chapter 68, Killing Feast and Vortex Beast Breathing Technique. Bang, 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 bang. Levi shot 4 arrows in a row, directly piercing the hearts of his targets. Among the members of the organization who were practicing in the hall, 4 of them were caught off guard and had their heads blown off by Levi. A 100% accuracy in a max-level archery skill was terrifying. Looking at this bloody scene, everyone finally reacted. There's an attack. Enemy attack. Prepare for a battle. How many people? 1. He's alone. What? Could it be a grand knight? Then, the next moment, they received an unstoppable arrow. Some people started to hide behind cover, while others raised their shields. However, 2 people still died from the arrows. If he shoots, we shoot too. Whoosh! 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 Arrows flew towards Levi. Levi's body was like an elegant leopard cat, dodging most arrows. Most rookies here could not hit him with their mediocre skills, even if he did not move. The few arrows Levi did not manage to dodge could not break through his defenses. His torso and limbs were covered in high-quality chainmail and thick leather armor. White smoke rose from his arms and head like a dead knight reborn from the ashes. Under the iron white wolf mask was a face as black as a demon god, and white smoke that was about 10 feet long came out of Levi's mouth and nose. He circulated his breathing techniques to the maximum level. He was swift and shuttled through the rain of arrows. As he ran, he shot arrows until he finished them. Among the members present, except for those who were highly skilled and had protection, all were killed or seriously injured by the arrows. The mentor was an official knight, but seeing this scene, he lost all his will to fight. He gave up the safety of his students and searched for a secret passage to escape. At the same time, 2 other mentors who had been cultivating rushed out. Why are you running? The 3 of us will attack together. Immediately, the 3 official knights each took out their weapons. There were thin swords, daggers, and even the assassin meteor hammer. Everyone, attack! Shadow Lord is watching us. As they shouted, the surviving students picked up the weapons on the ground and rushed toward the figure. Then, Levi shot the last arrow at them. The arrow did not hit anyone but the dome. In an instant, the powder on the arrowhead exploded. A pile of white powder fell from the sky and filled the hall. Cough cough. Achoo. Ha. Achoo. Quicklime attack. Be careful, this isn't quicklime. It might be poisonous fog. Everyone, hold your breath. Those with Bird of Death masks put them on. An experienced mentor said. On the other side, Levi had finished shooting his arrows. He pulled out Frostmourne. Ripple Force activated. Kill. Golden Cross Slash. The cross-shaped sword light tore through the void. The longsword was the first to strike a mentor holding a thin sword. Clang! Ripples appeared in the air. The mentor's thin sword shattered. The fragments flew into his body, and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. How could these mentors, who were only low-level knights, be a match for Levi, a mid-level knight with a 5A panel? Thrust! Die! Levi roared. This cross-cut directly clipped the body of an official knight and his chain mail in half. His internal organs and intestines flew everywhere, and blood spurted out, spraying onto another mentor's face beside him. No matter who you are, I'm going to kill you. The assassin wielding the meteor hammer smashed toward Levi from the front while the other wielding the dagger attacked from behind. From both sides, more members of the organization were attacking. The hair on Levi's back stood on end. The long sword that he had been thrusting forward suddenly stabbed backward. With the beginner vibro-perception, he could feel even the slightest movement of the air within a 10-meter radius. Not to mention the other party's backstab. Tisk! Levi's frostmorn pierced the mentor's stomach, and his intestines flowed out. His face was filled with disbelief. Too weak! Too weak! You guys are too weak! Bathed in blood, Levi grabbed the incoming meteor hammer with his palm filled with black gas. He pulled out frostmorn and slashed at the chains of the meteor hammer. Golden cross slash, ripple force. Kaka! The chain of the meteor hammer snapped. Seeing this, the mentor holding the meteor hammer was dumbfounded. What kind of monster was this? His speed, strength, and defense were all above his. That powerful reaction ability almost did not have any blind spots. And this terrifying sword skill. Levi sneered and threw the meteor hammer. Boom! The hammer blasted. It landed heavily on the mentor's chest. He was directly sent flying, and Levi did not show mercy. He casually killed 2 student assassins who overestimated themselves. Then, with a leap, he killed the last mentor. Then, he panted slightly and looked at the scattered members of the organization who were completely frightened out of their wits. Someone asked in confusion, "Who are you? Why do you want to kill us? Why? Please, let me go. I haven't killed anyone yet. Shadow Lord, please save your devout believers." Some knelt and begged for mercy, while others prayed to God. Some people tried to resist, but they fell to the ground before they could take a few steps. Their fate was unknown. Levi did not pay any attention to these people. He calmly took the lives of these students, who were not much more substantial than ordinary people, and certainly inferior to Levi's well-trained soldiers. Regardless of whether they had killed anyone before, they no longer had the right to do so now. The terrifying figure wearing the white wolf mask announced their deaths before any aid arrived. It was a one-sided massacre, and most were poisoned to death. Levi quickly killed the remaining survivors. He looked at the corpses on the ground and began to count the gold coins left behind by these people. Finally, after cleaning up the battlefield, Levi counted over 1,000 gold coins and various weapons. He was also happy to have found a breathing technique inheritance diagram on a mentor's body and a letter on a crow's leg. Levi first read the letter. Then, Levi pondered. The pale shadow did not seem to know that Iron Mountain's assassination attempt had failed. The breathing technique made Levi's eyes light up. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique. It's an excellent quality bloodline breathing technique. However, now was not the time to study the breathing technique. Levi put away the breathing technique inheritance map, piled the corpses, and burned them to ashes. From now on, a spirit named White Wolf will walk on this land and hunt down the members of the Bird of Death's voice tirelessly. Wearing a white wolf mask, Levi quickly left the castle with the spoils of war he had obtained. The crows circled behind him, recounting the deaths of lives. Chapter 69, Extreme Forging, Craftsmanship Special Effect. This revenge against the Bird of Death's voice was too satisfying. Levi could finally hold his head high after the 3 assassination attempts. The organization had lost 3 official knights and mentors, as well as a large number of apprentices. He had also robbed the gold coins in the stronghold. Even for a large organization, it was a heavy loss. After this battle, Levi had a preliminary understanding of his strength. 3 low-level knights and so many apprentice assassins were utterly helpless against Levi. It would be difficult for an ordinary high-level knight to achieve such a feat. After returning to Blackwater Valley, Levi stored all the 1,000 gold coins he had plundered in his shelter. Then, he opened the breathing technique inheritance map he had just obtained. On the screen, a fat yellow worm with thorns all over its body crawled out from a vast swamp. It looked ferocious and looked down at the swamp. Surrounding the worm were small people with strange and distorted postures and movements. This was a legendary terrifying worm monster that lived in the swamp. It was said that every time it appeared, it could devour countless creatures around it. Levi counted and found that there were a total of 36 miniature figures on the inheritance map. Levi muttered, "Why are there only 36? This was only one more than the man-faced spider breathing technique." According to the pattern he had discovered before, the more little figures on the breathing technique inheritance map, the higher the quality. Is this not an excellent breathing technique? The creator of this breathing technique inheritance diagram lied. Or could 36 be the number distinguishing between the shallow and excellent levels? The black snake breathing technique, an excellent breathing technique, had 71 tiny human images. Levi could not figure it out, no matter how hard he thought about it. This question required more breathing techniques to verify. He had already issued a request in the Shining Tavern. He should be able to obtain more breathing techniques next. Forget it. Let's cultivate first. Levi did not rest and started to study the inheritance diagram. The Vortex Beast breathing technique was a breathing technique that focused on one's powerful physique. After cultivation, a knight's physique would be even more different from ordinary people's. This physique mainly focuses on the body's resistance, immunity, and self-healing ability. As for the exact effects, Levi would only know after he cultivated. In the blink of an eye, the month of winter passed. In New Year's first month of the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the Blackwater Valley was filled with a joyous and peaceful atmosphere. Sir Fred's body had recovered a lot, he could move normally but still could not exercise strenuously. Fortunately, Levi's soldiers had almost completed their training. Most of them had mastered the basic swordsmanship that Sir Fred had taught them, but the degree of mastery varied. According to Levi's proficiency panel, the skill could be divided into 3 levels. The first level was beginner, the second level was proficient, and the third level was the maximum. Only Captain Sam had trained to the maximum level among the soldiers under his command. That once cowardly young man had now genuinely grown into a man and was Fred's successor. The others were either at levels 1 or 2. This was the proper standard of an ordinary person. Because Levi had the proficiency panel, his speed was several times faster than that of an ordinary person. In short, his team of 50 people had already taken shape. The Scarlet War horses were ready, and the next step was to undergo targeted training on horseback. The horse armor forging also proceeded. After equipping his army with cavalry armor, Levi devoted himself to forging horse armor, aside from his daily breathing technique training. His forging proficiency increased rapidly day by day. As for the deal with the wild boar knight, Levi paid little attention. After all, he had money now, so he had to prioritize the supply of weapons and equipment to his territory. He would discuss this matter after ensuring he had at least 50 fully armed cavalries. Due to the wind axe special effect, Levi's forging efficiency was extraordinarily high. The blacksmith apprentices completed most of the preparatory work for him, while Levi focused on achieving the last and most technical forging work. Therefore, not long after the month of vitality arrived, the last set of the 50 sets of horse armor was completed. Forging, Level 4, 19,912, plus Level 5, Maximum. Special effect Fine Grade Certainty plus Fine Craftsmanship. Following the notification on the proficiency panel, Levi knew he had pushed his lifestyle skills to the limit. So, Level 5 is already the limit. I can be considered a blacksmith master. Levi looked at the proficiency panel. Unknowingly, he had already reached the same forging realm as the legendary blacksmith master, Flaming Hammer Hagrid Eamon. After all, it's a life skill. The proficiency panel confirms that the limit is just that. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Forging, Level 5, Maximum. Special effect, Fine Craftsmanship, Wind Axe. Fine Craftsmanship, every item you forge represents the pinnacle of the current material level. Fine Craftsmanship has replaced the initial Fine Grade Certainty. The two special effects of a maximum level forging, one represents quality, while the other represents efficiency. They complement each other perfectly. Levi was pleased as he stretched. Phew! One thing off my chest. I feel much more relaxed all of a sudden. Every time Levi reached a skill's maximum level, he felt a sense of accomplishment and relief. It was as though he was playing a game and unlocking one milestone after another. Only those who made outstanding achievements in the game could only feel this feeling. However, Levi did not enjoy freedom for too long. A few days later, after Levi had cultivated the Vortex Beast breathing technique, his proficiency panel showed this excellent breathing technique had reached level 1. Vortex Beast breathing technique, level 1, 1/1000. Alright, that's another one. This is a happy worry. Levi smiled. After over a month, he finally mastered the bloodline breathing technique, which was even faster than the frost wolf breathing technique. This also confirmed Levi's theory. As he increased the number of breathing techniques he had mastered, the speed of his breathing technique mastery and cultivation would also increase. After practicing so many breathing techniques, Levi was highly familiar with these things. Chapter 70, Stacked Armors. Dragon Armor. Taking advantage of his forging skills, Levi quickly used the scales of the earthly dragon beast and his iron rings mixed with mithril to make a set of armor for himself. The armor exuded a wild and untamed aura, which appeared extremely tough. Levi dyed the armor black, and the patterns of scales could be vaguely seen. When he wore it, the armor was much lighter and did not lack flexibility, unlike plate armor. The armor's defensive power was weaker than plate armor. In addition, unlike plate armor, this armor made of earthly dragon beast scales had a toughness that could significantly reduce the impact of blunt weapons. Let's call it dragon armor. Levi gave his armor a domineering name. I'll put on a fine iron chainmail layer on the innermost layer, then put on the dragon armor. On the outside, I'll put on a layer of thick leather armor sewn from the skin of the earthly dragon beast. In addition to my black gas defense, there will be 4 layers of layered armor. In the martial arts world, staked armor is the best. Levi wore his armor and waved Frostmourne, feeling like the world was beneath his feet. Levi also made a set for Fred. Fred was overwhelmed by the unexpected gift, and tears streamed down his face. He had barely recovered some of his strength. Although it would be difficult for him to regain the strength of a mid-level knight, he still had the power of an ordinary knight. After all, he still had the life seed and a solid foundation. If Fred had worn such a suit of armor, Iron Mountain could not have seriously injured him. This was the price of not having good equipment. The remaining scales will be kept for the 3 brothers. I'll wait for them to grow and forge armor for them. Levi was in a good mood. Besides forging armor, Levi had also successfully developed a duplicate armor-breaking crossbow based on the one he had brought back. However, the most challenging part of the task was not the crossbow but the arrowhead. The arrowheads he forged with ordinary iron would not have the armor-piercing effect he wanted. After his research as a craftsman, he found that if he wanted to achieve a solid armor-piercing effect, he had to use an even rarer material when forging the arrowhead. Luminant gold. Luminant gold was a rare metal that was even more precious than mithril. On the market, 0.5 kilograms of mithril was sold for about 100 gold coins, while 0.5 kilograms of luminant gold was sold for 200. Most importantly, mithril and luminant gold were rare metals and rarely circulated in the market. Previously, Levi had spent a lot of money to buy the mithril he needed to forge Frostmourne version 2.0. As a result, Levi abandoned the plan to mass-produce armor-breaking crossbow but did not give up. In any case, even an ordinary iron arrowhead with an armor-breaking crossbow would have considerable power. Moreover, he still had 3 luminant gold arrowheads on hand. They were all picked up from the earthly dragon beast's body and were enough to be his trump card. By the time Levi was done forging, it was already the month of Germinal. It had been 3 months since he destroyed the Bird of Death's Voice's stronghold in Icewine City. The organization probably already knew about the destruction but did not know what to do next. In the shelter, Levi, who was practicing the vortex breathing technique, stood up. Some time ago, his vortex beast breathing technique had reached level 2. He felt that his physique had slightly strengthened, but there was a limit to its strength. For his current physique, the vortex beast breathing technique level 2 benefits were negligible. He must be at least at the 4th level if he wanted more apparent effects. He opened the proficiency panel. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 2, 1000/5000. Without the secret medicine, it is slow to cultivate the breathing technique. Levi could not help but sigh. This vortex beast breathing technique was much more challenging to cultivate than the ones he developed in the past. The main reason for this was the lack of secret medicine for this breathing technique called the Turbularian secret medicine. It required materials Levi had never heard of, such as the Turbularian egg. He had sent people to the Jade Chamber of Commerce in Icewind City and consulted knowledgeable zoologists. However, no one had heard of it. Therefore, Levi had been cultivating this breathing technique himself. The effect was poor. He had only reached level 2 in 2 months. Such speed was considered godly for others but not Levi. Practicing this breathing technique also took up much time for Levi's other skills. Who knew how long it would take him to achieve the maximum level if this continued? I have to make a trip to Icewind City. Firstly, I have to check out news from the Bird of Death's voice. Next, I must see how my breathing technique bounty commission is going. Lastly, I have to make progress on the search for Turbularian egg. Without this secret medicine, it would be a waste of time and impossible for me to push this excellent breathing technique to its limits. Continuing to waste precious time like this wasn't worth it. In the past 3 months of cultivation, besides the vortex beast breathing technique, Levi had also progressed in the other breathing techniques. However, he had mainly focused on the black snake and vortex beast breathing technique. The man-faced spider and siren breathing technique had seen little progress. However, Levi estimated that in at most 2 to 3 months, his siren breathing technique should be able to reach level 5, and the man-faced spider should not be too far off. In short, in no time, his strength would usher in another wave of more significant improvement. After explaining to Fred, Levi wore the white wolf mask and went to the Icewind City. He first went to the Shining Tavern to see if anyone had wanted to sell him breathing techniques during this period. There was someone when he asked the staff. He was overjoyed and asked the team to help him contact the seller. Levi found a private room and drank while waiting for the seller to arrive. While waiting, he listened to all kinds of conversations in the tavern. With the help of his beginner vibrosensing, Levi's hearing was extraordinary. He could hear many whispers in the private room. From the conversations of these customers, it seemed that the Evernight Kingdom in the far north was not doing well this winter. Nearly 10,000 people had lost their homes due to the cold and the so-called snow demon disaster. They became refugees and traveled south. Among them, most died on the way. There were too many problems like hunger, disease, robbery, wild beasts, and so on. A two-people success story: the northern border OT, the Emerald Kingdom and Tuva Empire. The best outcome for them was to be captured by some slave-catching teams and become slaves. Some of the enslaved people that Levi bought were from the Evernight Kingdom. Their bodies were shorter and more muscular. They were terrific labor, very suitable for forging. To these people, living was tricky. To be alive was already their best dream. According to some wandering knights hired by Evernight Kingdom's great nobles to participate in a battle to eliminate the snow demons and survive, the so-called snow demons was a group of indestructible undead unafraid of death. They were covered in frost and had blue ghost fire in their empty eyes. Undead, Levi's eyes flashed. He was curious about the origins of these snow demons. Chapter 71, Spirit Exorcism Manual. Soon after, someone came looking for Levi to sell his breathing techniques. Are you the Sir White Wolf Gerald? The person who came was a fat man with a big belly. He was not a knight. That's right. Do you have breathing techniques for sale? Levi asked. The plump man said cautiously, yes. I have a breathing technique here. I wonder how much Your Excellency White Wolf will offer. Levi asked, that depends on the quality of your breathing technique. Is it convenient for me to take a look? The man nodded and took out an ancient book from his pocket. It was covered in dust and some oil stains. He quickly showed it to Levi and immediately put it away. Although he had only glanced, Levi was sure he did lie about having breathing techniques. He could see only 19 tiny figures on it, and the figure in the middle of the breathing technique seemed to be a cow. It was most likely a strength-type breathing technique. It was a basic strength-based breathing technique, a garbage one, similar to the giant bear breathing technique. Levi was a little disappointed. Even if this breathing technique reached its maximum level, it would not benefit Levi's strength much. However, with the mentality that it was better than nothing, Levi still decided to buy it. Seeing Levi's sigh, the plump man seemed worried that Levi would not like his breathing technique, so he said, Your Excellency Levi, this breathing technique is unique to the Minas family. It is precious. As a collector of breathing techniques, you should know about it. 20 gold coins, Levi said calmly. Too low, he responded in a low voice. He could feel a terrifying aura from Levi, so he was terrified of Levi the moment he entered. He was not even a knight himself, nor did he cultivate this breathing technique passed down from his ancestors. He had always wanted to find an opportunity to sell his breathing technique for money. The new young girls in the brothel tickled his heart. Levi immediately stood up. He would pass. In any case, he did not care about this shallow breathing technique. All right, 20 gold coins. After completing the transaction, Levi took the breathing technique and looked at it carefully. Levi ridiculed, the bowl breathing technique is one of those lousy ones. On the screen, the little people worshipped a wild bull the size of a house as if it was a totem. Just as he had guessed, this was a basic strength-based breathing technique. Sigh, breathing techniques are difficult to obtain. I might as well go and ask around. Who are the real collectors of breathing techniques in Icewind City? Should I steal from them? Levi had the idea of robbing them. In the end, he gave up. It was his principle not to cause trouble actively. Of course, if someone provoked him, he would not hold back. Levi posted a request to purchase Turbolarian egg at a high price in the Shining Tavern, hoping to try his luck. This was because it was in time for the monthly Shining auction. Levi also took the opportunity to participate in the wave of the auction. He did not expect to find some good items. For example, the silver scale breastplate forged by the Flaming Hammer was sold for 500 gold coins. This piece of breastplate was said to be made with a kilogram of mithril. I'm also a blacksmith master. It's a pity that I haven't made a name yet. Otherwise, it would be much easier for me to earn money. No, I have to think of a way to promote myself. The next time I trade with Wild Boar Knight, I have to raise the price of the armor I forged. If he disagrees, I'll directly terminate the transaction with him. He's no longer of any use to me now. I could find a chance to get rid of him, destroy the Wild Boar gang, and take back old Toby, Levi muttered. He had endured this grudge for several years. In the auction, there was a shallow non-bloodline breathing technique, giant rhinoceros breathing technique. This was a strength-type breathing technique, and it was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 800 gold coins. Non-bloodline breathing techniques, even at the shallow level, were highly precious. Many aristocrats with ancestral bloodline breathing techniques would also fight to buy them. After all, they could be used by their subordinates to cultivate. It was the most suitable and inexpensive way to develop their forces. Not to mention that some wealthy nobles did not possess bloodline breathing techniques. They were even more eager to get it. Levi did not participate in the auction, although he wanted to. However, spending nearly 1,000 gold coins on this was not worth it. He only needed the siren breathing technique to train his subordinates. After all, they were not as powerful and would cultivate the siren breathing technique for the rest of their lives. In the end, the giant rhinoceros breathing technique was bought by a masked nobleman. After purchasing the breathing technique, he left hurriedly, worried that someone would remember him. Levi noticed that some people quietly followed him not long after the noble left. His eyes sparkled. Since there were no more items he wanted to auction, he might as well leave. He guessed that those people wanted to snatch the noble's breathing technique. If those people succeed in snatching it, I'll take it from them. If I fail, then forget it. After all, I, Levi, am not evil. Levi had a highly flexible moral bottom line. After leaving the Shining Tavern, Levi silently followed behind those people. After the noble left the place, he rode his horse and dashed out of the city. Those who harbored ill intentions quickly followed. An innocent man is guilty of holding a treasure. If that noble had bought a bloodline breathing technique like Levi, no one would have been after him. However, a non-bloodline breathing technique was a different matter. With his speed and agile movements, Levi followed behind them at a moderate pace. The strongest of these people were low-level knights, and many were not even imites. To him, they were just a group of weak chickens. The noble was not in a hurry to leave the city because in the town, with the silver hunter guards of the Earl of Silver Mountain and the deterrents of the church, no one would not cause too much trouble. But once he left, it would be different. He found a hotel and stayed for a few days. Many of the people who tried to rob them gave up. A few people were unwilling to give up and had been wandering around the hotel for the past few days. On the hotel's second floor, the noble who had obtained the breathing technique had a solemn expression under his mask. I have to leave. Some bandits are getting impatient. Although I have the strength of a mid-level knight, it's not easy to deal with so many people. Especially the person wearing the white wolf mask at the back. He gives me the feeling that he's extremely dangerous. I get the feeling that I faced a peak knight. Damn it! This is a mission given to me by the Duke of Montenegro. He will be disappointed if I don't complete it well. The middle-aged noble had a headache. Levi was cultivating with his eyes closed in a small hotel at night. Black snake breathing technique proficiency plus 89. Levi muttered, the black snake breathing technique is gaining experience more quickly. I should be able to become a high-level knight this year. Unfortunately, the black snake secret medicine will run out soon again. Where can I find the secret medicine? Don't tell me we have to go to the Tuva Empire. Levi had never been to the Tuva Empire. Its relationship with the Jade Kingdom was not very good. He did not know the Tuva language, so he could not communicate even if he went. Wait, I have the proficiency panel. If I buy some Tuva books, I wonder if I can gain proficiency in the language. Although very few books introduced the Tuva language, there were still some. Just as Levi was about to practice the vortex beast breathing technique, the commotion outside made his eyes twitch. Since he had mastered beginner vibrosensing, Levi's perception had become sharper. He popped a piece of jerky into his mouth, put on the white wolf mask, stretched his muscles, and jumped out of the inn's window like a nimble wild cat. Outside the city, a middle-aged noble rode a horse and walked in the wilderness. Beside him was a wandering knight. These were mercenaries he had recruited in the Shining Tavern to protect himself. With 2 official knights, he should be safe to charge out. As long as the peak knight wearing the white wolf mask did not make a move. A cold arrow shot out, almost hitting the middle-aged noble. Hand over the breathing technique, and you can leave. 4 knights caught up with them. Soon, a fierce battle broke out. The sound of weapons clashing could be heard. Levi hid far away and watched the battle in the distance. In the beginning, with the help of the mercenaries, the middle-aged noble could still fight evenly with the bandits with his mid-level knight cultivation. He even had the upper hand. But not long after, the middle-aged noble fell into a disadvantageous position. He had underestimated the allure of the non-bloodline breathing technique. A middle-ranked knight wearing a ghost mask also entered the battlefield. Seeing that he was about to lose, the middle-aged noble could only use his final trump card. Everyone, stop! I'm a retainer of the Duke of Montenegro, and I'm here on orders to execute the Duke's orders. Do you know what it means to attack me? The middle-aged noble sneered and confessed his identity. If we kill you, who will find out? These bandits did not buy it at all. Although the Duke of Montenegro was powerful, they were not his vassals. Wandering knights were fearless. You guys! Suddenly, the sound of arrows whistling could be heard. Swish! In disbelief, the middle-aged noble looked at the arrow that pierced through his heart. He turned his head and looked in the direction. The white wolf mask slowly appeared. It was Levi. The middle-aged noble slowly fell to the ground. The other bandits swarmed forward, wanting to snatch the breathing technique. Levi continued to draw his bow. Bang, bang, bang. Arrow after arrow, under Levi's 100% accuracy, only the fully armed official knights were left. The other weaklings did not have the slightest ability to resist. Those who wanted to get their hands on breathing techniques would die the fastest. Very soon, very few people were left alive. Who are you? The mid-level knight wore a ghost mask and charged at Levi under the moonlight. Levi pulled out Frostmourne. Frost Wolf Seed, accelerate. Ripples broke through the void. Ripple slash. The giant bear exploded. Kaka. The opponent's long sword was sliced off, but Frostmourne's momentum did not decrease. It cut through the opponent's chain mail. Levi roared and cut the mid-level knight in half. A one-sided massacre. Soon, only Levi and the dying middle-aged noble were left alive. Are you the Duke of Montenegro's man? Levi asked. That's right. You dared to attack the retainer of the Duke of Montenegro, the middle-aged noble looked at Levi and said weakly. His heart had been pierced. And he had little time left. Pucci. Frostmourne pierced through his skull. Levi drew his sword. Yes, I've killed you. He quickly cleaned up the battlefield. He found the giant rhinoceros breathing technique he wanted on the noble's body. Other than that, there were more than 300 gold coins and an ancient parchment that did not look like a breathing technique inheritance diagram. On it were all kinds of complicated hand seals. Spirit Exorcism Manual. Levi glanced at it briefly, and then his breathing quickened. This is a surprise. Chapter 72, Return of the Dark Wave. However, although he was pleasantly surprised, it was not a good place to stay. Levi found more than 10 gold coins on the other ghost face mask. This was a feeble man who looked like he was a wandering knight. As a mid-level knight, he only had so little cash on him. How embarrassing! In the end, Levi had a total of 400 gold coins. Like a horse can't be fat without grass at night, a man can't be rich without external wealth. Only now did Levi realize that forging and farming were nothing compared to robbery. I can't go overboard. There are too many robberies. Sooner or later, there will be a day when they get abused. Levi could not afford to waste their weapons and equipment, so he tied them up and carried them on his back. I didn't want to do it myself, but since you're the Duke of Montenegro's man, Levi muttered. He rode the middle-aged noble's horse and headed toward the Bird of Death's Voice's stronghold. He sneaked into the stronghold and found that it had been abandoned. Now, there was no one inside. It was gloomy. I wonder what the Bird of Death's Voice plans to do next. Are they sending out Grand Knights? Would they send an assassin at the level of the 5 shadows to assassinate me? Levi did not know. He avoided the darkness and rode away from Icewind City. The harvest, this time, far exceeded his expectations. He had only thought he could buy a breathing technique, but in the end, he received a surprise. Compared to this pleasant surprise, the giant rhinoceros breathing technique and the raging bull breathing technique were not worth mentioning. After returning safely to Blackwater Valley, Levi threw the weapons and equipment to the forging department. He could not wait to return to the shelter and study the Soul Exorcism Manual. In the old manual, the words were written. When the people of this world live under the holy light of the Heavenly Father and enjoy the blessings of God, our family, however, is in the shadows, fighting against those terrifying existences that people only think of as legends. We have never stopped fizz-tins. Since the first year of the Holy Brilliance, the once distant dark wave has gradually returned. Unfortunately, only our 4 great families know the truth of this matter. The ancestors of our 4 great families once spoke to the Church, hoping that the Church would reveal the truth to the public, and begged the gods to let those people return to fight against the coming dark wave. However, the Church treated our ancestors as the descendants of the fallen wizards who created panic. From then on, we could only live in darkness. However, I knew there would be a day when the surging dark wave would sweep across this continent, and the multidimensional plane would overlap with our world. The terrifying existences from other planes that terrified the Church and the gods would make a comeback. The world had the right to know the truth. The Church could not hide the fact forever. When more people realized the evil spirit existed, the Church would regret its actions. And the ones who could save all of this were not the gods trapped in the astral world, nor were they the churches who did nothing and chased after fame and fortune. The group of people had been forced to exile themselves to the realm of the unbelievers before the first year of Holy Brilliance. The wizards. I, Mon Winchester, the last spirit exorcist of the Winchester family, and my good friend Dean Constantine, the previous exorcist of the Constantine family, were unfortunately trapped here when we joined forces to kill an item of the monetide from another dimension. My good friend has passed away, and I know my days are numbered. Before we set off, our descendants were still in their infancy. I inherited my old friend's last wish. I passed down my lifelong cultivation and comprehension of the 4 seals, the seal of flame and the seal of hell of the Constantine family, as well as the seal of protection and the seal of dragon might of the Winchester family. If you can pick it up, please give it to anyone with the Winchester or Constantine surnames. You will receive wealth beyond your imagination. Otherwise, this item is no more than a waste to you. Remember. From Mon Winchester, year 864 of Holy Brilliance calendar, month of warmth. Levi quietly read the contents of the diary word by word. The amount of information on this small piece of parchment was enormous. First of all, this doesn't seem to be the wizard inheritance that I imagined, but the inheritance of some wizard's bloodline descendants. What was recorded in this manual were not spells but seals. It was an ability that could be activated by the bloodline and spell-casting materials of the bloodline descendants without the need to construct a spell model through meditation. It was almost a weak version of a spell and could not even be considered a cantrip. However, from the description of the owner of this manual, if the seals were cultivated to the highest realm, their powers would be more substantial than a cantrip and not weaker than ordinary official spells. Secondly, the diary owner mentioned that the mysterious force known as the Dark Wave had begun to revive on this continent 1,000 years ago. However, the process of revival was extremely long. Creatures like evil spirits were abnormal existences born in the human world from the Dark Wave's return, and this was only a precursor to the return of the Dark Wave. Evil spirits were the weakest of the Dark Wave. What was genuinely terrifying were those terrifying existences that came directly from other planes through the intersection of planes. There was no lack of facts that could fight against the gods of the astral plane. Gods most likely also existed, but they exist in a magical place called the astral world, a chaotic land formed by the projection of pure spiritual power. The gods lived in the astral world for eternity but were imprisoned by the astral world and could not descend to the real world. They could only use the bridges built by some believers in the mortal world, such as organizations like the Church, to temporarily send a bit of divine power to interfere with the real world. And the carrier of the human world that could carry the divine power of the gods was called saint. Finally, wizards did exist but disappeared long before historical records. They had gone to a place called the realm of the unbelievers. From the description of the owner of this notebook, it was a place where the power of the gods of the astral world could not penetrate. This place was a subspace independent of the world they lived in. It was a utopia for wizards. It might be right beside them, but they could not see it. Its entrance could be a nameless alley, an empty hut in the forest, an abandoned wardrobe, a cave at the bottom of the lake, an ancient mirror, or even a fairy tale book. Some ordinary things that mortals looked at could become the medium of reality at the entrance to the subspace. To enter such a place, an official wizard was needed as a guide. The four great spirit exorcism families, the Winchester family, the Constantine family, the Van Helsing family, and the Duncan family, are the descendants of the four powerful wizards in the human world. They are responsible for clearing out some of the demon waves in the mortal world, such as evil spirits. They are also responsible for finding some mortals with wizard qualifications in the human world and contacting official wizards in the realm of the unbelievers to take them away. Unfortunately, the monster killer Duncan family and the blood kindred killer Van Helsing family had completely disappeared 500 years ago, and there was no news. As for the spirit exorcist Winchester family and the exorcist Constantine family, it was unknown if they still had descendants, Levi muttered. The road ahead was now relatively straightforward. Looking directly for those mysterious wizards, such as Witch Gulwig and Ms. Rowland, was impossible. The only ones that were relatively easy to find were the descendants of the four great families. The last inheritors of the Winchester and Constantine families had appeared more than 100 years ago. Levi felt that the possibility of their descendants still alive was relatively high. Finally, after confirming his direction, Levi was in a good mood. He turned his attention to the manual that recorded the cultivation methods of the four seals. Since the proficiency panel can ignore the bloodline curse of knights and learn bloodline breathing techniques, there should be no problem cultivating these seals, right? Chapter 73, Four Great Seals. Until now, Levi had practiced so many bloodline breathing techniques and had been fine. If there were signs of the opposite, he would immediately stop cultivating. Everything was normal until now. It should be the hidden function of the proficiency panel. Levi planned to master all the seals on the book before giving it to the descendants of the Winchester or Constantine family. Of the four great seals, the Constantine family had the seal of flames and the seal of hell. The seal of flame could shoot out a scorching flame from the palm. The strength of the flame flow was related to two factors. One was the density of one's lineage. The thicker the lineage, the stronger the flames. The Constantine family's bloodline had gradually thinned over the generations, so the power of the fire had decreased with each age. They tried to avoid this by marrying close relatives until a group of deformed children were born. The family accepted the fact that it could not be changed. Another factor that determined the strength of the flame was the depth of one's cultivation. The higher the cultivation level, the more ether power could be mobilized through the seal and the stronger the flame flow. In essence, the seal was a weaker version of a spell. The Seal of Flames was a low-level version of the first ring spell, Burning Palm. Meanwhile, the Seal of Hell was a low-level version of the first ring spell, Undead Summoning. The latter could summon powerful undead from another dimension, while the former could only resurrect corpses. This summoned creature was also known as the Living Dead. Its combat power depended on the strength of the corpse when it was alive, but its strength was lower than the living being. However, it was perfect as cannon fodder. The Winchester family's Seal of Protection was a weaker version of the first ring spell, Shield. It could form a protective force field around the body and strongly resist physical attacks. It could also block attacks from creatures like evil spirits. The last Seal of Dragon Might was the Winchester family's seal used for attacks. It could only be cast with the blood of a dragon. It did not matter if it was a pure-blooded dragon, a sub-dragon, or a mixed-blood dragon. The purer the bloodline, the more powerful it was. However, the Winchester family usually used the blood of earthly dragon beasts, which were not considered mixed-blood dragons. It was shocking that they were still able to utilize the seal. Based on this, the Winchester family concluded that the earthly dragon beasts were probably the descendants of some mixed-blood dragons and mortal creatures from a long time ago. The earthly dragon beast blood was not very precious, and its production was much higher than ambergris. Levi had plenty of it. The Seal of Dragon Might was a spiritual attack that could shock the enemy's mind and even directly attack the body of an imaginary creature like an evil spirit. It was the Winchester family's trump card, so their family was also known as the Spirit Exorcist family. Other than the Constantine family, the four great families had their specialties: evil spirits, monsters, and vampires. The Constantine family was more versatile and could participate in anything. Flame flow, hell, protection, dragon's might. Which one should I learn first? Levi muttered. Forget it, I'll learn them all. Then, I'll focus on whichever casting material is easier to collect. Levi immediately started to study hand gestures and cultivation techniques for seals. It's a pity that there's no meditation technique in the Spirit Exorcism Manual. If there was, I might be able to try practicing meditation techniques first to prepare to become a wizard. Although Levi had yet to become a wizard, from the various information he had collected and the descriptions in the Spirit Exorcism Manual, the three main foundations of wizard cultivation were meditation, which could train a wizard's spiritual power, and ether power, which was the source of energy for wizards to cast spells. Casting materials were the medium for wizards to cast spells. Not all seals needed casting materials. The third was the spell model, the foundation for mastering spells. The CPU processor transformed the power of ether into various spells. However, Levi was already delighted to be able to obtain the seal. He immediately began to study the hand gestures of the four great hand seals. From the initial awkwardness to the slight familiarity, Levi gradually understood everything. The knowledge regarding cultivating the four great seals was imprinted into his mind as time passed. Levi cultivated without rest or food. It was only when he was awakened by hunger that he realized that he had unknowingly been immersed in the cultivation of the seal for an entire day. He opened the proficiency panel, but there was not a single seal that he had learned yet. Looks like it's not enough. Perhaps, if I want to record it on the proficiency panel, I must use the casting materials and complete a successful casting. Otherwise, no matter how familiar I am with the hand seal, it won't be a successful casting, Levi muttered. He stood up and stretched his muscles. He planned to get his subordinates to collect the casting materials for him. So far, among the casting materials of the four great seals, from Levi's current perspective, he felt that the only one that could be collected was the Seal of Flames. Sulfur powder, a charcoal powder made from black dragon wood, and bone ash from a 100-year-old tomb. Magic gunpowder from another world. Levi found it a little funny. Gunpowder technology had not been invented, perhaps because saltpeter had not been discovered and refined yet. Levi had embarrassed the transmigrators by making explosives a necessary skill for transmigrators. As for the Seal of Draconic Might, apart from the earthly dragon beast's blood, it also required something called evil spirit dust, which was the powder left behind by dead evil spirits. The problem was that Levi had never seen an evil spirit other than Naiad. Whether he could defeat it was still a question, even if he encountered one. He could not obtain the evil spirit dust. If I could kill evil spirits with my bare hands, why would I need the Seal of Dragon Might? Levi was speechless. The Seal of Hell required the core of the undead, only undead creatures could produce. Levi had never heard of undead creatures before, though he had an idea. The snow demon appeared in the Evernight Kingdom in the far north. From the descriptions of the wandering knights lucky enough to return, the snow demon was most likely an undead creature. The seal of protection that Levi, a fan of the stacked armor style, wanted the most required pyroxene, a material similar to mithril and luminant gold, both products of meteorites from outer space. However, pyroxene was rarer than the two, so Levi had never heard of it. Without any materials, Levi could only temporarily put aside the seals and continue cultivating breathing techniques. A few days later, the materials for the Seal of Flames were finally ready, and Levi could finally try casting it. Chapter 74, Orange Red Flame, Tier 5 Sea Demon. Levi followed the recipe in the manual and completed the matching of the casting materials. Then, he put on the special iron gloves he had made, grabbed a small handful of casting materials, and placed them in his palm. Then, the hand seals changed, and Levi's hand seals were completed. He softly chanted the corresponding incantation and struck out with his palm. Psst! The casting materials were scattered all over the ground. Levi did not even see a spark, let alone a stream of flames. Can't I wear gloves? But what if I accidentally burn myself? Levi did not know if the seal would affect the caster, so he hesitated momentarily. Then I'll try wrapping my palm with black gas. Next, Levi's palm was filled with black snake energy. Now that Levi was a mid-level knight, the thickness of the black energy was different from before. It was common for him to snatch a white blade with his bare hands. Then, Levi made another hand seal and chanted the incantation again. The next moment, there was a hiss. It was as if he had ignited the fuse of gunpowder. Levi could vaguely feel a power from heaven and earth pouring into his head, arm, and then through his palm, causing the casting materials to burn and spurt out instantly. A foot-long stream of flame shot out from Levi's palm, emitting a red light like an electric welding machine. Moreover, Levi could feel that even if he did not use the black gas to protect his palm, the high temperature of the flames would not hurt his palm. Soon, the flame was extinguished. There was still a hint of warmth in the air. It's a success. From today onwards, I can be considered half a wizard. He quickly opened the proficiency panel. Sure enough, as he saw, a new skill appeared on the proficiency panel. Seal of Flame, Level 1, 1/1000. Ha 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 ha. Levi laughed loudly. As expected, the proficiency panel showed that he could even cultivate seals that required the bloodline of a wizard. Next to work on is the seal's proficiency level. The casting materials required for the Seal of Flames are not expensive. I'll set a small goal, to cultivate the seal to level 3 by the end of the year. Levi used the Seal of Flame to spray a stream of flames that swept across the ground, charring it black. The power of these flames was still extreme, but Levi's current attack range was too small, and the duration was too short. Unless it was close combat, it was tough to hurt people. Moreover, according to the manual, the Seal of Flame sped out 5 types of flames. The temperatures ranged from low to high. There were orange-red flames, yellow-white flames, azure-blue flames, purple flames, and colorless flames, which were of the highest realm. It was rumored that if one reached the realm of colorless flames, the power of the Seal of Flame was not inferior to that of an official wizard using the first ring spell Burning Palm. Levi practiced the Seal of Flames happily. He did not feel the pinch since the materials were easy to get. Levi's men had been robbing tombs for quite some time to obtain bone ash that was more than 100 years old. As for the casting materials for the other 3 seals, Levi had issued a commission in the Shining Tavern under different identities. Although he knew there was a high chance he would not get them, what if he got lucky? Blackwater Valley's cavalry construction was also full swing on the territory. The cavalry trained in a valley basin that Levi had carefully chosen to avoid being discovered by potential enemies. It was located in the hinterland of the Montenegro mountain range and was rarely visited by humans. The forging industry in the territory was also flourishing. To feed so many cavalrymen, the daily expenses were not small. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days and employed momentarily. This was unavoidable. As for diplomacy, 2 of Levi's neighbors, Silver Fox Baron of Silver Moon Territory, seemed to be doing a lot of construction within their territory. Moreover, they were very close to the church and had already become their vassal force. Abraham's new church was also completed. With the support of a large amount of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, a magnificent church rose from the ground. On the day of the official opening, Levi sent someone to send a congratulatory gift to Abraham. This made Abraham very happy and gave Levi a holy light blessing. Levi sneered in his heart. Although his current strength was not enough to resist the church, it was still easy for him to find an opportunity to kill Abraham and his night glimmer without anyone noticing. However, he had not done so yet. Not only had he not taken revenge, but he also expressed goodwill to the church. Other than not agreeing to his request to sell the land, he had satisfied everything else. For example, he even donated 100 gold coins to the church in his name. When the church needed labor, he even let some serfs in his territory help build the church for free. This made Abraham feel that Levi was very sensible. He believed the Blackwater Valley would belong to the church sooner or later. He wanted to obtain the Blackwater Valley so much because he had received a treasure map by chance. The treasure map showed that the treasure was in the Blackwater Valley. After reading the historical records, he found that the Blackwater Valley was the former Mellon family's fief, so the treasure map must be the Mellon family's treasure map. The Mellon family had a special meaning to the church. His intuition told him that the Blackwater Valley might have hidden the treasures and secrets of the Mellon family. However, if he did not become the Lord of Blackwater Valley, he would not be able to mobilize a large workforce and resources to search for them. However, Abraham was very patient. From his point of view, Levi's current goodwill toward the church meant that Levi was not doing well. There was a high chance he wanted to curry favor with him so that Blackwater Valley could sell for a reasonable price. Therefore, Abraham got the church branch in Icewind City to advance his plot to bestow Levi with a chapter of divine brilliance that could exorcise evil spirits. This badge was said to be the second generation of the previous badge of holy light and was even more potent against evil spirits. In Abraham's words, although this badge was made of iron, it was more precious than gold. This was the recognition of the church's loyalty to the Lord. Naturally, Levi was profoundly grateful and immediately paid this year's tax. Holding a small bag of heavy gold, the smile on Abraham's face widened. Thinking of Abraham, the horrible man, calling him brother, Levi's lips curled into a strange smile. The church, this money tree, was about to start earning money, so he would let the old dog be smug for a while longer. During the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of flowers, Levi opened his eyes in the shelter. On the surface of his heart, the black snake species raised its head arrogantly in the posture of a king. The frost wolf seed, the giant bear seed, the siren seed, and the man-faced spider seed were all prostrating beneath it. Among them, the siren seed was much more significant than before. The siren breathing technique has reached the 5th level. Chapter 75, Breathing Technique Fusion. Siren breathing technique, level 5, maximum, special effect, intermediate. Speed, bone shrinking transformation. So, the 5th level is the limit of the siren breathing technique. Levi felt the black gas from the siren seed entering his limbs. He quickly punched out. His fists were like phantoms, and each punch carried wind. Then, with a whip kick, the air seemed to crackle. My attack speed has increased quite a bit. Let's go test my running speed. Levi came to the venue where he had tested himself before. His entire body tensed up, and his back arched slightly like a cheetah with its eyes on an antelope. Then, with a bang, the black gas from the siren seed and the frost wolf seed burst out from his legs and core area. Levi turned into a blur. His current speed was much faster. 1, 2, 3, 4 seconds. In just 4 seconds, Levi had reached the finish line. Beginner speed is 100 meters in 5 seconds, intermediate speed is 100 meters in 4 seconds. It may seem like it's only reduced by 1 second, but it's a qualitative leap. The process of cultivating the breathing technique is to continuously transform the body and use the black gas to repeatedly break through the limits of the human body. Every second, even a millisecond, of progress is crucial. Levi panted slightly, feeling satisfied. The cheetah's fastest speed was less than 3 seconds for 100 meters. As long as his speed improved, he would be comparable to the king of sprinting in his previous life, the cheetah. 100 meters in 3 seconds was too fast for a mortal's eyes to capture. They could only see the after images of the cheetah's limbs. Other than the siren breathing technique during this cultivation period, the greatest breakthrough was the seal of flame. Seal of flame, Level 1, 300/1000. Although he was still at level 1, Levi's hand-forming speed had increased after a period of practice. This meant that his spellcasting speed had also increased. As his proficiency increased, his compatibility with the mysterious ether power in the world also increased. With every improvement in spellcasting, the scale of the flame flow expanded. Levi arrived in front of a large tree about a meter away from him. Then, he slapped his palm in the air, and a flame stream about a meter long gushed out like lava. The high temperature exploded. Boom! Half of the thick tree trunk was charred in the next moment. Levi turned it into ashes with a touch. The air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Levi blew out the white smoke in his palm. If the people from the church had discovered my attack, they would have thought I was a wizard. Therefore, this is my trump card. I can't let anyone know about it. Anyone who has seen this move of mine must be dead. Although Winchester said that since the first year of Holy Brilliance, the connection between the gods and the church has been decreasing, and there has been no miracle in the past 1,000 years, the foundation that the church has accumulated over thousands of years is still not something that a half-experienced exorcist like me can compare to. Even those powerful and mysterious wizards can only hide in the realm of the unbelievers to avoid being watched by the gods. With the gods around, I have to be even more low-key and cautious, Levi kept reminding himself. However, his strength was different now that he possessed the seal of flame. My hands are itching. I wonder if I can fight a Grand Knight now. No, I can't have such dangerous thoughts. It's more suitable for me to crush the opponent. Before the Duke of Montenegro and the Bird of Death's voice find trouble with me, I'll continue to develop quietly. It won't be too late to settle the score when I become a Grand Knight. It had been more than 8 years since the 1000th year of the Holy Brilliance calendar. He had also grown from a 10-year-old child to an 18-year-old adult. After reaching 1.9 meters tall, he grew very slowly. Although his body size was wildly exaggerated, many strength-type knights were even more outsized than him. The Black Snake secret medicine is almost gone. I've only reached 1/3 of the 5th level, and I must worry about ambergris again. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Black Snake Breathing Technique, Level 5, 8123/30,000, Special Effect. Intermediate Defense. Vortex Beast Breathing Technique, Level 2, 1000/5000, Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 3, 1011/10,000, Raging Bull Breathing Technique, Level 3, 3233/10,000. Man-Faced Spider Breathing Technique, Level 4, 12333/20,000. Special Effect, Beginner Vibrosensing, Spider Sensing. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 5, Maximum, Special Effect, Intermediate Speed, Bone Shrinking Transformation. Giant Bear Breathing Technique, Level 4, Maximum. Special Effect, Beginner Strength. Frost Wolf Breathing Technique, Level 4, Limit. Special Effect, Beginner. Speed, can be fused. I have 8 types of breathing techniques, Levi could not help but exclaim. Suddenly, he noticed a new option in the special effects section of the Frost Wolf breathing technique. With a thought, he clicked on the option Can be fused. Do you wish to merge the Frost Wolf breathing technique into the Siren breathing technique? After merging, Frost Wolf breathing technique will disappear, while Siren breathing technique's quality will increase slightly. When its quality reaches a certain level, Siren breathing technique will break through its limit. Note, the current fusion is limited to the fusion of the same type of skill. Note, the fusion will consume a certain amount of mental and physical strength. Please ensure that the fusion is done safely. This was possible. What should I do with the life seed after I merge with it? Will it improve me greatly? Levi muttered. However, the proficiency panel only gave a mechanical prompt and no follow-up. Forget it, I'll give it a try. This Frost Wolf breathing technique is too trashy, and its special effects overlap with Sirens. Let's fuse them. After Levi prepared all kinds of food and water, he began the fusion in the shelter. At the same time, Levi noticed something. The Frost Wolf seed and Siren seed in his heart started to move. Like a world-destroying demon, the Siren seed waved its 8 twisting tentacles wildly, tightly binding the Frost Wolf seed. The Frost Wolf's body kept shrinking. Ultimately, the Frost Wolf disappeared in an extremely unwilling and aggrieved mood. The Siren seed stretched its tentacles comfortably, looking satisfied after eating its fill. It also became fearless when facing the man-faced spiders it had been afraid of. However, the siren seed prostrated before the black snake seed circling high above. It recognized its status in the family. "I feel like these life seeds are alive," Levi said. He opened the proficiency panel again, and the frost wolf breathing technique had disappeared. The siren breathing technique had also changed. Siren breathing technique, level 5, maximum, breakthrough available, current progress 1/3, special effect, intermediate speed, bone shrinking transformation. A frost wolf breathing technique at the limit of the 4th level can only increase the breakthrough progress by 1 point. In other words, I still need 2 speed-type breathing techniques at the limit of the 4th level to break the limit. That's so cunning, Levi could not help but curse. Damn, the proficiency panel. In his previous life, he had completely understood the tricks of some pay-to-win online games. According to the nature of the system, as the quality of the breathing technique becomes higher and higher in the future, the number of powerful breathing techniques needed to break the limit will also increase. At the moment, it was not very useful. However, this would be very useful if Levi needed to break through the restrictions and upgrade to perfect or legendary breathing techniques. After all, perfect and legendary breathing techniques could only be encountered by luck. Levi did not expect to obtain them at all. However, he could collect a large number of shallow and excellent grades. As long as he learned enough breathing techniques, he would eventually be able to master them. Then he could create a legendary breathing technique himself. Perhaps even beyond legendary. Chapter 76, Golden Warhammer Tyra. During this period, Levi's other breathing techniques also improved. Especially the newly acquired Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique and Raging Bull breathing technique, both of which were at the 3rd level. Of the 2 breathing techniques, the Raging Bull breathing technique and the Giant Bear breathing technique were about the same. According to Levi's judgment, based on the diagram, he could only cultivate it to the 4th level. As for the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique, which was a non-bloodline breathing technique, it had 24 tiny figures on it. According to Levi's speculation, it should be able to be cultivated to the 5th level, which was about the same level as the siren breathing technique. The Vortex Beast breathing technique was the slowest progress, which had only broken through to the 2nd level. Even the most trashy breathing technique of such excellent quality was far more complicated than Frost Wolf and Giant Bear. Of course, the most important reason was that he lacked the Turbolarian secret medicine. Levi had to simultaneously take care of the Black Snake, Vortex Beast, Man-Faced Spider, Giant Rhinoceros, Raging Bull breathing techniques, and Golden Cross Slash. He was swamped. As for the Seal of Flames, he would only gather enough casting materials and focus on them then. He was less concerned about cultivating seals. Although it was tiring to live like this, the increase in strength brought by each breakthrough and the breaking of the limits of the human body made Levi genuinely intoxicated. As the Golden Cross Slash was not far from breaking through, Levi had specially taken a portion of the time he spent cultivating the breathing technique to allow the Golden Cross Slash to break through to level 5, and the special effect, Elementary Ripple, had become Intermediate Ripple. This allowed his strength to increase by another wave. After so many accumulations, Levi could no longer figure out his strength. Since Sir Fred was injured, no one in the territory could fight with Levi. Levi could only keep sparring with the 3 brothers. Now, with his eyes closed, he could play with the 3 brothers in the palm of his hand with his enhanced intermediate speed and beginner vibrosensing. It was not that the 3 brothers were too weak. Any of them had the strength of a low-level knight or even more remarkable. If they joined forces, even a middle-level knight would not be able to defeat them. Only a high-level knight could barely tie with them. The problem was that when Levi was a low-level knight, he could already defeat Iron Mountain, a high-level knight who practiced 2 breathing techniques. Now that he was a mid-level knight, he had many level 5 skills, including the Seal of Flames. In addition, he had a complete grasp of the 3 brothers' attacks to deal with them quickly. All in all, Levi's strength had been stacked to a terrifying level. It was just that he was too low-key and had never had the chance to show it. Originally, Levi wanted to find an opportunity to kill Abraham. However, after thinking about it, killing Abraham now would be a loss. The church had already been built, and the range of its radiation was not limited to places like Blackwater Valley, Frostwind Territory, Rock Hill, and Silver Moon Territory. In the northern region, there were many territories that the Church of Icewind City could not reach and some gathering places in the wilderness. They would all be the targets of Abraham's wealth. The means of accumulating wealth were donations from the nobles, taxes, monstrances, and a usury. It could be foreseen that the church's profits would only increase. Old dog, go on. The more you earn, the better. The taxes I pay you will be my savings. I will get it back sooner or later. He had already established a close relationship with Abraham, and even the church branch in Icewind City knew that Levi, a generous lord, had donated a lot of money and labor to the church. He had indirectly invested in the church's construction and considered himself a shareholder. He wanted to wait until the church was rich enough to change his identity. Then, he would snatch back everything Abraham had painstakingly built personally. Next, he would kill him to vent his anger and compensate for losing gold coins. At that time, the church would find it challenging to think that he was the one who did it. Levi planned happily. During the year 1008 Holy Brilliance calendar, month of flowing fire, everything in the territory operated orderly. Levi also kept asking about the changes in the outside world through the informants he had arranged in the Shining Tavern. The Bird of Death's voice was still silent. It had been so long since Iron Mountain had tried to assassinate him, but they had not sent any more potent assassins to assassinate Levi. They must have given up. There was no further investigation into the murderer who destroyed the Bird of Death's voice stronghold. After all, everyone in the defense died that day and was burned. The murderer did not leave anything behind, so how could they investigate? However, Levi did not let down his guard. This organization, still lingering around, could make a comeback anytime. He had to be on high alert. There was no news from the Duke of Montenegro either. After all, he was a Grand Duke at the top of the pyramid. He was busy every day. After many failed assassinations, he was either busy with other matters or forgot about planning a scheme that could kill Levi. In short, the current situation was as calm as stagnant water. Although it had been very peaceful during this period, Levi was not used to it. He felt that this was the last calm before the storm. He had this intuition since he dealt with the Wild-born Knight. A few years ago, the Wild-born Knight would personally go to trade, and if Levi did not deliver enough, he would complain. However, this year, the ones who traded with Levi and the others were the subordinates of the Wild-born Knight. This meant he was probably too busy to care about a small supplier like Levi. Judging from his subordinates' complacent expressions, perhaps the Wilderness Brotherhood had already accumulated enough strength and was just short of an opportunity to rise, Levi guessed. However, I already have a certain amount of power to protect myself. After all these years of development, Blackwater Valley's financial income was enough to support Levi's shops, military expenses, and the money that Levi had robbed. All in all, there were no financial woes. The 50-man fully armed cavalry team had also taken shape. In addition, the part-time militia team serving the cavalry had also expanded a little. The population of Levi's territory had also increased a lot, and the source was the serf market. Due to the extreme cold and the disaster of the snow demons, the refugees in the far north had moved south, causing the price of serfs to drop in recent years. Levi took the opportunity to buy a lot of them. His castle was even sturdier than before, and it was even equipped with an armor-breaking crossbow. As for the three brothers, they were getting stronger. In a few years, Levi could forge armor for the three brothers and make them absolute killing weapons on the battlefield. Like that, in a state of indifference, Blackwater Valley's overall and Levi's strengths were growing healthily and steadily. While Levi was cultivating, he upgraded his equipment set to version 3.0 after becoming a blacksmith master. He also began to forge blacksmith master level armor, weapons, and crossbows. This equipment would equip his army. He strove to let everyone in his army use the best equipment. At the end of the month of the furnace, with the unique effect of wind axe, Levi and the blacksmiths had a surplus of weapons. He took the blacksmith master knight's longsword that he had personally forged and left the Blackwater Valley under cover of the night, heading towards Icewind City. Now that he was strong enough, making a name for himself as a blacksmith master was time. He might be the only blacksmith master of this era. He had even thought of the name and title. Golden Warhammer Tyra. Chapter 77, Pyroacacine. Levi arrived at the Jade Chamber of Commerce in the year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the end of the month of the furnace, within the Icewind City. "Do you have ambergris?" Levi asked. The ambergris he had previously obtained was almost used up. He needed to replenish it to advance to a high-level knight the following year. Therefore, whenever he came to the Icewine City, he asked the Jade Chamber of Commerce if they had ambergris. No, don't bother asking within the next few years. Buying ambergris in the entire Emerald Kingdom, let alone in Icewine City, is difficult. The price of a bottle of ambergris on the black market has already risen to 300 gold coins. The problem is that there's no stock at all. We want to make money too. The boss had a helpless expression. Levi was puzzled. Had the damned White Horse Knight not broken through to legendary level yet? Wasn't there a rumor that the breakthrough failed? How many years has it been? With so much ambergris given to me, I might have already broken through to legendary level. However, despite his complaints, he did not dare to find trouble with the legendary figure of the royal family. The White Horse Knight's popularity in the Emerald Kingdom was only second to the Pope and the King. It even surpassed the old aristocrats like the Montenegro Knight. He was indeed a figure standing at the peak of the knight's status. There were even rumors that the old king might break the iron law of the eldest son's inheritance system for the sake of White Horse Knight. He would make an exception and pass the throne to his youngest son, White Horse Knight, who might become a legendary knight. He would use the prestige and strength of the legendary knight to ensure the long-term stability of his kingdom, deter the ambitious nobles and alien races, and get rid of the control of the church. Then do you have these materials here? Levi handed over a list of materials that he had prepared. The materials list included the materials Levi needed, the Turbolarian eggs, and even the breathing technique inheritance map. In short, there was everything. However, he did not have much hope. These materials were too rare. Sure enough, the boss shook his head after seeing it. We don't have the breathing technique inheritance diagram, as the big bosses of the Chamber of Commerce don't allow us to sell such a thing. The other materials are not a problem. We still have some earth dragon blood and a small piece of mithril, but the Earl of Silver Mountain has reserved it. We don't have any luminant gold. We haven't heard of the evil spirit dust, core of the undead, or Turbolarian egg. And finally, pyroxene? What is this? The boss asked confusedly. Well, as the name suggests, it's probably a shimmering stone, like a meteorite that fell from the sky. Levi did not expect that even the Jade Chamber of Commerce boss had never heard of pyroxene. It seemed that this casting material was unpopular. I do have some glowing stones here. They also fell from the sky. They're called nightstone. Let me take a look. Levi's heart skipped a beat. The boss asked his men to look around and finally took out a stone the size of a human head covered in dust. He wiped the dust with a cloth, and the stone's surface emitted a faint list. The light was even more apparent after the boss closed the door and window. The color was like the glow of fireflies. This is the nightstone. It's the closest to the pyroxene you mentioned. It's a collection passed down by a noble. If you want it, take it for 200 gold coins, said the boss indifferently. It's too expensive, 100 gold colds. The boss called the servants over and asked in a low voice, how much is the price of this nightstone? The servant whispered, 20 gold coins. Then, the boss walked out and coughed. 100 it is. I'll sell it at the cost price. This is a friendship price. Levi's hearing was excellent, and with his beginner vibrosensing, he could hear his whispers in the other room. He thought he still was poor at bargaining. He should have known that there was no unified market price, whether it was nightstone or pyroxene. However, he still bought it for 100 gold coins because this stone the size of a human head was the pyroxene he needed. Give me some earth dragon blood to go along with it. This thing is so ancient. If not me, you wouldn't be able to sell it, Levi said calmly. At the same time, he inadvertently emitted the aura of a mid-level knight. The boss, who was about to refuse, changed his expression. He was also a low-level knight and knew Levi was an expert. All right, are you a wandering knight? I wonder if you want to join my Jade Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce lacked powerful mercenaries the most, and they hoped to recruit powerful mercenaries like Levi to protect the caravan. I won't consider it for the time being. Levi declined. Then, he carried the pyroxene and earth dragon blood wrapped in sackcloth and left. He then went to the library in Icewine City and bought some books that introduced the local customs and language of the Tuva Empire. Then, he arrived at the usual place, the Shining Tavern. He ordered a glass of blood wine to commemorate the Blood Nights. The scarlet wine slid down his throat. Levi smelled the familiar smell of the tavern. As usual, he first asked about breathing techniques. Recently, no one had come to sell breathing techniques, let alone the giant breathing technique that Levi had considered. As for Levi's other requests, such as the Turbularian egg and the evil spirit dust, he had no news. He was not too disappointed. If rare materials were so easy to find, they would not be rare. Moreover, it was already a pleasant surprise for him to obtain a human head-sized pyroxene during his trip to Icewind City. That was enough for him to use for a long time. After all, the seal of protection only needed a fingernail-sized powder. Levi's most important goal in coming to the Icewind City this time was to make the first shot on his path as a blacksmith master. He went straight to where the auction was entrusted and took out the masterpiece he had carefully selected. It was a knight's longsword made of ordinary refined iron. However, this knight's longsword was not ordinary. It represented the highest quality of longswords that could be forged with the materials of this era. Therefore, the moment he took it out, the texture, appearance, and artistry immediately attracted the eyes of the appraiser from the shining auction house. This time, Levi wore a golden mask. He quietly watched as the appraiser flipped the longsword he had forged repeatedly. Ultimately, the appraiser found a knight's longsword forged from flaming hammer from the auction's collection. He compared the two swords together for a long time. During this period, several experienced blacksmiths were invited over. In the end, these people were shocked to find that the longsword provided by the man with the golden mask was almost as good as the one forged by the legendary blacksmith, Flaming Hammer Hagrid, in artistry and skill. Only the style of the two was slightly different. "Sir, did you forge this sword yourself? May I ask for your name?" the appraiser of the auction house asked in an agitated voice. "Of course, I forged it. My name? Golden Warhammer." Chapter 78, Large Sums. Golden Warhammer Terra. The appraiser and blacksmiths looked at each other. They had never heard of such a person. As a blacksmith master, he must not be so unknown if he could advance to such a level. However, they confirmed with each other's eyes that it was indeed someone they had never heard of before. "Sir Tyra, are you going to auction off this master-level knight's longsword that you spent countless efforts to forge?" the president of the Shining Auction House asked respectfully. Not only was Sir Tyra's forging technique superb, but his strength was also not to be underestimated. He was very likely to be from a large faction. The president was extremely cautious. After all, how could a blacksmith be nurtured without the support of significant power? It required a lot of iron, money, and a rare talent in forging. It had been long since a blacksmith master appeared after the Flaming Hammer's death. That was why they paid so much attention to the Golden Warhammer Terra. "That's right. I want to auction it. In addition, I want to form a partnership with your auction house. From now on, I'll auction a batch of master weapons and equipment that I forge here monthly," Levi said. He planned to release some of them in batches but not too many at a time. After all, even if he were a blacksmith master, the production would not be slow. If he released too much, it would be easy to be suspected. Moreover, the rarer something was, the more valuable it was. If he released too much at once, it would quickly cause his value as blacksmith master to depreciate. Gradually building up his reputation was better. Good, good, good. Sir Tyra, it's an honor to be able to cooperate with you. I'll apply to the higher UPS to express our sincerity in the auction. In the future, when Sir Tyra comes to the Shining Tavern, we'll give you a free entrance ticket, and we'll also give you a corresponding discount on the auction handling fee. However, before signing the contract, we need to conduct a necessary assessment of Sir Tyra. This assessment's purpose is only to confirm that Sir Tyra forged the knight's longsword. There is no malice or disrespect to it. I hope Sir Tyra doesn't mind." Naturally, Levi agreed. He had forged his own pieces bit by bit, so he was not afraid of being tested. The auction house brought him to a private blacksmith shop in the Shining Tavern. Then, he deliberately slowed down his forging pace and efficiency, imitating an average blacksmith. He forged a knight's longsword that was the same as before and named it, Autumn. Together with the first sword, which he named Lake Light, both were handed over to the auction house. In the end, Levi's forging skills convinced the skeptical workers. They could not help but applaud and sign the contract with Levi on the spot. Levi could be considered to have found a stable sales channel for his future forgings. If he could make a name for himself, with the Shining Tavern's stable channel covering the entire continent, the Wild-born Knight would be dispensable. Levi could then consider settling the score with the Wild-born Knight. Old Toby must have gained experience from the Wild-born Knight, and it was time for him to go home. At night, the Shining auction was held as scheduled. There was no breathing technique or precious materials that Levi wanted among the items auctioned this time. He stayed here to see whether the longsword he forged would sell well. After a while, Levi's knight's longsword was brought up to the stage by the auctioneer. The beautiful auctioneer had a graceful figure and raised her voice. Next, let me introduce the knight's longsword forged by the exclusive blacksmith master of this auction, Sir Terra, the Golden Warhammer, the Lake, Light and Autumn. These two knight's longswords are forged from fine iron. Sir Terra forged it after 21 days of painstaking efforts and thousands of tempering. In terms of quality, they are on par with the legendary blacksmith master Flaming Hammers. The people below were in an uproar as soon as she finished speaking. What is it? Blacksmith master? Are there still blacksmith masters in this era? A bearded blacksmith said in a low voice, who is Golden Warhammer? As an official blacksmith, I've never heard of him in the industry. He must be a liar. Many people did not believe him at all. This beautiful auctioneer had taken out a longsword forged from Flaming Hammer. She had also randomly selected many knight-level powerhouses or official blacksmiths from the guests present to grasp the quality of the knight's longswords. The bearded blacksmith was also invited to the stage. After a round of comparison, these people found that the quality of these two swords was not much different from the sword of the Flaming Hammer. The bearded blacksmith's spirit perked up. It's impossible to judge the quality of a knight's sword just by its appearance. Since it's a long sword, it should be tested in actual combat. The beautiful auctioneer was not angry because of the distrustful bearded man. Instead, she smiled and said, "Since this gentleman is also a blacksmith, why don't you take out the longsword you forged and Lake Light forged by Sir Golden Warhammer and let the two knights here have a real battle?" Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Immediately, countless gazes focused on the bearded man. He coughed. He was in a dilemma, so he could only bite the bullet and say, "Let's try. Who's afraid?" Then, Lake Light and the sword forged by the bearded man were handed over to two official knights with similar strength, and they began to fight on the stage. Ping, 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 pa, pa, pa. For a moment, everyone watched a free and exciting swordsmanship competition at the auction house. In the end, with a cracking sound, there seemed to be a crack. Everyone responded and looked over. The sword forged by the bearded man had unknowingly bent, and even invisible cracks appeared on the blade. How is this possible? The bearded man was in disbelief. Lake Light is not made of ordinary refined iron. I think it's made of mithril. This is cheating. He continued to argue. The auction house did as he wished and carried out the test. When the final test was done, the result was 100% refined iron without mithril. Backstage, Levi sneered in his heart. He would not have sold the sword if it were fused with mithril. Finally, everyone had to admit that the knight's longsword was extraordinary. The bearded man left the auction hall with his sword while the auctioneer smiled. Although it was made of the same material, this longsword had reached the peak of perfection. It could cut through iron as if it was mud. If it were an ordinary knight's longsword, its blade would not take long to be damaged. The difference between the quality of the swords caused Levi's knight's longsword to be sold for 50 gold coins in total. Lake Light was sold for 30 gold coins, and the Autumn was sold for 20. A typical knight's longsword was only worth about 1 gold coin. The price difference was extreme. Even if the quality of this longsword was much higher than ordinary longswords, it was not worth 30 gold coins. The premium was mainly because of the title of blacksmith master. Many nobles and knights talked about owning a knight's longsword forged by a blacksmith master. This could be seen from their enthusiasm for the Flaming Hammer. However, the Flaming Hammer was someone from a long time ago. The works he left behind were scattered throughout the kingdom, and there was not enough to share. Therefore, the price kept rising. Moreover, iron products would rust and rust, so the newer the sword, the higher its value. Levi looked at everything satisfactorily and received his share of the gold coins. The staff of the Shining Auction said, Sir Tyra, many nobles and knights want to contact you through us and ask you to customize swords. I don't have time, so I won't customize it individually, Levi said. What if they pay you large sums? The staff member asked. Then, that's fine, but we can't have too many people. You can do as you see fit. Anyway, I'll leave my forged items to you. As for whether it's an auction or a custom order, I don't care, Levi said. Then, he left the Shining Tavern in a hurry. And the news of a new blacksmith master quickly spread throughout Icewine City. He believed that as time passed, the name of the Golden Warhammer Terra would spread throughout the entire Emerald Kingdom through the bards and emites. Levi found a small inn in Icewine City and stayed there temporarily. He took out the books on the language and customs of the Tuva Empire that he bought and began to read. After flipping through it once, Levi opened his proficiency panel. There isn't anything. His face darkened. In the end, Levi repeatedly tried many books. It was confirmed that his dream of quickly mastering the Tuva language through experience had been shattered. However, he still decided to make a trip to the Tuva Empire in person, hoping to obtain enough ambergris in one go to break through to the Grand Knight level. However, that would require a guide. Chapter 79, Gold, Evil Spirit, Fist of the Empire. 1. Levi began preparing after being sure he was going to the Tuva Empire. Although the Tuva Empire was a neighboring country, it should be thousands of miles from the Emerald Kingdom. Finding a guide who could speak the Tuva language was one thing. Besides that, Levi naturally wanted to understand more about the Tuva Empire's local customs. There was also the necessary poison, healing medicine, casting materials, and food supplies. They all needed time to prepare. Levi was about to go out to the northernmost part of the Northern Territory, Montenegro Mountain City. It was a bigger and more majestic city than Icewine City, with a permanent population of nearly 500,000. The owner of this city was the most experienced of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry and possibly the most powerful Montenegro knight. The Montenegro Mountain Castle was located in the center of the city. It towered into the sky and was even more majestic than the Church of Holy Light outside the city. In the city, the most magnificent building was the church. The Black Snake Castle's army was heavily guarded. Black Whale guards patrolled the city, and an army personally led by the Duke of Montenegro was stationed in Montenegro Mountain City. Since the establishment of the Emerald Kingdom, there have been many dukes, but most of them have declined with the evolution of history. The Montenegro mountain family was naturally not simple since it could be passed down to this day. The Duke of Montenegro was a middle-aged man who looked elegant and easygoing. He was tall, slender, stylish, and solid. However, he did not look reckless. Instead, he had an exquisite and scholarly air. He was looking at a map in his bedroom. It was a map of the Emerald Kingdom. Many territories were marked on it, such as Stormy Hill in the Blue Ocean Province and Tulip Hill in the Lush Forest Province. "Father, I'm back." Outside the door, a tall, beautiful, and elegant young lady dressed in a noble hunting suit alighted from her horse. She was the youngest daughter of the Duke of Montenegro, who should also be Madame Edward now. Her husband was the famous White Horse Knight. "Why are you back?" The Duke of Montenegro put away the map and opened the door. He frowned as he looked at his daughter. The younger daughter said, "I missed you and wanted to return to see you." "Can't I?" The Duke of Montenegro asked casually, "Where's Edward? What has he been busy with recently?" The younger daughter complained, "Don't ask. I don't see him much. He always uses the excuse of cultivating breathing techniques to brush me off, even if it's just for a walk. It's not good to marry Prince Charming, especially when he's just a little prince. He's a blockhead who doesn't know anything other than cultivation. He's powerful, but his scheming brothers and sisters always ostracize him." The Duke of Montenegro kept silent. He noticed his younger daughter was carrying a knight's longsword and commented, "This sword is not bad. Father, this is my birthday gift to you. It's Lake Light, a longsword made by the legendary blacksmith master, Sir Terra, the Golden Warhammer. My knight bought it from another collector at a high price." The Duke of Montenegro took the sword from his daughter's hand, looked at it, and said, "Indeed, not bad. This is from the hands of a master. Interesting. There's finally another blacksmith master in this world? Golden Warhammer. I've never heard of him." He removed his sword and removed a small golden box from his bedroom. It was carved with beautiful patterns, with a lovely, noble lady in a sea of flowers. It was beautiful. The Duke of Montenegro told his younger daughter, "This is a medicine I obtained from a top-notch pharmaceutical master. It's the Holy Spirit potion. To prevent the medicinal effect from evaporating, seal it with gold. It would be best if you gave this box of medicine to Edward. Edward must open it personally when he is cultivating alone. Remember, the medicine within might help him break through to legendary level. Of course, there's no guarantee of that. Please tell Edward not to have too much hope. In any case, there's no harm to him trying. After all, even with Edward's talent, it would be tough for him to break through to the legendary level without relying on external items. But no matter what, the medicine is highly precious. I am old, and my vitality was declining. I was no longer at my peak and had no hope of breaking through. I could only place my hopes on a good son-in-law like Edward. If he successfully breaks through, it will be great for you and our Montenegro mountain family." "All right, father. I'll bring it to him." The younger daughter accepted it without overthinking. After exchanging pleasantries with her father, the younger daughter left the manor. The Duke of Montenegro smiled. He believed Edward would be pleasantly surprised when he opened the golden box. Then, he took out his sword Lake Light. Wisps of black gas were injected into the long sword, and the long sword buzzed. "It is indeed a good sword. I must use such a blacksmith." Thinking of this, the Duke of Montenegro summoned one of his knights. A powerful aura could be felt with the thick and heavy plate armor, the exaggerated serrated heavy sword, the dull iron helmet, and the single eye under the helmet. The Knight of Montenegro said confidently, "Shark-Tooth Knight, I only want you to do 3 things when you lead your team to Icewine City." The knight respectfully lowered his head and said, "Sir, please speak." "First, find the whereabouts of Knight Horton. Even if the journey was far, he should have finished what I asked him to do and returned. However, if he hasn't, he has betrayed me or met with misfortune. No matter the situation, I want to see him. Dead or alive." Chapter 80, Gold, Evil Spirit, Fist of the Empire. 2. Second, help me invite the blacksmith master Golden Warhammer Tyra, who appeared in Icewine City, to Montenegro City. It would be best if you asked him back before the other lords. A legendary blacksmith master is highly strategic to my plans. If he disagrees, kidnap him by force. Don't hurt his hands and feet. I have my ways to make him work for me. Third, go to Blackwater Valley and visit my old friend's son, Baron Levi. He has given me many surprises during this period. I want to know what happened to this child. If he is already dead, then forget it. Finally, for this operation, don't bring anyone else. Just go outside and find some mercenaries," said the Duke of Montenegro. "Yes, sir. I will not fail you." Shark-Tooth Knight turned around and left to prepare for the long journey. He had advanced to a Grand Knight last year. He was the secret trump card of the Duke of Montenegro and had been hidden for many years. The Duke of Montenegro was most at ease when he was the one to act. As for the Bird of Death's voice, the Duke of Montenegro finally understood. Ever since the death of the Thousand-Faced Knight, this organization was nothing but a motley crew. Many years ago, Pale Shadow had invited him to become a shadow assassin, but he had rejected it. He was the Duke of Montenegro, so how could he have the time to play a game of killers? After doing all this, 2 small golden balls appeared in Montenegro's palm. He kept playing with them. He remembered the gift he had given Edward. He could not help but smile. Who in the world would have thought that the thing sealed in this tempting gold would be the legendary terrifying evil spirit? Some time ago, the Duke of Montenegro found an ancient tomb while mining in his territory. He even found a box of gold products in the grave. They were of different shapes and sizes. He discovered that evil spirits were sealed in these gold products through the warning left behind by the tomb's owner. There were both strong and weak evil spirits, and the weak ones were at the level of Grand Knights. The strongest evil spirit king was even a legendary knight. He gave the White Horse Knight the most potent evil spirit, Dream Fairy Alice. According to the records of the tomb's owner, this evil spirit had wreaked havoc many times. Because of it, several large aristocratic families were destroyed. As long as the White Horse Knight opened it, it would cause massive chaos in the capital, even if he was okay. After half a month of preparation, Levi was ready to go on a long journey. He found a place to hide the pyroxene he had bought and only brought a small piece. Carrying such a large amount of pyroxene on this extended trip was too inconvenient. With the help of the Shining Tavern, Levi contacted a wandering merchant who often traveled between the Tuva Empire and the Emerald Kingdom. This merchant was also a wandering knight, like Groff. However, his main business was not ambergris. Levi spent 20 gold coins to hire this knight as his guide. They rode their horses and carried sufficient supplies, heading towards the Tuva Empire. Levi had informed Fred in advance about his departure this time, so he was not worried that Fred would worry about him at home. This wandering merchant was called Doug, and his nickname was Wild Dog Knight. Such a vulgar nickname was ubiquitous in the world of wandering knights. The Wild Dog Knight said, "Your Excellency White Wolf, when we arrive at the Tuva Empire, we should try not to conflict with the people there. The Tuva people are tough and brave, so try not to provoke them." Levi was his big client, who had changed into the White Wolf mask. After all, the Golden Warhammer Terra became quite famous, especially in the Icewind territory. Some people with ill intentions might want to harm him, so he had to be careful. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Just lead the way," Levi said. Along the way, the two would travel during the day and find a place to rest at night. Levi would hide in a safe place to cultivate breathing techniques. The cultivation efficiency was not high since he had no secret medicine for the black snake breathing technique and the vortex beast breathing technique. Levi prioritized the giant rhinoceros, raging bull, and man-faced spider breathing techniques. Half a month later, they arrived at the Tuva Empire. A month later, at the end of the month of Wheatfield, they finally arrived at a city in the Tuva Empire, Kara City. However, he heard from Doug that no ambergris existed in Kara City. They had to go to the sacred city of Lantis by the sea if they wanted ambergris. That was the capital of the Tuva Empire, the most fertile land. Ambergris was not the most valuable treasure in there. This piqued Levi's interest, and they traveled for another half a month. They finally arrived at the Tuva Empire's sacred city of Lantis at the end of the month of harvest. Sigh, it's inconvenient to travel in this other world. On the way, Levi's raging bull breathing technique was almost at level 4, the giant rhinoceros breathing technique's progress bar was more than half full, and the man-faced spider breathing technique was getting closer to level 5. Soon, a new batch of breathing techniques would be cultivated to their maximum levels. Levi was gratified. Chapter 81, Gold, Evil Spirit, Fist of the Empire. However, generally, many things are still delayed. No matter what, I have to bring more ambergris back this time. Not long after, Levi and the Wild Dog Knight arrived at the gate of the Holy City. Looking at the magnificent city in front of him, the Wild Dog Knight clicked his tongue in admiration. The view of the Holy City by the sea is too magnificent. Every time I look at this huge city, I feel small. Li Wei did not feel anything. In his previous life, there were many cities that were bigger than the Holy City. As the largest city in the Tuva Empire, the Holy City had a population of 2 million. However, the Holy City was divided into 3 districts, the Outer City, the Middle City, and the Inner Urban Area. Most of the residents of the Holy City lived in the Outer City, which was crowded like slums. The Middle City was where the small nobles and wealthy merchants of the Tuva Empire lived, while the Inner City was where the high-ranking officials and the royal family lived. Both of them did not have a pass, but this Wild Dog Knight was indeed resourceful. He found a way to let them enter the city. It was a circus that was going to participate in the 300th anniversary of the Holy City. The leader of the circus was a plump noble. The Wild Dog Knight took out a few Tuva gold coins and successfully bribed the leader. Both of them went to the team behind the circus. There were some beautiful ladies dressed scantily and smoking tobacco. They were all circus staff. The circus was already used to bringing people into the city. "Put on your makeup and don't talk later," a golden-haired lady with oil paint on her face said to Li Wei. She was sitting on a cage that contained a ferocious beast. Inside the cage was a huge scorpion-tailed tiger. When this ferocious beast matured, it was as difficult to deal with as an official knight. Although it was not a match for the northern giant bear, it was almost as strong as a low-level knight. This scorpion-tailed tiger was the signature and treasure of their circus. This blonde lady was the scorpion-tailed tiger's beast tamer. Li Wei took the oil paint and applied it to his face. He was also a beast tamer, and he had the special effect of Heart of the Wild. He could sense the hostility the scorpion-tailed tiger had toward him. When the scorpion-tailed tiger saw a stranger like Li Wei, it immediately became alert. It bared its fangs at Li Wei and aimed its tail at him like a poisonous scorpion. The golden-haired lady didn't stop him. She looked at everything with interest. After all, the scorpion-tailed tiger was in the cage, so it wouldn't cause any danger. Li Wei did not move when he saw that a beast was actually hostile towards him. He only clenched his fists, causing cracking sounds to ring out. His eyes were fierce as he stared at the scorpion-tailed tiger. The beast looked into Li Wei's eyes. The beast's perception was very sharp. It saw Li Wei's pupils turn into vertical slits at that moment, staring at it like a poisonous snake, emitting a cold aura. On Li Wei's chest, a black snake coiled and danced wildly. The sea demons, giant bears, and man-faced spiders below him danced wildly, their flames soaring into the sky. These legendary ferocious beasts seemed to have come alive. Oh, the scorpion-tailed tiger suddenly cowered. It crouched in the cage, curled up in a corner, and trembled. "Miss, take care of your kitten," Li Wei said calmly. The golden-haired lady suddenly realized that her scorpion-tailed tiger seemed to be cowering. It was afraid. Is it afraid of this person? She looked suspiciously at the burly youth who did not look very old. Although he wasn't a knight, he was able to make a fierce beast that was comparable to a knight so afraid. Didn't this mean that this young man was a very powerful knight? Instantly, that playful attitude disappeared. Along the way, she did not even dare to look Li Wei in the eye. After successfully entering the city with the circus, Li Wei discovered that there were many soldiers patrolling outside the city. It seemed that they were preparing for the 300-year grand ceremony in a month. What a coincidence! It just so happens that the holy city is at its busiest. The wild dog knight looked happy. However, Li Wei knew the purpose of this trip. Ambergris was a must. Other than that, he also had to collect as many breathing techniques, turbularian egg, and evil spirit dust as possible. The more, the better. After parting ways with the circus, the wild dog knight brought Li Wei to the largest chamber of commerce in the holy city. "Do you have ambergris?" the wild dog knight asked. The staff of the chamber of commerce nodded. "Yes, 1 bottle costs 100 tuva dollars. There are 5 bottles left. How many do you need?" Li Wei frowned. The price was not bad. Converted to the standard gold coins of the Emerald Kingdom, it was about 200 gold coins per bottle. It was much cheaper than the ones in the kingdom. The kingdom had sold it for 300 gold coins, but it was still impossible to buy it. However, there were only 5 bottles, this was not enough. It wasn't easy for him to come here, but taking only 5 bottles would be a loss. "I want all 5 of them. Are there any more?" Li Wei made the wild dog knight ask the staff. "If you want more, in the shortest duration, you'll have to wait for a month. In a month's time, there will be a traditional beast fighting performance at the Holy City ceremony. At that time, the Holy City's guardian god, the Fist of the Empire, will perform killing earthly dragon beasts with his bare hands in the Colosseum. After that, a batch of ambergris will be handed over to our Chamber of Commerce for sale." Chapter 82, The Power of the Seal of Protection. The Fist of the Empire. Even Levi had heard of this person. The reason was that he was too famous, almost like a White Horse Knight. No, he was more famous than the White Horse Knight. This was because he had become a symbol and guardian of the Tuva Empire and the Holy City. Although he was not a legendary knight, he was more powerful than them. Such a person was only a step away from becoming a legend. Therefore, for someone like him, killing the earthly dragon beasts with his bare hands was not a problem. Levi also wanted to meet the true experts other than his father. He asked the staff again but was told that there was no such thing as a turbularian egg. This kind of secret medicine material was too unpopular. It was likely that only the vortex beast breathing technique needed it. As for the core of the undead and evil spirit dust, the staff had never heard of them before. This was normal. These were all casting materials, so it was within Levi's expectations that he could not buy them. As for the breathing technique, it was the same as the Jade Chamber of Commerce. They didn't sell it. Levi could tell that no matter which country he was in, breathing techniques were not allowed to be sold on the surface. He could probably only buy them from the black market. Levi asked the wild dog knight to pay 500 tuva coins to buy the ambergris. He had exchanged it with gold coins in the black market before he came. This time, Levi did not bring much money with him. He planned to find a place to live in seclusion in the holy city for a while, thinking of ways to earn money while buying ambergris for cultivation. He would not return to the territory for the time being. In any case, ordinary enemies would not pose any threat to the territory. To Levi, the territory was just a money-making tool. Now that he was a craftsman, he was less dependent on the territory. Besides the Duke of Montenegro, Levi did not have any enemies. If a top-notch Grand Knight like the Duke of Montenegro went to find trouble with him, he might be in danger even in his territory. With the help of the Wild Dog Knight, he successfully found a place in the middle urban area to stay. A month's rent in this area was enough for the civilians in the outer city to rent for a year. Soon after, he collected the other ingredients for the Black Snake secret medicine and concocted it. Then, he immediately began to cultivate the breathing technique. Time was power, and Levi did not want to waste a single second. Levi also asked the Wild Dog Knight to help him find a small blacksmith shop for rent in the outer city, and the knight managed to find one that cost 1 tuva per month. This way, it would be more convenient for him to earn some money while cultivating. He only had 1,000 tuva coins left. Although he was definitely considered rich in the holy city, it was only enough for Levi to buy 10 bottles of ambergris. His plan this time was to bring back dozens of bottles. It was definitely not possible for him not to make money. These days, it was very lively outside because of the preparations for the grand ceremony. There was a feeling of celebration. However, Levi did not care at all. He did not step out of the door and quietly cultivated in his residence. 5 days later, the Raging Bull breathing technique broke through to level 4. Just as Levi had expected, the level 4 Raging Bull breathing technique was already the limit. Levi. Bull breathing technique, level 4, maximum. Special effect, beginner strength. Levi felt that his strength had increased slightly. He couldn't help but shake his head. What a trashy cultivation technique. I'd better look forward to the giant rhinoceros breathing technique. After all, that technique should be able to break through to level 5. 15 days later, the giant rhinoceros breathing technique reached level 4. As expected, level 4 was not the giant rhinoceros breathing technique's limit. Levi. Giant rhinoceros breathing technique, level 4, 1/20,000. Special effect. Beginner strength. I should be able to cultivate it to level 5. At that time, I'll strengthen the giant bear and the barbaric bull for the giant rhinoceros to prepare for the breakthrough. Levi was in a good mood. Apart from the limits of these two breathing techniques, Levi's black snake breathing technique, with the help of the newly obtained black snake secret medicine, had once again experienced a huge increase in proficiency. As long as the black snake secret medicine was kept up, he should be able to reach level 6 by the end of this year or the beginning of next year and advance to a high-level knight. His black snake aura had already covered his chest. In this way, his chest would have a 5th layer of defense other than the cloth armor, scale armor, chain mail, and heart armor. The 5 layers of armor? Who could break his defense? Levi was satisfied. In the past few days, he had also allowed the Wild Dog Knight to collect the materials needed to cast the seal of protection in the holy city. Now it was time to experiment. Levi quickly formed a hand seal and threw out a shimmering casting material. Bang! Levi felt a mysterious power pouring into his head and then spreading out through his entire body. At the same time, the released material, which was mainly composed of pyroxene, shone brightly. The powder began to envelop Levi's surroundings. Faint white light formed lines from dots, and lines formed surfaces. It quickly formed a bell-like shield around Levi's body. Levi reached out to touch the shield and found that he could reach out. It can't be that it's ineffective, right? At the same time, Levi had prepared a mechanism in advance, one that was capable of throwing a rock at him. Levi was also prepared inside the shield. If the shield did not work, he would instantly break the rock. Bang! The rock hit the shield. The impact shook it, but the shield didn't break. It succeeded. Levi looked at the rock that had fallen to the ground and cracked under the shield. This defense is not bad. I just don't know if it can withstand the attack of an official knight. However, it's already very good to have such an effect even though I've just entered level 1. After all, I mainly want to use this shield to resist the evil spirit's strange attacks. To resist physical attacks, I can mainly rely on the black gas and armor. Very good. Now that I have stacked 6 layers of armor, who can instantly kill me? Levi was satisfied and felt a sense of security. 5 seconds later, the shield automatically dissipated. On Levi's stats window, the seal of protection appeared. Levi. Seal of protection, level 1, 1/1000. According to the manual, the duration and defensive power of the shield would increase with the cultivation of the cultivator. Of course, it was also related to the density of the bloodline. In general, the seal of protection was divided into 3 layers. The first layer was pure white protection. The second layer was bright silver protection. The third layer was the golden protection. Levi's white protective barrier was only at its weakest level. If one reached the golden protection realm, they would be physically invulnerable and magically invulnerable to evil spirits. Winchester's ancestor had once reached this level. This was also Levi's goal. As the materials he brought to the Tuva Empire were limited, Levi did not waste the proficiency of the pyroxene seal of protection. The casting materials he had on him now should be enough to cast seal of protection 10 times and seal of flame 20 times. It was enough to be his trump card. Levi believed that even in the Tuva Empire's holy city, where experts were as common as clouds, there should be only a handful of people who could make him use the seal. Moreover, he would not take the initiative to cause trouble. After all, this was the holy city. Although he was strong, the city was guarded by the fist of the empire. He could not afford to cause trouble. I'm almost done cultivating. I should go and forge some weapons and sell them in the Shining Tavern. After Levi finished stretching his muscles and bones, he quietly left the house. In a place as big as the holy city, there was naturally a branch of the Shining Tavern. Levi had previously become a noble member of the Shining Tavern through the identity of the Golden Warhammer, so he knew the location of the Shining Tavern in the holy city. Not long after, Levi arrived at the outer urban area and found a group of people gathered in front of his blacksmith shop. Who are you? Where did old Hank go? He should pay the protection fee. The leader of the crowd, who had a scar on his face, narrowed his eyes and said impatiently. Chapter 83, The Bloody Hand Boss. Old Hank. This was the name of the previous owner of the blacksmith shop, from whom Levi had rented it. No wonder this old fellow stopped operating and the rent is so low. It's because of these people that he can't continue operating. Levi's heart skipped a beat. The outer urban area was too chaotic. The gangs were in power, and the security officers of the holy city did not care much. In fact, the city was in chaos. On one hand, they didn't have the ability to interfere. On the other hand, they probably didn't want to interfere. They could only let the low-class people in the outer city continue to fall into meaningless internal strife. In the midst of internal strife, they would be constantly troubled by all kinds of small conflicts and be bullied by superficial enemies, such as gangs. Only by keeping these commoners, who made up the majority of the population in the holy city, ignorant and exhausted, could the upper class of the middle city and the heavenly dragon tribe in the inner city better control this city and even this country. Compared to the city that Levi lived in, the outer city was really chaotic and smelly. Along the way, Levi had already seen several waves of gang fights and demands of protection fees in the streets and alleys. He did not expect to encounter such a thing when he just arrived. He was really unlucky. I'm the new tenant here. You should go to old Hank for the protection fee instead. I've already paid the rent, Levi said in slightly broken Tuva. After this period of practice, he had almost mastered the basics of the Tuva language. Huh? A foreigner. The scarred man sneered, but he didn't care too much. The outer urban area was mixed with people from all over the place. Every day, there would be many different kinds of stowaways, eager to integrate into this dream chaser city. Many of the members of the Bloody Hand gang were foreigners. I don't care if you're a tenant or not. This alley is our Bloody Hand gang's territory. If you operate here, you have to pay protection fees. Protection fee, hurry up. The scarred man clenched his fists and looked at Levi with ill intentions. His lackeys also surrounded him. They didn't look like they were easy to deal with. To be honest, Levi was too lazy to kill these gangsters who were not even knights. There was no sense of accomplishment in killing them, and they would not drop anything good. Therefore, Levi was calm and composed as he watched these people clamor. This was the holy city. It was broad daylight, and there were so many people watching. There was no need to expose himself. Levi noticed that the doors of the neighbors were all tightly shut, and some people were carefully looking at him through the cracks in the door. He silently took out 10 tuva silver coins and handed them to the scarred man. Unexpectedly, the scarred man sent the silver coins flying. The silver coins scattered on the ground and spun around. Silver coins? Foreigner, you might have some misunderstanding about our Bloody Hand gang. Are you trying to fool a beggar? Don't think that we're afraid of you because you're strong. Our leader, Boss Bloody Hand, is a proper knight. Do you know the rules here? When the scarred man mentioned his gang leader, his saliva flew everywhere. He seemed proud to have a knight backing him up. I'm sorry. How much do you think I should pay? I'm new here, so I really don't know the rules here. Levi's expression did not change as he asked with a smile. He thought that 10 silver coins were a lot. After all, the monthly rent of this blacksmith shop was only 1 gold coin. He did not expect that this group of hooligans would actually look down on him. I see that you are indeed new here, so I won't argue with you. How about this, 1 gold coin, and we will guarantee that your blacksmith shop will be safe for the next month. The scarred man said. Levi hesitated for a moment, then quietly took out a gold coin and handed it to the scarred man. He picked up the silver coins on the ground under the satisfied look of the scarred man. The scarred man was already prepared to teach this foreigner a lesson, but he did not expect the other party to be so tactful. With the backing of the underground king of this street, Boss Bloody Hand, what was he afraid of? Guys, let's go. What are you looking at? Hurry up and earn money. If you can't pay the protection fee next month, you won't be able to withstand Boss Bloody Hand's anger. The people who were peeking through their doors and windows all retracted their heads, not daring to make a sound. Everyone on this street knew how terrifying Boss Bloody Hand was. The reason why he was called Bloody Hand was that he had once torn apart several people from the enemy gang with his bare hands. Levi looked at the scarred man who was walking further and further away. He found an empty corner, changed his body shape, changed his clothes, and quietly followed him. He found the Bloody Hand gang's base, a run-down winery. After memorizing the location, Levi left the place and returned to the blacksmith shop to start forging. He was not in a hurry to make a move. After wiping out the Bloody Hand gang, there would be all kinds of gangs that would immediately occupy this street. The protection fees that had to be paid would still be unavoidable. Levi was not here to clean up the dark forces and maintain order in the outer city. For these gangs to be so arrogant, they must have something to do with the nobles in the middle city and even the higher-ups in the inner city. Now that his goal had not been achieved, it was better not to cause trouble. However, he had to take revenge for this. He had to settle the score. He would only make his move when he had completed his goal and was ready to leave. It was still the same sentence, it's not time for the settlement yet. Next, the blacksmith shop that had not been open for a long time began to operate again. Levi had smithied some normal grade equipment and placed them inside the store to fool the others. He spent a few more days to forge a set of armor that was mixed with a little mithril. This set of armor was a master-level piece of work, and Levi had fused it with mithril. Its defense was not inferior to the dragon armor he was wearing, but it was not as light and agile as the dragon armor. He planned to sell it at the shining auction for a good price. No matter how good a longsword was, it could only earn pocket money. The truly valuable thing was the armor. In the middle of the urban area, there was a small tavern with a dim yellow color. A man wearing a golden mask slowly walked over. After showing his membership certificate, Levi successfully entered the shining tavern. You must be Master Tyra. The staff of the tavern immediately came up to him. That's right. I need to sell an armor. After saying that, Levi threw the armor he brought on the ground. It's called Silver Scale, a piece of mithril armor made of refined iron, fused with half a caddy of mithril. It's absolutely my most outstanding work in recent years. I hope your tavern can give me a good price for an auction, Levi said in a low voice. Don't worry, Master Tyra. Our auctioneers have all been professionally trained. They will definitely satisfy you. Then, they took the armor to be appraised. Levi believed that this armor should be worth more than 200 tuva gold coins. After all, the cost of the mithril alone was tens of gold coins. The auction of a mithril armor forged by a legendary craftsman needed to be warmed up. It was estimated that the news would spread to the ears of the nobles and knights in the Holy City through the many members of the Shining. While waiting for the auction, Levi strolled around the bounty assignment area of the Shining Tavern. Perhaps he could find everything that was not available in Icewind City here. After all, this was a branch that relied on the Holy City of Lantis. It was one of the largest branches of the Shining Tavern. It was said that the person guarding this place was also a Grand Knight. As usual, Levi placed the few items he needed in the Shining Tavern. After walking around, he found that there were breathing techniques for sale. However, the Turbolarian egg and the other 2 casting materials were still not available. In the end, Levi left the Shining Tavern happily with a basic bloodline breathing technique that he had bought for 30 gold coins. The name of this breathing technique was called Azure Falcon Breathing Technique. This should be the breathing technique of the Green Falcon Knight who was trampled to death by the earthly dragon beast. At that time, Levi didn't manage to find it, but he didn't expect to find one in a foreign country's Shining Tavern. This breathing technique had 25 miniature figures. It should be the highest grade among the shallow grade, second only to the highest grade like the man-faced spider. According to Levi's speculation, he should be able to cultivate to level 5. Chapter 84, Level 5 Man-Faced Spider. The year 1008 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, month of Northern Wind. The Holy City was bustling with activity. There were still 5 days to the 300th anniversary ceremony. Levi got up from his cultivation state. He opened his eyes and looked at his arm. The vellus hair on his arm was moving up and down with Levi's breathing. Outside the street, the movements of pedestrians or carriages passing by were also transmitted to Levi's vellus hair and skin through the vibrations of the ground and air. In an instant, Levi was like an Amazonian tarantula, able to see every detail and waiting for his prey to come knocking on his door. Now that the man-faced spider breathing technique is at level 5, its range of perception is even greater. It's no longer 10 meters in diameter, it feels like it's 20 meters now. Levi muttered to himself. He opened the proficiency panel. Levi. Man-faced spider breathing technique, level 5, 1/30,000. Special effect, intermediate vibrosensing, spider sensing. So far, my spider sensing hasn't given any warning. It seems that I'm relatively safe for the time being. That's right. I'm so powerful yet so low-key. It's hard for me not to feel safe. I wonder what's going on in the territory. Forget it, there's no point worrying so much. Levi smiled bitterly. Unknowingly, he had already left the territory for so long. Other than the man-faced spider breathing technique being at level 5, the Azure Falcon breathing technique has also reached the beginner level. The secret medicine for the Azure Falcon breathing technique isn't difficult to find. It's just some common items. I'll try to push it to its limit within half a year. If my predictions are correct, this breathing technique can reach level 5. According to the proficiency panel, a breathing technique at the limit of level 5 should be equivalent to 2 breathing techniques at the limit of level 4. Therefore, the remaining 2 points of the siren breathing technique should be settled. Realizing that he was improving and becoming stronger, Levi felt that his life was very fulfilling. After rising and having a meal, Levi went to the Shining Tavern. The auction was over, and Levi had to go get the money. He was also looking forward to seeing how much the mithril armor he had forged would fetch. Levi had not seen the Wild Dog Knight for a while, perhaps the knight had gone to do his own business. He had arranged to meet the Wild Dog Knight during the Holy City ceremony, and then he would go and watch the Grand Knight tear apart the earthly dragon beast. When Levi arrived at the Shining Tavern, the staff saw the iconic domineering golden mask and knew that Master Tyra had arrived. Master, the auction has been successfully completed. Your silver scale armor has been bought by a big customer in the inner urban area for 300 gold coins. Right now, the forging industry in the Holy City is already in an uproar. They probably didn't expect there to be a living legendary blacksmith in this world. Many important figures want to hear about you from us. Compared to ordinary armor, rich people prefer custom-made armor. The staff member said excitedly backstage. Levi was very satisfied. The 300 gold coins mentioned by the staff were $2. If converted to the standard gold coins of the Emerald Kingdom, it would be a total of 600 gold coins. This price could be said to be sky-high. On the one hand, the cost of adding mithril was very high. On the other hand, it was the blacksmith's brand effect. This was because the people of the Holy City had never heard of the craftsman Golden Warhammer before. With the rise of the Golden Warhammer's reputation, the value of the craftsman's brand would increase. Of course, they still had to go through hunger marketing. Levi only needed to make sure that the money he earned was enough for his cultivation and that he had some spare cash on him. All in all, ignoring the cost of Levi's time, this silver scale armor had earned him a net profit of over 500 gold coins. From now on, Levi only needed to sell 1 or 2 pieces of armor a month. A normal blacksmith would only be able to produce 2 pieces of armor after a month of forging, with the help of many apprentices and blacksmiths. On the other hand, if Levi focused on forging, he could easily forge a dozen pieces in a month. However, that would delay his cultivation and he would not be able to do anything. He made an appointment with the staff for the next delivery time. Levi went to the commission reward area and learned from the staff that someone had contacted him. Levi's heart skipped a beat as he arrived at the private room. The other party was also wearing a mask. His body was stooped and thin. Although he was wearing civilian clothes, there was a hidden aristocratic aura. Levi could feel the lethargy aura coming from him as if he was an old man. "Young man, do you need ambergris?" The man asked in a voice that sounded like he had gone through a lot of changes in his life. That's right. Naturally, Levi could not place all his hopes on the Holy City. Ceremony in 4 days. Besides, he knew that the ambergris of an earthly dragon beast could only help him cultivate to a high-level knight at most. The peak of his cultivation and grand knights would all require ambergris. In short, the more ambergris he had, the better. "I know someone who has ambergris." Not only does that person have ambergris, but he also has an earthly dragon beast egg, which was laid by the earthly dragon beast that will be killed by the fist of the Empire in 4 days. This person's words were shocking. "I don't need the earthly dragon beast's egg, I only need the ambergris. If you have the ambergris, I'm willing to buy it at market price." "I'll buy as much as you have," Levi said impatiently. He didn't even know if the earthly dragon beast's eggs could hatch. Even if they could hatch, it would take a long time before they could grow to the age where they could extract ambergris. Unlike the giant bear in the north, which only took 7 or 8 years to mature, it would take at least decades. He did not want to become someone else's gun for no reason. It was obvious that this person wanted to use Levi to do something shameful. There is a statue made of ambergris in the mansion of the inner city's finance minister, Micah. It was a gift from his son-in-law for his 60th birthday. Although I don't know how much ambergris you need, I believe that a 2-foot-tall solid ambergris statue is worth tens of thousands of gold, right? After this person finished speaking, Levi's heart could not help but change slightly. If this was true, then this Micah person and his son-in-law were too prodigal. They had actually solidified such precious ambergris into a statue. Is this the world of a big shot? Levi suddenly felt a deep fear for the Duke of Montenegro. The finance minister of the Tuva Empire had the same status as the Duke of Montenegro. He hunted earthly dragon beasts, traveled tens of thousands of miles, and even worked as a servant every day for this little bit of ambergris. How could these damn big shots use it to build statues? Ridiculous. "Who is Micah's son-in-law?" Levi asked. "Emperor Mu." That person slowly said a person's name. Levi was stunned. He had heard of Emperor Mu before. This was because, during the preparation for the ceremony, this person's other name had been mentioned time and time again. In the eyes of the citizens of the holy city of Lantis, this person was a living legend. He was the strongest in the empire, the patroness of the holy city, and the captain of the Storm Knights. His brilliance even overshadowed the Empire Lord. Fist of the Empire. Emperor Mu. Chapter 85, Giant Breathing Technique. "Old man, don't tell me you want me to kill Emperor Mu for you? I'm just an ordinary knight." Levi found it funny. He had a rough guess of the man's intention. The masked man shook his head. "Judging from how much ambergris you need, it's most likely used to cultivate breathing techniques. As far as I know, families that need ambergris as a secret medicine for breathing techniques are all unusual. Of course, I also wanted to find someone stronger to help me, such as a grand knight. However, such an existence would naturally not care about a nameless old commoner like me. I also couldn't give them enough conditions to move them." Upon hearing this, Levi's heart skipped a beat. The person in front of him looked like a commoner. He was old and did not have much combat power, but his background was not simple. He should have been rich before. That person continued. Also, I will definitely not let you kill Emperor Mu. No one can defeat him. He is the unparalleled war god born in the storm. The person I want you to help me kill is Micah, the finance minister of the kingdom. He is just an ordinary knight, and he is as old as me. He relied on the fist of the empire to become the finance minister. That old fellow had no ability at all. He only had a good daughter. Before he became the Minister of Finance, he was just an official in the finance department of the upper city. He was a villain who had committed many crimes behind his back. He once imprisoned dozens of civilian women in his basement and made them satisfy him, serve him, and give birth to his children. Until the women's daughters grew up, he did not stop his evil behavior. Many people died in the process, including my only family member, my sister. Oh right, from your commission, other than urgently needing ambergris, you should also be a breathing technique collector, right? You seem to really want the giant breathing technique? If you can help me kill Micah, I will let you know where the giant breathing technique is. I will be drinking at the Shining Tavern every day while looking forward to you bringing Micah's head to me. However, I don't have long to live. If you want the giant breathing technique, you'd better bring Micah's head before I die. By the way, my surname is Melon. After the masked man finished speaking, he left. Levi's expression was complicated as he watched the man leave, his heart filled with inner turmoil. Melon. The Melon family has descendants. He thought that the Melon family had disappeared in the long river of history. He did not expect that a small portion of the Tuva Empire, which was thousands of miles away, was still living in seclusion in the Holy City. Perhaps only in the places untouched by the divine light of the Heavenly Father can the descendants of the Melon family find a glimmer of hope. A family that once gave birth to a top-notch Grand Knight has actually fallen to such a state. In the face of the long river of time, everything is so pale and powerless. Levi sighed in his heart. No wonder this old man knew so much. He was indeed the descendant of a big family. I really need ambergris and the giant breathing technique, but asking me to assassinate the father-in-law of the Fist of the Empire, who stood at the peak of the era, was too dangerous. Although it wasn't impossible to kill Micah, the risk was too great. Levi shook his head. The old man probably had no motive to lie to him. He was already on the verge of death, so there was no need for him to do so. Moreover, he had no enmity with Levi, so there was no need to fool him. There was a high chance that what he said was true, but Levi did not like the process of seeking wealth in danger. Since his debut, Levi had only taken the initiative to kill people when he had absolute confidence in his strength and would only take action after he had formed a crushing force. Even if it's not a crushing dominance, at the very least, it should be like the situation with Iron Mountain, where even if he wasn't his opponent's match, he would still have the ability to protect himself. Levi was very strong now, and he was confident that no one below Grand Knights could defeat him. The problem was, he still didn't know how strong a Grand Knight was. He did not know how powerful a top-notch Grand Knight like the Fist of the Empire was. After all, the only Grand Knight he had ever seen was his father, and his father rarely fought in front of him, who was a child at that time. He was afraid that his ignorance and arrogance would cause him to end up like the enemies he had killed. That old man should still have a few years to live. Maybe I can consider it after I become a Grand Knight. After leaving the Shining Tavern, Levi gained a lot this time. At the very least, that person had given Levi a picture of the existence of the giant breathing technique. Moreover, that old pervert Micah actually had so much ambergris in his house. If he could get his hands on it, he would never have to worry about ambergris in the future. No wonder the Tuva Empire's holy city, which was known as the birthplace of earthly dragon beasts, did not have much ambergris for sale. It turned out that all of them were contracted by the Fist of the Empire to be made into statues and given to his father-in-law. Damned Micah, such a wealthy dog! How ridiculous! I already lack ambergris to such an extent, yet these people are still so extravagant and wasteful. They deserve to be killed. Levi cursed in his heart. He returned to the blacksmith shop and continued forging his armor. He didn't have enough money right now, so he had to sell a few more pieces of mithril armor. Where's the newcomer? Come out! While Levi was forging, he suddenly heard cursing coming from outside. He walked out and saw the scarred man from the Bloody Hand gang holding the broken sword in his hand and throwing it on the ground. "What's wrong?" Li Wei asked. "You know the answer. Can't you see that my sword is broken? Is there a good sword? Give me one. Without a good weapon, how can I protect your blacksmith shop? You should know that the wildfire gang next door is eyeing your business covetously," the scarred man said in a strong voice. "There are some swords outside. You can choose whatever you want." After saying that, Levi returned to his room. "Then we won't stand on ceremony. Brothers, let's get a new sword." As soon as the scarred man shouted, the gang members instantly threw away the trash weapons in their hands and replaced them with the ordinary weapons that Li Wei had previously forged and placed on the weapon rack to fool others. These ordinary weapons were excellent to these gangsters who had never seen the world. Not long after, it was quiet outside. Levi could faintly hear someone sighing. "When will these days end? Father, I contacted a quasi-night ranger yesterday. I've had enough of these davs. WHV, don't we unite with the others on this street and resist? Sigh, Boss Bloody Hand is an official knight. It's said that quite a few knights have died under his hands. Moreover, I heard that someone saw Boss Bloody Hand drinking with someone suspected to be the finance minister, Micah. However, rather than acting obsequious here, it's better to wander in the wilderness." Levi listened to their conversation expressionlessly and continued forging. The next day, the new armor was ready. Levi sent it to the Shining Tavern for auction. As he said, the masked old man was drinking alone in a corner. After Levi finished his work, he came to the old man's side and ordered a cup of Lion King's spirit. He then downed it in one gulp. "Old man, live well. I don't want you to be buried when I bring the thing you need to the tavern one day in the future." The masked old man raised his head, his body trembling. His eyes shone as he raised a cup of Lion King's spirit and drank it in one gulp. Then, he said, "Cough cough, young man, may your future shine like the Lionheart Knight." Chapter 86, The Chaos of the Empire. With Levi's current growth rate, it would still be possible for him to take Micah's head before the old man died. Even with Levi's current strength, it would not be difficult for him to take Micah's head. However, Micah was the father-in-law of the Fist of the Empire. Before emowing this legendary figure's details, Levi felt it was better not to make a move. A heavyweight like Micah would have strong bodyguards around him. Otherwise, there would be many people who wanted Micah dead. Why was this old fellow still alive and well? If he gambled, he might succeed. However, his plan should be as foolproof as possible. The second armor was sold for 352 gold coins. In addition to Levi's previous savings, he should be able to buy the ambergris sold at the Chamber of Commerce. All left is the core of the undead, evil spirit dust, and turbolarian egg. Levi reviewed his gains from this trip and then entered a state of cultivation. After a month of warm-up, the 300-year ceremony had finally begun. The content of the Holy City ceremony this time was vibrant. There was a circus parade, a martial arts tournament, and even a dragon-slaying show. Levi planned to go to the Colosseum to watch the show. He wanted to see the strength of the Fist of the Empire and prepare for his future operations. The Wild Dog Knight had also finished his work and met up with Levi at the entrance of the Colosseum. With the help of the Wild Dog Knight, Levi successfully entered the vast building that resembled the Colosseum of ancient Rome. Undoubtedly, the Colosseum was the most popular event of the celebration. At this moment, the stands were packed with people. Officials and nobles occupied the best seats, while commoners occupied the worst. The position that the Wild Dog Knight had gotten was not very good because this place was too close to the front. Although high iron fences surrounded the Colosseum, there was still a particular risk. However, he had no choice. It was already good enough that he could enter. Earthly dragon beasts? I've never seen a living earthly dragon beast. The Wild Dog Knight rubbed his hands together in excitement. Levi looked around. He noticed a few nobles in gorgeous clothes watching the match in the VIP stands. One of them was an older man, the finance minister of the Holy City, Micah. He was a big shot who held a high position because of the Fist of the Empire. Beside Micah was his daughter, the wife of the Fist of the Empire. Besides that, 2 powerful bodyguards, at least high-level knights, protected him. "Oh my, are you all here to watch the show? I don't know if any masters are watching over Micah's mansion. If there are no grand knights, maybe I can do something in advance? Take the statue. Levi hesitated. Forget it, let's not complicate things. What that person said isn't true, and we don't even know where the statue is. Even if I sneak in, I might not be able to find it in a short time. Levi suppressed the greed in his heart and advised himself. Not long after, the Fist of the Empire debuted in front of everyone. Levi finally met the big shot, who was even more famous than the White Horse Knight. He's so tall. He must be at least 3 meters tall. How does his wife deal with him? Levi looked at the giant waving his arms and enjoying the cheers. He was half naked and did not wear any armor. He was taller than a one-story building, and Levi felt that he had already surpassed the limits of a human. Even though Levi was so far away, he could still feel the pressure emanating from the hands and muscles that seemed to be able to crush steel. The Wild Dog Knight was also dumbfounded. Oh my god, this! The audience cheered. Storm's birth. Fist of the Empire. Patroness. Countless people shouted fanatically. The Fist of the Empire stretched his muscles and bones. The Fist of the Empire roared, "Long live the Holy City! Long live the Empire!" The yell reinvigorated the crowd, and everyone seemed unusually exhilarated. Hooray! Countless people shouted wildly. Finally, the Lord of the Holy City, also the Lord of the Tuva Empire, appeared on the highest stand, surrounded by a group of ministers. My dear Emperor Mu, the Iron Fist of the Empire, on behalf of the millions of citizens of the Empire and the Holy City, I thank you for your contributions over the years. The Empire is proud of you. Next, the Iron Fist of the Empire will present everyone with the most exciting performance of this era. The Lord of the Empire raised his arms and shouted, "Release the Earth Dragon!" The heavy iron gate on the side of the Colosseum slowly opened. At the pitch-black entrance, 2 dark green lights flashed. There seemed to be a bloody temperature in the air. Roar! As the earth trembled, a creature even more significant than the earthly dragon beast Levi had seen before rushed out and charged toward the Fist of the Empire. Fist of the Empire clenched his fists and roared. Before the giant beast could reach him, the Fist of the Empire, which was pitch black and looked like an iron statue, was emitting a dense black gas in its fists, and with a bang, he collided with the earthly dragon beast. What kind of power and defense is this? He is fighting the earthly dragon beast head-on. Levi was extremely shocked. He thought that the Fist of the Empire would at least use his weapon and agility to kill the earthly dragon beasts. However, he only used his fists, wrapped in black gas, to continuously collide with the earthly dragon beast. Is this the strength of a legendary level knight? The peak combat strength of this era? Levi's blood was boiling. This made him realize how big the gap between him and the Fist of the Empire was. The opponent's fist was the best divine weapon wrapped in black gas. It was enough to tear the scales of the earthly dragon beast. Even if one cultivated a strength-based breathing technique, one's defense would be extremely shocking. His speed would not be too slow, either. The wonders of being the peak of the era, Levi concluded in his heart, removing the complacency from his strength's constant expansion. Although they are grand knights, there should still be a big gap between my father and an existence like the Fist of the Empire. In the end, the battle ended without any suspense. The Fist of the Empire tore apart the scales of the earthly dragon beast, and dragon blood splattered all over the battlefield. Levi was cursing in his heart. The crowd cheered, "Fist of the Empire!" He panted and sweated profusely. He had expended much energy fighting the earthly dragon beast with his bare hands. The black gas on his body began to dissipate. At this time, Levi noticed the fresh wounds on his body. Although they were not deep, he was indeed injured. His defense has some shortcomings, after all, Levi muttered. However, it would not take long for the Fist of the Empire to heal. However, his expression changed all of a sudden. He could not help but sway. Then, he shook his head and stabilized his body. Black gas surged. Then, he looked at the wound on his chest. The wounds, still blood red a moment ago, had now turned into abnormal bluish-purple patches. Numbness and dizziness hit him. Poison. Someone had smeared poison on the earthly dragon beast's claws. As a master of poison, Levi immediately realized something was wrong. White smoke suddenly rose from all directions of the arena, instantly engulfing half of the place. Wherever the white smoke passed, many people felt dizzy and fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Most people still standing wore gas masks resembling the bird of death masks. Let's go. The white smoke was poisonous. Someone is taking advantage of the ceremony, Levi said to the wild dog knight. The wild dog knight also realized that something was wrong. Rumble. The Colosseum's doors suddenly closed. Realizing that something was wrong, the escaping crowd blocked the door. The fist of the Empire endured the unknown poison with his powerful body and roared, "Who is it? Shameless! Come out!" He looked toward the Lord of the Empire, whose robes were torn. A dagger that seemed condensed entirely by the black gas was thrust out from the hand of a military minister behind the Lord of the Empire, whose chest was pierced. The military minister's aura continued to surge. The power of a grand knight erupted. He crushed the heart of the Lord of the Empire and said, "Big brother, I know you've long been a puppet of the fist of the Empire. I'm sorry, but I don't want the Empire to fall into the hands of that outsider." After killing the Lord, the military minister came to the field in armor. More and more masked rebels stood behind him. "Emperor Mu, prepare to die," he said. The fist of the Empire laughed maniacally. "You've underestimated me. You don't think you can defeat me with this mob, right?" Before he could finish his sentence, a black shadow rushed from the chaotic crowd to Fist of the Empire's back. Fist of the Empire snorted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted. He threw a backhand punch and forced the person back, revealing his figure. It was a knight with a skull and a ghost face. This was also a grand knight. "Ha! To deal with me, you even invited the pale shadow." The Fist of the Empire clenched his fists and cracked his lips into a smile. "Unfortunately, you don't understand how big our gap is. Just how ignorant have you been?" Chapter 87, 20 Bottles of Ambergris. The Colosseum was in chaos. It had been a joyous scene just a moment ago, but now it seemed to have turned into hell on earth. Levi was among the crowd, but he could not help but glance at the three grand imites fighting. On one side was the unparalleled god of war, but he had been poisoned by the Fist of the Empire. On the other side were the Empire's military minister and the foreign aid he had invited, the assassins of the Bird of Death's voice. Pale Shadow. Isn't he Iron Mountain's superior? Levi's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, the enemy was right in front of him. How could he stop? He wanted to go up and punch him. However, after witnessing a Grand Knight's battle, Levi knew there was still a considerable gap between him and the opponent. Although they might not have cultivated as many breathing techniques as Levi, their realms were beyond the realm of official knights. They did not have any obvious shortcomings. This was especially true when facing someone in Levi's realm. The rebel soldiers wearing gas masks took over the stadium. "Sir, I'll retreat first. The current situation has already exceeded my expectations. I'm sorry. You can find me at the Shining Tavern if you successfully escape." Then, the wild dog knight disappeared into the crowd. Levi did not mind. He drew out his white wolf mask and put it on before the poisonous gas swept over him. Phew! Levi looked at the chaotic Colosseum. The crowd was running away from the blue circle, and the rebel army and the Fist of the Empire's military were fighting. Some of the Bird of Death's voice assassins were also among them, reaping people's lives. What bad luck! I shouldn't have watched the show, Levi cursed in his heart, but he was not too flustered. With his strength, it would be easy for him to escape. However, he wanted to do something before he escaped. He looked at the earthly dragon beast lying in a pool of blood in the Colosseum, his heart struggling and his expression hesitant. He hid in the crowd, waiting for an opportunity to strike. The three grand knights were fighting intensely, and the battle had climaxed. Although the Fist of the Empire was mighty, he had just been exhausted by the earthly dragon beast and had been poisoned. He was not sure of victory. The military minister and Pale Shadow were also grand knights. The two of them worked together, and the injured Fist of the Empire was exhausted. Now was not the right time, as it was not safe enough. He had to wait until the three grand knights were far away from the earthly dragon beast's corpse before he could act. At this moment, a Fist of the Empire member charged over. "Raise your hands and take off your mask. Otherwise, you will be treated as a rebel." Levi ignored him, and that person directly slashed at Levi. "You're courting death." Levi easily dodged that person's attack. Then, he smashed his head with both hands and blood splattered on the person beside him. The scene was highly chaotic. Levi was at ease, waiting for the right time to strike. At the same time, he looked at Micah, who was retreating under the cover of 2 high-level knights. Now that the rebel army was in chaos, Micah would probably find a hiding place under the protection of his subordinates. He probably would not go to the mansion. Perhaps he could get the ambergris statue this time and take Micah's head simultaneously. After all, the Fist of the Empire was already too busy to care. How could it have the time to chase after Levi? Finally, Levi realized that the Fist of the Empire had already suppressed the Pale Shadow and the military minister to a corner of the stadium. The two of them were in a pitiful state. They did not expect that the Fist of the Empire, who was no longer at his peak strength, could suppress the 2 Grand Knights. Seeing this, Levi formed a hand seal, grabbed the casting materials, and quickly climbed up the cage. Then, he came to the earthly dragon beast's side, opened its mouth, cut off its glands, and wrapped them in cloth. He did not care how much ambergris was inside and quickly climbed the iron fence. When the Pale Shadow realized the thief, he was furious. The earthly dragon beast's corpse was one of his rewards. Especially the ambergris, which was worth thousands of gold coins. Although he was a respected member of the 5 Shadows, no one should rob him like this. He cursed him. A small dagger that seemed condensed from black gas flew out from the tip of Pale Shadow's finger, heading straight for the fleeing Levi. Whoosh! The dagger was like an arrow, breaking through the void and arriving in an instant. Levi's spider sense activated, and his hair stood on end. A sense of danger that he had never felt before assaulted him. I must block it with all our strength. Just as the black dagger was about to plant itself in Levi's back, a faint white light barrier formed. The light barrier was like a bubble and broke with a poke. However, the strength of the dagger was weak. The next moment, Levi's stacked armors began to take effect. The cloth armor shattered, and even the tough dragon armor was destroyed. The chainmail also cracked a little. He had gathered almost all his black gas and concentrated them at his back to block the attack. The dagger pierced deep into the black gas and was wrapped in it. Finally, it lost its strength and dissipated. Levi also successfully escaped from the cage and disappeared into the crowd. After the Pale Shadow threw out the black gas dagger, he thought his opponent would die. He did not dare to be distracted for too long. After all, he was at a disadvantage in the battle. However, when he noticed the thief had disappeared, he revealed a look of disbelief. How is that possible? Boom! The Fist of the Empire sent Pale Shadow flying. He crashed into the railing and landed on the ground in a miserable state. He spat out a mouthful of blood. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Who gave you the courage to be distracted? He abruptly leaped up and smashed toward Pale Shadow. The military minister barely managed to block the Fist of the Empire. Pale Shadow shouted, "Retreat!" Then, he clutched his chest and quickly fled. If this continued, he might be killed by the Fist of the Empire. He had underestimated the strength of this patroness. The military minister was also unwilling, but he could only retreat. Right now, the holy city was in chaos. Although the Fist of the Empire had not died, the other arrangements had succeeded. No matter how powerful the Fist of the Empire was, he could only withstand it momentarily. The Fist of the Empire was covered in wounds as he watched the 2 people escape. He was almost covered in blood. He was like a demon god, and black gas soared into the sky. He looked at the mess now, and his eyes were sorrowful. Rebel soldiers surrounded him, but no one dared to move forward. Some shot arrows at him, and he allowed them to pierce through his bloody body and wounds. He roared, "These pesticides!" Countless arrows flew backward, and the rebel army was instantly injured and killed. They began to scatter. It was too terrifying. It was impossible to kill this person without sacrificing thousands of lives. Under the terrifying deterrence of the Fist of the Empire, no one dared to approach him. The Fist of the Empire tore through the iron fence and leaped high. He stepped on the seats in the stands and quickly left the stadium. Like an absolute beast, he charged in the direction where the military minister had escaped. At this time, Levi had already taken out all the ambergris in an empty alley. He estimated that there were a total of 20 bottles. Although this was amazing, I better avoid such danger in the future, Levi reminded himself of the black dagger Pale Shadow had thrown at him. Chapter 88, Lady Thorn. The black dagger had a terrifying penetrating power. It was no wonder that he was a Grand Knight. The power of one strike was so scary. Moreover, Levi could tell that although Pale Shadow was not as strong as the Fist of the Empire, his black dagger was enough to prove that his technique in using the black gas was even better than the Fist of the Empire. You broke through my seal of protection, cloth armor, dragon armor, and chain mail. If it weren't for my black gas being thick enough, I would have been pierced open. In short, high returns are accompanied by high risks. Levi, oh Levi, you're still not calm enough. Levi kept reflecting on his actions. He remembered the time when he climbed the iron fence. That creepy feeling was unforgettable. He might not have activated the seal of protection if not for his spider senses. Fortunately, his spider senses reminded him that he would be in danger if he did not use the seal of protection. That was indeed the case. The dagger was just a few centimeters from cutting through his flesh. The protection seemed to be broken instantly, but that was because the dagger's strength was too great initially. It was the seal of protection that offset a lot of the power. In that chaotic situation, I still wore a mask, so I wasn't too afraid of being discovered. I still had to use it. I can't be afraid of being discovered and not dare to use my trump card. After putting away the ambergris, Levi ran to his residence and took all his belongings. The sacred city of Lantis was about to change, so he had to be prepared to escape anytime. The rebel army would fight with the Fist of the Empire for a long time. At that time, foreigners like him would quickly be involved in these political and military disputes, and the losses will exceed the gains. However, there are still a few things to do before I leave. The rebellion is also the best opportunity. With the terror of the Fist of the Empire, it will take me several years to kill Micah and escape with my strength. Ordinary Grand Knights are so weak in front of the Fist of the Empire, even if he was injured. After Levi finished packing, he looked at the chaotic holy city. Whether it was the outer, central, or inner city, it was all in a mess. There were battles and gunfights everywhere. Many gangs in the outer city took advantage of the rebellion and attacked the central town. Those who the Fist of the Empire had suppressed appeared one after another. Let's go to Micah's mansion to take a look first. We must take the ambergris statue before the Fist of the Empire or the rebel army takes over. Under the white wolf mask, his eyes shone brightly. Levi's figure quickly disappeared from the street. On the other side, in a gloomy mass grave outside the holy city, crows were circling above. A pale and powerless figure spat out blood and came to a tomb in the mass grave. He lifted the weeds and tombstones above, and a small secret passage appeared. Damned Fist of the Empire! What kind of monster was this? I've fought against White Horse Knight before, but he's not as terrifying as the Fist of the Empire. Pale Shadow wearing a ghost mask, entered the tunnel with a gloomy expression. At first, it was extremely narrow. After about 10 steps, it suddenly opened up. A gloomy underground world appeared in front of him. This was the stronghold of the Bird of Death's voice in the holy city. Pale Shadow was now seriously injured and could only heal here first. When the assassin mentors in the stronghold saw the arrival of Lord Pale Shadow, they all had respectful expressions. They asked, "My lord, what's wrong?" "I'm fine. I just suffered a small injury. Go to the holy city and find me some good healing medicine in the next few days." "I want to rest for some time," Pale Shadow said coldly. "Yes, my lord." These people immediately began working. "Don't kill me." An official from the inner city of the holy city was fighting with all his might against a black-robed figure wearing the Bird of Death mask. Beside him were the corpses of his guards. The black-robed figure sneered, "Sorry, we only recognize money." Her figure was slender and stylish. Her muscles were defined, especially her chest. She was the third-ranked gold assassin of the Bird of Death's voice, Lady Thorn. She had accompanied the Lord Pale Shadow to the holy city to carry out a mission. The Pale Shadow was responsible for dealing with the Fist of the Empire, while she was responsible for assassinating some designated officials. The official said, "How much did the rebels give you?" "I'll give you double." However, he was no match compared to Lady Thorn, a high-level knight. Whether it was her physical fitness or combat skills, she was far superior to her opponent, an older man who had been in a high position for many years and rarely fought. "Sorry, we are professional." The female assassin from the Bird of Death sneered and charged at the official. "You! I'll fight it out with you." The official fought desperately and was soon injured by Lady Thorn. He could not escape nor beat her. The official's face was filled with despair. He prayed that the Lord of Storm would use lightning to kill this assassin. The next moment, a longsword blocked the assassin's attack. A figure with a white wolf mask jumped from the roof, forcing Lady Thorn backward. "Who are you? Why are you blocking me?" Lady Thorn asked. "You're part of the Bird of Death's voice." Levi looked at the woman wearing the Bird of Death mask and said in a low voice. "That's right. I hope you don't." Before Lady Thorn could finish speaking, the burly man in the white wolf mask shouted, "Die!" Levi took a step forward and executed the golden cross slash. Intermediate ripple. Crash. Ripples appeared as the cross-shaped sword light cut through the sky. It acted in an instant. Lady Thorn knew that this was bad. This was an expert. She gritted her teeth and blocked Levi's storm-like attacks. Swish. After numerous rounds of attacks, under the terrifying and violent ripple force, her weapon was broken. Lady Thorn's hand was bleeding, and she was terrified. The person in front of her was like a madman, attacking her fiercely as soon as he saw her. There was no chance for her to catch her breath at all. She turned around and leaped, wanting to escape. Levi casually threw out his black snake dagger. Swish! The dagger stabbed into Lady Thorn's thigh. She felt a sharp pain, lost her balance, and fell from the eaves. Levi's whip kick slammed the falling Lady Thorn to the ground, causing her to spurt out blood. Then, he stepped on Lady Thorn's leg. Crack! Her slender and robust legs were fractured. Then, he grabbed Lady Thorn's arm and broke it. Lady Thorn fainted from the pain. Levi stared at the frightened lady and carried her to an abandoned house without saying a word. After searching her body, he found nothing valuable other than some standard equipment of the Bird of Death. Levi hid her in a cellar and only brought out the Bird of Death mask. From Iron Mountain's map, Levi roughly knew that the Bird of Death's voice had a stronghold in the Holy City, but he did not know the exact location. This woman was relatively robust, so she should know. That was why Levi wanted to keep her alive for the time being. When Levi came out, she was still there. She trembled as she looked at Levi, the terrifying existence who had easily killed a peak knight. "Don't be nervous. I'm from the Fist of the Empire. Are you okay?" Levi said under the white wolf mask. Chapter 89, The Statue is in Hand. "Thank you so much for your help. I'm an official of the finance department. I've always been loyal to the Lord of the Empire and the Fist of the Empire. I didn't expect these damn rebels to cause trouble. How disappointing. The Fist of the Empire has sacrificed so much for the Empire," the official said, and Levi thought it was just right. The people from the finance department should know how to get to Micah's mansion. He ran from the central city to the inner city. He did not expect to meet the Bird of Death's voice assassin on the way. What a coincidence. In Levi's eyes, the gold assassin was a weakling. "I have to find Minister Micah now to avoid being killed by the rebels. Do you want to come with me?" "Yes, yes, yes." The official was seriously injured and grabbed Levi like he was holding his last straw. "All right, let's go." Soon, under his lead, Levi arrived at the residences of the finance minister and officials. On the way, he killed some rebel soldiers who wanted to attack the two. This allowed Levi to gain the trust of this official. "Sir, this way. I know of a shortcut that can lead us to Lord Micah's residence as soon as possible. However, Lord Micah is probably taking refuge outside and might not be in residence," said the official. It was so convenient to have a guide. It did not take long for Levi to arrive at Micah's mansion. "Sir, I'll wait for you outside. You can go inside and look for him." This official was worried that the rebel army had controlled the inside of the mansion and did not dare to enter. Without Levi's protection, he dared not go to his mansion alone. Now that the Holy City was going through a significant reshuffle, he had to go home and take out the savings he had kept for many years. He would make plans after the political situation stabilized. As an official of the finance department, he could not suppress the rebellion. Levi naturally did not know what this person was thinking. He just needed him to lead the way. He stretched out his hands and pressed them against the high walls of Micah's mansion. The mansion was huge. With Levi's intermediate vibrosensing, he could only sense a small area. "There's someone inside, and it looks chaotic," Levi analyzed in his heart. "Wait for me here. I'll go find Lord Micah." Levi ran to the other side of the wall and used the grappling hook to climb up the wall before gently landing. He was on full alert and activated his intermediate vibrosensing. Nothing within 20 meters could escape Levi's sharp senses. Levi had put on the Bird of Death mask, so the organization would be the one to blame even if he were discovered. The fist of the Empire would go after their people. Micah's mansion was huge. This inner city area was very luxurious. Along the way, there were traces of fighting everywhere. Presumably, the rebel soldiers had already arrived. Levi could not help but speed up, afraid that the rebel soldiers would snatch away the statue of ambergris. According to the habits of the nobles in this world, those things are most likely placed in churches and used every morning when they wake up to pray. There was a private chapel in Micah's mansion. Levi first saw a dead priest in a purple-blue robe lying on the ground. Inside the church, sounds of fighting could be heard. After Levi got close, he sensed 4 people inside. From Levi's senses, no one was on the level of a Grand Knight. He made a prompt decision and went to the window. Sure enough, he saw 2 groups of people fighting inside. One of them should be the rebel army leader who was fighting the guardian of Micah's mansion. They're all knights, the weakest is a mid-level knight. In the end, Levi saw a vast oil painting before the church. On it was a painting of a turbulent sea. Above the sea, dark clouds were pressing down, and the waves were treacherous. Purple-blue lightning densely covered the region, resembling an apocalyptic storm. Between heaven and earth, a towering figure stood on the sea. Storms and clouds surrounded him. He had a crown on his head and 8 ancient war drums on his back. This was a portrait of the Lord of Storm, a god worshipped by the Tuva Empire. It was said that he did not have a good relationship with the Heavenly Father. There was also a tiny and exquisite statue placed on the altar below. It was the mini version of the statue of the Lord of Storm. From such a distance, Levi could smell the refreshing ambergris fragrance. That's right. That person didn't lie to me. Without hesitation, Levi made his move. The 2 groups of people fighting did not expect someone to barge in suddenly. After he came in, he ran to the altar immediately. He grabbed the statue with his big hand and dashed. They also noticed the Bird of Death mask on Levi's head. Who are you? Stop! Whether it was the rebel soldiers or the guards, they all charged toward Levi simultaneously. This was the most valuable thing in this church. They had risked their lives to get this thing, and now it had been taken away by a third person. Those who block me will die! Levi shouted and unsheathed his sword. Golden cross slash! The black snake, siren, giant bear, giant rhinoceros, raging bull, and other life seeds in his body roared simultaneously, and terrifying power poured out. Swish! Levi slashed a mid-level knight in half as if a demon king had descended with his sword. It scared the 3 of them out of their wits. What kind of monster was this? To be able to kill a mid-level knight so quickly and break his armor, could this be a Grand Knight? The Bird of Death's voice sent 2 Grand Knights over. The surviving rebel knight said, "Brothers of the Bird of Death's voice, what do you want? We didn't hire you to rob us." Levi did not waste any time. He had already given these people a chance to live. He did not want to waste too much time here. After all, this was the inner city area where experts were everywhere. The fist of the Empire or other Grand Knights could appear anytime. However, these people did not know what was good for them. He could only kill them. Levi's body gradually became tall and burly, and he no longer concealed his figure. Surging power surged, and Levi began a one-sided massacre. Among these people, there were mid-level and high-level knights. In Levi's eyes, there was no difference. Die! One of the guards took advantage of the moment Levi fought with the others to jump up high in the air and slash toward Levi's face. Levi held Frostmourne in his right hand and blocked the man's attack. His left hand quickly formed a seal, and he chanted something before he slapped his palm toward the man's face. Boom! A blazing torrent of flames swept out. The high temperature scorched the air, distorting the void. In the next moment, the man's head was scorched by the high temperature of Levi's seal of flame. He was not wholly dead, but the endless pain made him wish he was dead. Witchcraft? What are you? The others panicked and started to run, but they all died under Levi's Frostmourne. Suddenly, Spider sensing reacted. Levi looked at the hairs that suddenly stood up. Levi did not hesitate and left the mansion. A few minutes later, in Micah's mansion, the military minister appeared. Behind him, a figure resembling a violent beast was rushing over from afar. He jumped on the roofs, stepping on top every time he fell. The rumbling sound was like an earthquake. Bugs. Running away is all you do. Chapter 90, Realizing Freedom. Levi felt the battle in Micah's mansion from afar and heaved a sigh of relief. If not for spider sensing, I might have wanted to steal some other treasures from Micah's mansion. Levi, you're too greedy. Ambergris is enough, but you had such a scary thought, Levi warned himself. He was increasingly discovering how difficult it was to eradicate greed, which was human nature. People die for wealth, birds die for food. It was as the ancients say. Fortunately, he had spider sensing, so he knew when to be greedy and when not to. Levi's desire might deceive him, but spider sensing would not. Micah isn't in the mansion, Levi said. The official thought this old fox must have gone to hide in the shelter he had prepared in advance. Levi sent the official to the entrance of his mansion. The official said as if he still had something on his mind, "Sir, thank you for your help. I still have something to do, so I won't be with you." Levi nodded. He looked at the rapidly disappearing official. He smiled. Would anyone be willing to help without some self-interest in mind? With that, he quietly followed. Not long after, a package appeared on Levi's back. Other than the sealed ambergris statue, some valuable jewelry and gold coins were in the box. Levi estimated that the total value of these jewelry and gold coins should be more than 2,000 tuva gold coins. He's just a small office in the finance department. How can he be so rich? Who knew if he had committed fraud along the way? Levi sighed. Human nature has always been greedy since ancient times. In any era, corrupt officials would always be the country's bane. The inner city area was too dangerous. Levi could vaguely sense that there were other experts other than the fist of the empire and the military minister, so he did not dare to stay any longer. His primary purpose for coming to the holy city had already been met. He obtained 25 bottles of ambergris and a statue made of ambergris. Ambergris could also be used as a secret medicine, so this was not a problem. Levi estimated this statue alone was worth at least 100 bottles of ambergris. If he sold it in the Emerald Kingdom, it would start at 30,000 gold coins. From now on, I no longer have to worry about ambergris. I've finally achieved financial freedom. Levi's heart was filled with excitement. Most importantly, all this ambergris was obtained for free. The money that Levi had spent so much effort to earn was useless. There are still a few things I need to do. After I'm done, I can leave. The holy city is in chaos now, so it's more convenient for me to do things, Levi sneered. He first went to the cellar where the Bird of Death's voice assassin was hidden. This cellar was located in a dilapidated house that had long been abandoned. It was very hidden. Next, it was suitable for him to hide temporarily. The assassin was curled up in a corner with all her limbs crippled. Seeing Levi arrive, she could not help but shiver. Next, I will ask you some questions. If you answer me honestly, I will give you a quick death, Levi, wearing the white wolf mask, said. Otherwise, you'll experience a state worse than death. Such a beautiful lady. You don't want to suffer some cruel humiliation, do you? Levi smiled maliciously as he looked at the assassin's pretty face. The assassin said indifferently, looking like she had nothing to live for, go ahead. How many people did Bird of Death's voice send for this operation? How many shadow assassins are there? A total of 10 people have come. 1 is a shadow assassin, 2 are gold assassins, 3 silver assassins, and 4 bronze assassins. Does the Bird of Death's voice have a stronghold in this holy city? Levi continued to ask. Hearing this, Lady Thorne's expression changed, and Levi caught her. How did you know? She asked. Wait, the previous stronghold in Icewind City was also your doing? Why do you have to fight us? It won't do you any good. I'm asking you now, woman. Levi kicked Lady Thorne's abdomen, causing her immense pain. Frostmourne cut open the leather armor on the assassin's chest, revealing her well-developed chest muscles. Sensing the malicious gaze, Lady Thorne took a deep breath and said, yes. Where is it? The mass grave is about 5 miles south of the outer city. The entrance is there, but I don't know exactly where it is. I'm telling the truth, Lady Thorne said. How many Grand Knights are there in the stronghold? As far as I know, no, but I'm unsure if Lord Pale Shadow will go there. Do you have any last words? I want to know who you are and why you are against our organization. Anyway, I'm already a dead man. How about satisfying my little curiosity? Lady Thorne asked sadly. Nothing else? You may die now. Swish. Lady Thorne was beheaded using Frostmourne. Levi brought the corpse to the abandoned fireplace and burned it with the seal of flame. I wanted to bring some trouble to the organization, but it seems it will be tough now. I shouldn't take the risk with the uncertainty of a grand knight like the Pale Shadow. In the future, when I have the strength, I can take revenge at any time, Levi muttered, then sat on the ground and ate. After a fierce battle, Levi had exhausted a lot of his stamina. There are only two things to do next. Find Micah, take his head, and then trade with that old fellow to get the giant breathing technique. I should be able to find my way home alone, but just in case, I'll call Wild Dog Knight. As for the Bird of Death's voice stronghold, Levi decided not to make a move. The Fist of the Empire is hunting down the military minister all over the city. It's a good time for me to kill Micah. However, I don't know where Micah is hiding now. Perhaps there is news of him from the Bloody Hand gang in the outer city area. Regardless of whether it works or not, let's give it a try. It just so happens that I need to settle the score with the Bloody Hand gang. Levi remembered the massive loss of 1 gold coin and so many weapons. Now that the entire holy city was in a mess, it was a good time for him to settle the score. After hiding his items well and ensuring that others would not discover them, Levi went to the Chamber of Commerce in the central city area. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the burning, killing, and looting, he looted some mithril. Then, he repaired his dragon armor and chainmail with mithril from the blacksmith shop in the outer city area. Then, Levi headed towards the Bloody Hand gang's encampment. Now, the outer city area was in chaos. Many gangs seemed to have been bribed by the rebel army and joined the army to attack the Fist of the Empire. These people could only be regarded as cannon fodder. The knife-scarred man and his lackeys were all on guard in an abandoned winery in the Blood Hand gang's encampment. Everyone, be alert. Boss Bloody Hand is discussing something with a big shot in the inner city area. The knife-scarred man patted the head of his dozing underling and snarled, "Do you want to die? I haven't slept for a day and a night, and you dare to doze off." At the same time, the scarred man did not notice a sect member on night watch captured by a pair of giant hands. The night guard disappeared silently. Chapter 91, I Only Want You Dead. Levi originally wanted to rush in. He roughly sensed it but did not find a Grand Knight's aura. To be sure, Levi kidnapped a small fry to ask about the situation. Levi grabbed the lackey by the neck in the dark alley and pinned him to the wall. The small fry kept struggling, but it was useless. He was like a little chick in Levi's hand, weak and helpless but not pitiful. After all, the sword in his hand had been snatched from Levi's blacksmith shop. He only knew how to bully others and swing his sword at the weak. His death was not worth regretting. "How many people are inside?" Levi asked. The small fry was scared silly. The person in front of him was too powerful. Even Boss Bloody Hand, whom he admired, was not worth mentioning in front of this terrifying aura. If Boss Bloody Hand was a terrifying aristocratic fighting dog, the person in front of him was a real wild scorpion-tailed tiger. Tyrannical, powerful, and intimidating. "If you don't want to say it, then die." Levi was ready to twist the man's neck. I'll talk. Please don't kill me." "There are 36 people inside," said the small fry. "Is Boss Bloody Hand here?" "Yes." "Who else?" "There are also 2 knights who are even more terrifying than Boss Bloody Hand and a big shot from the inner city. However, the big shot wears a mask, so we don't know who he is." "See? Are you done asking? Please, don't kill me, I don't want to die. I've never killed anyone. I want to make a living and feed my family." The small fry begged with fear in his eyes. Levi crushed him to death. He picked up the weapons that belonged to him. "That big shot is most likely Micah. Those 2 knights stronger than Boss Bloody Hand should be Micah's guards. They should be high-level knights. Under normal circumstances, unless a Grand Knight comes, Micah should be able to rest easy. Unfortunately, I'm here." Levi prepared the casting materials for the spell in advance. Then he sneaked into the winery. In the night, the massacre began. Most of these people from the Bloody Hand gang were ordinary. There were not many night attendants, and were a motley crew. Levi's black snake dagger quickly took away lives. Instantly, the Bloody Hand gang's encampment was in chaos. Assassins! Where? Go find Boss Bloody Hand! In the night, Levi, wearing the Bird of Death mask, was killing wantonly. Not long later, only the scarred man was left before Levi. The others either ran or died, scattering like birds and beasts. The scarred man said tremblingly, "Who are you?" His hand that was holding the sword could not stop trembling. Levi stabbed the knife-scarred man's throat. Before he died, Levi whispered into his ear, "Did you enjoy collecting protection fees?" Swish! The knife-scarred man fell to the ground and died, his eyes wide open in disbelief. It was him. The big guy from the blacksmith shop. How could he be so assertive? Why did such an influential person become a blacksmith? At this moment, Boss Bloody Hand, who had heard the commotion outside, was already blocking the entrance of the winery's cellar with a giant axe. A secret passage in the cellar led out of the city. The rebel army was now searching for the few ministers closest to the fist of the empire. Micah was one of them. He did not go to the inner city that day. He did not care about his family's vast wealth and ambergris statue. Under the protection of 2 high-level knights, they arrived at the outer city area. He found one of the pawns he had planted in the outer city, Boss Bloody Hand. He heard the commotion outside. The first thing he did was to let Micah escape through the tunnel. He was here to block the invading enemy. "Buddy, it's insulting to trespass on someone else's territory." Boss Bloody Hand swung his axe at Levi. Levi did not want to waste any time, so he did not. The cross-shaped slash exploded the void, and the turbulence blew Boss Bloody Hand's hair. A head had landed on the ground. "He's just a mid-level knight. Too weak." Levi kicked the head away and casually rummaged through Boss Bloody Hand's body. Apart from a few little gold coins, there was nothing else that Levi cared about. What good stuff could the Bloody Hand gang have? Levi did not delay and entered the wine cellar. 2 burly men charged over. The burly man cursed angrily, "Damned bird of death's voice! How haunting!" Another person sneered, "What's there to be afraid of? Many assassins died at the hands of our brothers today." Levi's muscles bulged as black gas filled the air and white smoke rose. It was the same for the 2 brothers. The 2 brothers had many years of tacit understanding and were high-level knights. It allowed them to fight against peak knights without falling into a disadvantage. The person who came was not a grand knight, so they were naturally unafraid. However, they were ignorant of Levi's existence, who could deal with anyone the level of Grand Knight and below. Levi preferred not to take the risk if the opponent was a Grand Knight and above. Die! Frostmourne rumbled under the effect of the ripple force. Levi was like a human machine. The black gas was the engine oil, the white smoke was steam, and the Frostmourne was the chainsword. If Frostmourne had a soul, then its machine soul must be pleased. Bang, 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 bang. A terrifying impact exploded in the underground wine cellar. Levi's crazy cross-slash forced the 2 high-level knights back. The power of the intermediate ripple force was too mighty. Together with Frostmourne version 3.0, the effect of Levi's slashes was getting increasingly prominent. Very soon, the 2 high-level knights' weapons could no longer withstand the heavy load. They were forced into a corner by Levi. "Let's go all out." One of the high-level knights did not care about Levi's slash. After being pierced by Frostmourne, he tightly hugged Levi's right hand, preventing him from swinging his sword. The other high-ranking knight took the opportunity to raise his great sword, which was full of cracks, and slashed at Levi. Levi's left hand, which had been forming a seal behind him, slapped out, and he finished chanting the last syllable. Boom! The explosion was an art. Scorching flames spewed out. The flames engulfed the figure of the high-level knight. He wailed in pain in the flames. Levi shook off the knight who was hugging him. He was already dead. Then, he slashed another burning knight into 2. He was in a hurry and did not bother checking the bodies for loot. He entered through the only secret passage in the wine cellar. In the wilderness, Micah crawled out of a hidden cave. His face was covered in dust, and he was panting. His old face was in a miserable state. "Damn it! Why? Why did it suddenly become like this?" Micah roared. His daughter, the beloved wife of the Fist of the Empire, had died in the attack of the rebel army. Therefore, the furious fist of the Empire chased the rebel soldiers all over the city. There was no one around Micah now. He was waiting for someone to pick him up and take him out of the holy city. The silver moon was lonely in the wilderness, and the low roars of wild beasts could be heard. A stalwart figure appeared in front of Micah at some point. He wore the bird of death mask and stood silently. If you want money, I can give you unimaginable wealth. If you want strength, as long as you are willing to let me go, I will let the fist of the Empire teach you the most powerful combat techniques. If you want power and women, I can satisfy you. You're just an assassin who works for money. Why do you insist on killing me? Micah tried to persuade Levi. Swish! Micah's head fell to the ground. Levi tore off the gorgeous clothes on Micah's body and wrapped them up. Bah! I only want you dead. Chapter 92, Level 6. Levi was carrying not only Micah's head but also his only hope of obtaining the giant breathing technique. Moreover, Micah was a scumbag, even in this dark era. Levi returned to the winery of the Bloody Hand Gang. If you kill someone without looting them, then killing is meaningless, Levi muttered and began to touch the corpse. There was nothing more enjoyable than killing monsters and collecting gold coins. If there were, it would be a huge reward. Unfortunately, the Bloody Hand Gang did not have anything too rewarding. In the end, Levi only managed to get a few hundred tuva gold coins and a breathing technique inheritance diagram the Bloody Hand Gang kept. There were some dried blood stains on the inheritance diagram. Levi was not in a hurry to open it. After he put it away, he left this place of trouble, leaving only the bird of death mask quietly covering Boss Bloody Hand's unrecognizable face. By arriving at the Shining Tavern, Levi had already changed into the White Wolf mask. The old man from the Melon family was not in the tavern, so Levi was not in a hurry. Instead, he found a private room and ordered a glass of black rum. He opened the breathing technique he had obtained from Boss Bloody Hand. On the screen, 56 tiny people were dancing around a blood-colored sea beast. The giant beast looked like a whale. Its entire body was covered in blood-colored scales. It opened its bloody mouth as if it could devour the world. Blood whale breathing technique, endurance-type bloodline breathing technique, and it's of excellent quality. Even with Levi's mentality, he was still highly excited. This was an excellent breathing technique, he had obtained it from an unknown small fry. This was a huge surprise. It was like when playing a game, getting orange equipment from the final boss was not as refreshing as getting blue equipment from the monsters in the novice village. Calm down. I'll cultivate this after I return to the Blackwater Valley. Then, Levi continued to wait for the older man's arrival. During the night, it was a mess outside. However, magically, Shining Tavern was still as peaceful as before. This is amazing. Levi could not help but feel envious. The Shining Tavern was like a witness, witnessing all the major and minor things in the holy city. The next day, the masked older man came to Levi's private room. His breathing quickened, and his body trembled. Did Va bring it? He asked. What about the giant breathing technique, Sir Melon? Levi asked softly, not in a hurry to open the bag. The older man trembled as he took a sheepskin scroll from his pocket. The older man sobbed, I've let down my ancestors. I'm useless. I only have the giant breathing technique, but I've accomplished nothing. He instantly became even older and said weakly, in the future, it will only become one of your collections and fade into the dust of history, just like our Melon family. Levi opened it and took a look. He saw many tiny figures like the black snake breathing technique. He roughly counted 71, just like the black snake breathing technique. This meant this was a top-notch breathing technique of the same quality as the black snake breathing technique. It could be cultivated directly to the Grand Night realm. These 71 tiny people worshipped a snow mountain with different postures and movements. However, it was not a snow mountain. It was a frost giant. In the legends, the frost giant was mighty and could move mountains and overturn seas. After confirming the giant breathing technique, Levi thought he was dreaming. He did not expect to obtain it. The frost giant armor was coming. Levi handed the head to the older man. Micah, he is indeed Micah. This might be the last member of the Melon family. He was crazily pinching Micah's dead head and poking his eyeballs to vent. After venting, Levi asked, Sir Melon, may I ask why the church destroyed your family? The older man was startled, as if he was trying to recall something. There is no reason. There are many families that the church has destroyed. Our family is just one of the unlucky ones. Aren't you curious why none of those legendary families that have given birth to legends exist in the world? Were they all wiped out by the church? Levi asked. That's right, young man. In the Seven Kingdoms, there are no living legends, nor are there long-lasting families. Kingdoms and legends will fall, and only the church will change its name. With the change of eras, all they do is change their name. Everything is illusory, only God lives forever. Why do you think the military minister dares to resist the fist of the empire? It was all because of the support of the Church of Storm. When the church felt that the fist of the empire would become a wild horse that would go out of control and threaten their religious faith, they thought it was time to settle the score with the fist of the empire. Humans did not need to believe in the first of the empire. Only one faith in the Tuva Empire was the Lord of Storm. No matter how strong a mortal was, he was still a mortal, and a mortal would eventually die. Thank you, young man. Here's a toast to you. May your future wife be as beautiful as the flower night. After the old fellow finished speaking, he hugged Micah's head and left in a frenzy. He had taken revenge for decades. His taut string was broken, and his mind was a little bizarre. Levi returned to the cellar. He cast all the gold coins he had collected this time into rings of golden hoops and put them on his arms, hiding them under his sleeves. He also brought the other gains from this trip to the Holy City and found the Wild Dog Knight in the Shining Tavern. Then, the two of them escaped from the city through the secret passage of the Bloody Hand Gang. Levi looked at the mass grave in the south, which might be the Bird of Death's voice stronghold. This meant that their shadow assassins might be here. Thinking of the terrifying power of Pale Shadow's attack, Levi temporarily gave up on the idea of barging in. He had gained so much from this trip to the Holy City and did not want to fail here. I'll let you live a little longer, Levi thought. Then, he looked at the Wild Dog Knight, who was ready to go. Get ready to leave, Levi said calmly. The Wild Dog Knight laughed. You have gained a lot this time. Aren't you the same? Levi asked. The Wild Dog Knight suddenly sighed, hee hee. After this, I'll stop. I'll return to my hometown, buy a big manor, be a small noble, marry a few beautiful wives, have a dozen children, and be happy. It's good to be alive. Stop talking nonsense and lead the way, Levi replied. The two of them disappeared into the horizon. Although they were not riding horses, they were both knights, and their speed was not slow. On the way, Levi even borrowed the horses of a group of deserters. He and the Wild Dog Knight continued to ride on their horses. It was already the month of winter when he returned to Icewind City. After bidding farewell to the Wild Dog Knight, Levi was not in a hurry to return to his territory. After cultivating for this period on the road, his black snake breathing technique was already on the verge of breaking through to level 6. He rented a house and stayed in Icewind City for several more days. He devoted all his power to cultivating the black snake breathing technique. At last, the sun shines on Levi, his body is sweaty, and his breath is turbid. The black snake was more prolonged, thicker, and overbearing at his heart. A single snake had suppressed the siren, the giant rhinoceros, the giant bear, the raging bull, and the man-faced spider into submission. The black snake danced wildly, and black gas surged. The black gas had almost wholly covered Levi's upper body. Only his waist was not wrapped by the black gas. It's not easy to reach the 6th level. I'm finally a high-level knight. Levi stretched his muscles and bones, feeling his increasingly strong body. He put away the black gas, put on his clothes, and opened the proficiency panel. Black snake breathing technique, level 6, 1/40,000. Special effect, advanced defense. Advanced defense, strong defense against direct attacks. Ordinary sharp attacks will not be able to break through your black gas. After breaking through to the advanced level, not only did the area covered by the black gas increase, but the quality of the black gas itself also increased greatly. Those ordinary arrows should be ineffective against me, just like iron mountain. No, the defense would be even stronger than iron mountains. During this cultivation period, besides the black snake breathing technique breaking through to the 6th level, Levi had also made another breakthrough. He had also reached the basic level of the giant breathing technique that he had been looking forward to for a long time. Giant breathing technique, level 1, 1/1000. I wonder if I can wear the frost giant armor now. With anticipation in his heart, Levi went to the place where he hid the pyroxene and put it away before setting off on his way home. Chapter 93, Armor Transformation. Levi had spent half a year on this long journey. Just the journey alone had taken a long time. Honestly, Levi was already prepared for his house to be stolen. However, when Levi arrived at the Blackwater Valley on New Year's Day of the 1009th year of the Holy Brilliance calendar, everything in the territory seemed normal from afar. However, there was no festive atmosphere at all. It was dead silent. This made Levi extra cautious. He did not take the main road back to the castle but took another route to the shelter. Everything at the top was normal and the same as when Levi left. The frost giant armor and the tools he used to refine potions were as usual. Seeing that the frost giant armor was functioning, Levi was temporarily relieved. Now is a good time to test if the frost giant armor can be used, Levi thought. He felt that something was wrong with the territory. Something must have happened. To be safe, he ensured his skills were at their peak before leaving the shelter. He put on the ring that controlled the frost giant armor. At the same time, the giant breathing technique, which was only at level 1, began to circulate. In an instant, Levi felt the frost giant armor within his being. A magical feeling of blood connection was produced. It works. Levi was pleasantly surprised. After obtaining the frost giant armor for so long, Levi could finally use it. At the same time, the pieces of the armor started to float up magically. Like floating petals, they danced around Levi. There were 3 spells on the frost giant armor, 2 of which were zero-ring cantrips. The first cantrip was automatic assembly. Assemble! Levi shouted. Crackling! Pieces of armor gathered on Levi's body. At this moment, he felt like he had become an armored warrior. He felt a sense of shame as if he had transformed. Then, the armor that the 3-meter-tall Grand Knight originally wore fitted perfectly on Levi's body. Levi tried to move around, and he was very agile. Although it was less effective than wearing armor, it was not inferior to chain mail. In general, its flexibility was far superior to other armor. In the future, this armor will never leave my body. Even if I don't use any spells, just the protection of this pure mithril is the best in the world. As long as 1 tael of mithril was mixed in, any armor could become a divine weapon worth hundreds of gold coins. Based on the density of the mithril, Levi's armor required several hundred pounds of mithril. This was truly priceless. However, such a gorgeous armor is too high profile on the outside. It's better to wear it on the inside. I'll put dragon armor on the outside and not wear the chain armor. With my current strength, the chain armor's defense is minimal. Melon's ring was also worn on Li Zheng's finger. This was the switch to use the 3 spells that came with the armor. The zero-ring cantrip and automatic assembly were used to disassemble armor. The zero-ring cantrip, Mirror Master, was used to replicate one's combat skills on the armor. Levi planned to carve the golden cross slash on his armor when he had time. He did not know if he would succeed. After all, this was an advanced combat technique. The last spell was this armor's most crucial trump card and core skill. First circle spell, Frost Giant's Sigh. It could rapidly reduce the temperature within a 10-meter radius around Levi, freezing the enemy. Levi believed that even a Grand Knight would not be able to last long with the Frost Giant's Sigh. Of course, the cooldown period of this spell was extremely long, requiring a month of automatic charging time, so Levi had to grasp the right timing to use it. Levi had changed his weapon with the Frost Giant armor. Even if Grand Knights were hiding in the castle, he was confident he could defeat them. After all, he was almost unbeatable with the defense of the Frost Giant armor. As long as he could break through the opponent's defense, he should have a chance of winning. The Frost Giant armor, the seal of protection, and the seal of flames. I am getting closer to becoming a wizard. Let's go out now and see what's going on outside. Why is the castle so quiet? He activated his intermediate vibrosensing. After confirming that no enemies were lurking at the shelter's exit, he began to look for Fred in the castle. However, after searching around, Levi did not find Fred. There were bloodstains everywhere in the castle and traces of fighting. There were also some corpses of soldiers. They died tragically as if an electric saw had torn them apart. Levi's expression was solemn. He came outside the castle and found that the 3 brothers were gone. The door of the bear pen was wide open. In the end, Levi began to search in the back mountain. He found the hidden valley where Fred trained his cavalry. In the valley, Levi finally saw a figure and the sound of a horse. He saw a large number of residents and some injured soldiers. Their faces were filled with sorrow, despair, and hopelessness. Levi's face sank, knowing the territory had encountered a great enemy. With the military power of Blackwater Valley before he left, unless it was the military power of the Earl or an enemy at the level of a Grand Knight, they couldn't be a match for Blackwater Valley. When those despairing people saw Levi, they were in disbelief, and then many broke down and cried, "My lord! You're finally back!" Team leader Sam wiped his tears and fell to his knees. "Fred, Sir Fred died." Sam could not help but feel pain, and many of the surviving cavalrymen were also crying. "What's wrong?" Levi frowned and asked. Sam told Levi about the situation. Just 3 months ago, a group came to Blackwater Valley. There were not many people, only 4 of them. They claimed to be wandering knights and asked to see Levi. Fred guessed they were probably Levi's enemies and not ordinary wandering knights. He said that Levi was not around, which was true. However, those people did not believe him and were unwilling to leave. They began to use force, directly violating the laws of the kingdom. They broke into Levi's territory and even killed their way into the castle. Fred and the militia naturally refused. They engaged in a fierce battle with the group of people. The Red Blood Cavalry also joined the battlefield. Many of the enemy died under the joint attack of the cavalry, infantry, and the 3 brothers. However, there was a big terrifying guy. He was as powerful as a demon king. Even if they had the advantage in numbers, they were still not a match for him. Fred said he was a Grand Knight, and they couldn't defeat him. There was no chance of winning. He asked Sam to retreat with the 3 brothers and more than half of the cavalry. They did not want to waste Levi's military strength. They wanted to preserve their strength and wait for Levi to return before taking revenge. Sam did as he was told and led his men to a hidden valley. Fred led the rest of the troops to stall the Grand Knight. Sam only found out about the result a few days ago. Fred and the soldiers were all killed by the Blackwater River. Only a few survivors were saved, and the big guy was gone. Then, Levi arrived. Sam and the others had been hiding in this valley all this time. They dared not go out, afraid that the Grand Knight would come again. "Where's Fred's body?" Levi asked calmly. However, everyone could feel Levi's burning anger. Chapter 94, Naiad. Soon, Sam and the others brought Levi to see Fred's corpse. Judging from his clothes and weapon, it was Fred. Levi suddenly felt an indescribable sadness. He knew that he was destined to part with Fred. However, he did not expect this day to come so early. Fred's greatest wish was for Levi to take back Tulip Hill and Storm Hill and restore the glory of the Black Snake family. However, Levi knew that it was tough. It was not difficult to take back the territory, but defending it was challenging. He was destined to embark on the path of a wizard. Before that, he might not even have any descendants. Even if he did, the possibility of his descendants being able to protect his territory was 0. All mortals had to die, and Levi could not be trapped in the mortal cage of the territory forever. To him, territory and money were just tools for immortality. Levi had already thought of this when he decided to become a wizard. As Levi became more powerful, his reliance on the territory would also decrease. However, he still had to take revenge. The wandering knights were just an excuse. The Duke of Montenegro was being so secretive. The Grand Knight must be from Montenegro Mountain. After the 3 failures of the Bird of Death's voice, he finally could not help but personally engage in battle. "I will cultivate Golden Cross step by step to the highest realm. I will use the supreme revolving force to inherit the name of the Dawn Swordsman." After Levi had dealt with his sadness, he began managing the current situation. He found the 3 brothers hidden by Sam. They were covered in wounds. It was obvious that they had suffered severe injuries during the battle with the Grand Imite. The 3 brothers might have died if Fred and the cavalrymen had not sacrificed themselves. Fred knew that the 3 brothers and the Red Blood Cavalry would be Levi's trump cards in the future, so he made them retreat. The 3 brothers were about to reach adulthood, and their current strength was comparable to that of a mid-level knight. Even a high-level knight would struggle to resist the 3 little fellows working together. In their adulthood, they would be at least a high-level knight. The three brothers would be invincible with the giant bear armor that Levi had made for them. When the three brothers saw Levi, they were incredibly affectionate. Ignoring the pain, they wanted to hug Levi. Levi told them to recuperate in peace, eat and drink well, and get the veterinarian to buy the best animal medicine to treat them. With the three brothers' powerful physiques, it was only a matter of time before they recovered. Besides the three brothers, the strongest within Blood Red Cavalry was also saved. Currently, there are still 32 Red Blood Cavalry in the territory. Almost all the other foot soldiers had died, but there were very few casualties among the residents. That uninvited guest did not seem to have attacked the residents. From the few survivors, Levi learned that the Grand Knight seemed to have left in a hurry, as if something had happened. They heard him shouting, "Damn woman, get off me!" However, the survivors did not see any women. In short, not long after the Grand Knight started his massacre, he hurriedly left the Blackwater Valley. Otherwise, a Grand Imite with full firepower would have eliminated the territory. Woman. The Blackwater River. It's still in the Blackwater River. That evil spirit. Levi was shocked and confused. Why can't these people see the evil spirit, but the original body and the Grand Imite can? I can understand if a Grand Knight can see it, after all, he is a Grand Knight, and to a certain extent, he is already extraordinary. When I was fishing, I was still a child, just an ordinary person. Nayad, what on earth is it? Levi muttered. After being attacked by the evil spirit, Levi had specially searched for many legends and books about evil spirits. However, most about evil spirits like Nayad were vague, and there was no solution. And now, after Levi thought that the evil spirits had disappeared. After so many years, the evil spirit had reappeared in the Blackwater River. In the spirit exorcism manual that Levi had obtained, there was no introduction to evil spirits. The diary only said that these things were born in the human world after the return of the dark wave. The greatest fear of humans was the fear of the unknown and the fear of insufficient firepower. Pass down my order. From now on, no one can fish or play with water in the Blackwater River. Unless it's for important matters such as irrigation, try not to go there. Levi said coldly. Levi was very nervous now that the evil spirit had reappeared in his territory. However, Levi knew nothing about evil spirits. Although the descendants of the Winchester family did not care about ordinary evil spirits, they were all experienced exorcists and had family inheritances. They also knew a lot about evil spirits. They must have also mastered the Seal of Dragon Might, a divine skill against evil spirits or some spirit-repelling tools. Levi had yet to obtain evil spirit dust. Therefore, he was worried that he did not have an effective attack on the evil spirit. Levi was not naive enough to think that the evil spirit had chased the Grand Knight away for him and that it was just a coincidence. However, the Grand Knight seems to have gained the ability to resist the Nayad. At least he managed to escape. This is good news. How did he escape? With his powerful physique. Levi's original body had died instantly. Suddenly, he thought of something. Fight magic with magic, his dad told him. If evil spirits could be compared to magical creatures, the thing closest to magic or transcendence on the Imite was black gas. Oh right, black gas. Perhaps this is the key to me being able to fight against evil spirits. I'm not even a Grand Knight right now. The quality of my black gas is not good enough. I can't fight head-on with the evil spirit. I'll take a detour for the time being. From the looks of it, Nayad's attack range is limited to the shore of the Blackwater River. We should be fine if we don't go to the Blackwater River. Of course, this is just my guess. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. Levi sighed. His arrival had temporarily calmed the hearts of the people. However, it would take some time for the territory to recover. Next, everyone should return to the territory and resume production. Sam, please bury the dead cavalry brothers properly and compensate their families. At the same time, train the recruits. Milan, continue forging. If you don't have enough staffing, tell me. Although we suffered heavy losses during the Grand Knight invasion, everyone worked together to kill those official knights. This is a testament to how everyone's daily training is very effective. People will die if killed, and so will Grand Knights. As long as our territory is strong enough, and if that person dares to return, we will get him. Levi said. The most important thing now was to resume production. After encountering the evil spirit, there was a high chance the Grand Knight would not return to Blackwater Valley. With Levi's current strength, he would not be afraid even if he returned. After assembling the Frost Giant armor, Levi had the confidence and strength to fight against a Grand Knight. His strength had significantly increased since he had already advanced to a high-level knight. If not for stability, he would have thought of a way to kill that Grand Knight to vent his hatred. However, after thinking about it, he decided to digest the gains from his trip to the Holy City and increase his strength before chasing after the enemy. It was the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the month of Germinal. After a recovery period, the Blackwater Valley had returned to normal operations, and all walks of life were gradually recovering. The territory was also constantly replenishing its population and recruiting new soldiers. Everything was back on track. Levi waited for a month, but the Grand Knight never returned. He did not know when the enemy would attack again but was already prepared. He was not short of money now. He had gained a lot from his trip to the Holy City. After his detailed calculations, the highlights of his trip to the Holy City were not gains like ambergris and breathing techniques. Instead, he gained plenty of money from the wealth he had obtained from the official's mansion and the Bloody Hand Gang, plus the gold coins he had received from selling the armor. In the end, there were more than 8,000 standard gold coins in Emerald Kingdom's currency. He set aside 5,000 gold coins to save for his cultivation and emergencies. As for the rest of the money, he would continue to invest in the workforce, material resources, forging, and the military. This month, he recruited a few official blacksmiths to join his territory and continue construction. Furthermore, with Levi's blacksmith master title, earning was not an issue. The most important thing now was converting the money he earned into his and the territory's strength. He would use his strength as the main force and the territory's strength as a supplement. All in all, Levi had to thank the evil spirit Naiad. If not for it, the losses suffered by Levi's territory would have been far from what it was now. The territory resumed operations, and Levi did not delay his cultivation. To him, the army was just an external entity that played a supporting role. Compelling confidence still had to be one's strength. Therefore, cultivation was always the top priority. During this month, Levi made much progress in his breathing techniques. The first was the blood whale breathing technique he obtained from Boss Bloody Hand. As an excellent breathing technique, Levi was very interested in it. The secret medicine needed was narwhal horns. Narwhals were powerful marine creatures in the deep sea. Although Levi had never seen them before, he had heard from the traveling poets during the breeding season every year. When narwhals returned from the deep to the shallow sea to breed and mate, the people by the sea would see the behemoth that was 30 meters long and weighed hundreds of tons. Although these sea beasts were mighty, they were very docile. Their horns were also excellent raw materials for carving. Therefore, Levi did not spend much money obtaining narwhal horns from some collectors. He then made them into secret potions that could last him long. After Levi's 1 month of cultivation, not only had he mastered the blood whale breathing technique, but Levi had also upgraded it to level 3. According to the breathing technique inheritance diagram description, after promoting to a knight by cultivating the blood whale breathing technique, the seed of blood whale could significantly enhance knight's endurance. In addition, a new organ would be born in the body, the whale sac. Chapter 95, Blood Whale Sac. Levi had always felt that breathing techniques were magical. However, this blood whale breathing technique refreshed his knowledge. He could increase the number of organs in the human body by cultivating the breathing technique. This was something that Levi had never expected. The function of the whale sac was straightforward. Like the hump, it stores a tremendous amount of energy food produces. Food would be replenished through the whale sac in the human body when it was unavailable. In Levi's eyes, this was similar to a food bank. He could eat a lot of food at once. After the digestive system digests the food, the excess energy produced is stored in the whale sac. The upper limit of the storage was related to the cultivation base of knights. In short, for a low-level knight, if he did not use the breathing technique violently, a full whale sac would output energy to his body and last him a week without any food. For a mid-level knight, it could last him 2 weeks, 3 weeks for a high-level knight, and 1 month for a peak knight. As for grand knights, it was rumored that they could go without food for 3 months without any problems. Of course, these depended on the condition that the breathing technique was not used violently in battle. Time would be shortened if breathing techniques were used. Isn't this the Emite's version of fasting? Levi thought. The benefits of the whale sack were huge. First, Levi did not need to carry much food outside. He could eat his fill once, which would last him long. At the same time, he did not have to worry about the sin of gluttony and becoming delirious due to excessive hunger when he used high-intensity breathing techniques without food. I have to train. Isn't it just having more organs? This is very normal and reasonable in the supernatural world, Levi consoled himself. Besides the blood whale breathing technique, the azure falcon breathing technique Levi had just obtained during his trip to the Holy City also reached the 4th level. According to Levi's speculation, the azure falcon breathing technique had a maximum level of 5. After level 5, he could sacrifice the azure falcon breathing technique for the siren breathing technique to allow the latter to break its limits. That way, he could continue to cultivate the siren breathing technique. The azure falcon breathing technique's cultivation speed could be the fastest Levi had ever cultivated. This also proved that his previous guess was correct. As more powerful breathing techniques appeared, Levi's cultivation speed became shorter. At Levi's heart, the black snake danced wildly and majestically. Under the black snake, the siren, giant bear, giant rhinoceros, raging bull, and man-faced spider's 5 underlings all submitted. The azure falcon seed had joined the underlings' army, and the black snake had another underling. Levi felt that if the black snake seed had not suppressed the others, those life seeds might have started fighting each other. Besides the blood beast breathing technique and the azure falcon breathing technique, Levi did not have any breakthroughs in his other breathing techniques. After all, black snake and man-faced spider were stuck at level 5. They needed considerable proficiency points to reach level 6, which could not be achieved. The giant breathing technique required the giant's secret medicine, and Levi had yet to find one of the main ingredients, the frost ape's blood. Not only was he unable to find it, Levi had never heard of a creature like the frost ape. It was most likely a complex material, just like the turbularian egg. Levi was afraid that these creatures had already gone extinct, but after thinking about it, he felt it was unlikely. After all, whether it was the frost apes or the turbularians, they were relatively unpopular. Conversely, ambergris was a secret medicine for many powerful breathing techniques. From what Levi knew, besides the black snake breathing technique, the Jade Royal family's dragon breathing technique also required ambergris. Moreover, he had heard that the breathing technique passed down from the giant iron crocodile Aryan family in the land of Rust Lake also required ambergris. Therefore, many families targeted the earthly dragon beasts, yet they were still not extinct. The frost apes and the turbularians should still be around, but Levi had not found them yet. Cultivating an excellent breathing technique without any secret medicine would waste time. For efficiency, Levi had stopped developing the giant breathing technique after he had reached its primary level and would cultivate it again when he found its secret medicine. The same was true for the vortex beast breathing technique, which Levi also stopped cultivating. Levi used his saved time to cultivate other breathing techniques, which was why the azure falcon breathing technique reached the 4th level. As for the final giant rhinoceros breathing technique that had no limits, it was not far from level 5. After the giant rhinoceros reached level 5, Levi planned to fuse the raging bull and giant bear with the giant rhinoceros to break its limit. In the future, if he cultivated the giant breathing technique to the limit, he would use the giant rhinoceros as a material for the giant breathing technique. In short, he could strengthen the breathing technique as he wished. It would not be a waste anyway. The combination and fusion of breathing techniques would be beneficial. The same type of breathing technique would be ideally circulated to the highest level of the breathing technique ecological chain. During this period, Levi was most concerned about cultivating the Seal of Flame and Seal of Protection. These abilities were closest to a wizard, and their future achievements would not be comparable to standard breathing techniques. As a fan of the stacked armor style, Levi naturally prioritized the Seal of Protection. Therefore, the Seal of Protection was upgraded very quickly. This month, it had reached level 2, and the pure white protection had been upgraded to bright silver protection. Once he cast the spell, Levi's body would emit a brilliant silver light, making him look gorgeous. Levi tested it out. The bright silver protection's physical defense was enough to block the 3 brothers' attacks completely. The 3 brothers did not shatter the barrier until the Seal of Protection lost its effect. However, he reckoned it would not be enough against the Grand Knight's attack. Nonetheless, it would still serve as an additional layer of defense. After all, Levi valued the seal of protection's defense against creatures like evil spirits. With the black snack breathing technique and the frost giant armor, he was invincible in the mortal world. However, after Seal of Protection reached level 2, Levi did not dare to waste his time on it. Me now Yusu up to Unrus 01 ms no Sui Roxine to Riatan level U1 any remaining 1/3 would only gain a few hundred proficiency points. It would be futile since the Seal of Protection required 5,000 proficiency points to reach level 3. Therefore, before finding new pyroxene, the remaining few hundred sets of casting materials could not be wasted. The Seal of Flame was still level 1. Although its materials were easy to find, they were not cheap. However, he was not far from level 2. The range of the flame seal had already reached about 2 meters. A month ago, Levi had gone to a deserted place to test the power of the frost giant's Sai. Everything within a 10-meter radius of him was frozen. The birds flying at low altitudes were frozen and turned into ice sculptures. The grass that had just emerged was frozen into the ice crystals and no longer swayed. With Levi as the center, everything within a 10-meter radius was frozen solid. This was the power of spells. If those mortals saw this, they would think it was a miracle. However, Levi knew that this was only the power of a first ring spell. Grand Knight, if you can't withstand my spells and enter my ice-sealed domain, you'll be easily beaten. It's a pity that it can only be used once per month. Otherwise, I would have killed my way to the Duke of Montenegro's house and frozen everyone I saw. After a month of charging with the ether power, the frost giant's Sai had been restored. With this trump card skill, although Levi was still cautious about Grand Imites, he was no longer as afraid as before. Without Fred in the castle, no one could share the joy of Levi's breakthrough. During this period, he spent all his time in the shelter, either making medicine or forging. He only spent a little time every week to check on the situation in the territory. A few days ago, Abraham happily returned after receiving Levi's tax payment. Levi remembered all their transactions. During this period, he had been waiting for the arrival of the Grand Knight in his territory. He had already made preparations to kill him. Unfortunately, the enemy did not come. Levi decided to take the initiative to attack. The evil spirit had attacked the Grand Knight, so he was most likely injured and in poor condition. Levi's strength was far more significant than a month ago, so he felt now was the best time to beat up a fallen knight. After communicating with the survivors, Levi briefly learned about the Grand Knight's appearance. He wore an iron helmet and carried a shark tooth-shaped sword. He was also very tall, probably over 2 meters tall. He was most likely cultivating strength, defense, and physique-type breathing techniques. With these characteristics, Levi should be able to find his traces with the help of the Shining Tavern. Moreover, he heard from the survivors that they seemed to be looking for a blacksmith master called the Golden Warhammer from the conversation between the Grand Knight and his subordinates. Perhaps I can use my avatar to lure the enemy out of his hole. That Grand Knight will never expect that the Golden Warhammer he is looking for is me. Levi. Hence, Levi began to prepare for the hunt for the Grand Knight. He made and refined large quantities of the man-faced spider series poisons. Poison was always the best tool for the weak to defeat the strong. He forged and reforged the dragon armor and spent a lot of money on mithril to reforge Frostmourne. Now, the mithril content of Frostmourne had reached 1/3. In this era, it was a top-notch divine weapon. Coupled with Levi's golden cross slash, it could genuinely cut through iron like mud. The frost giant's Sai had also finished its cooldown. Everything was ready, all left was to lure the enemy out of his hole. Levi brought a set of blacksmith master grade mithril armor he had recently forged and arrived at the Icewine City. He wore the iconic Golden Warhammer mask and entered the Shining Tavern without a ticket. The Shining Tavern staff was overwhelmingly passionate after not seeing him for so long. Master, you've finally appeared. The entire Icewine City nobles are waiting for your next masterpiece. The Shining Auction House president was full of anticipation. That's right. I've been silent for this period because I've put in a lot of effort and spent half a year forging the strongest mithril armor, Leviathan armor. There are 3 tails of mithril mixed into this. This is my best work this year. I hope your auction will do a good job and make this work worth its price. I will also stay in Icewine City for some time to custom make items that cost no less than 500 gold coins. If anyone needs custom made items, you can contact me through your Shining Tavern. Levi had the air of a master, confident and arrogant. No problem, master. Please leave it to us. This Leviathan armor will excite the entire Icewind city. Master, be prepared to retrieve money with a gunny sack. Then, Levi found a small inn in the Icewind city. While cultivating his breathing techniques and honing his sword skills, he waited for the fish to take the bait. Since he wanted to find the golden warhammer, he would come. Levi clenched his fists. He was fully prepared. He wanted one less grand night in the Emerald Kingdom. Chapter 96, Lord Shuiying, 1. Levi began to live in seclusion in Icewind City. Besides going to the Shining Tavern daily to see if his missions had been completed, he spent most of his time in the lodge. The auction at the end of the month was already warming up for his Leviathan armor. In the past few days, Levi had been walking on the streets. With his intermediate vibrosensing, he could occasionally hear some nobles or knights passing by discussing the golden warhammer. I thought the golden warhammer was just a flash in the pan. I didn't expect him to be dormant for half a year to forge the world-shocking Leviathan armor. That's right, our master is already raising money for this item. Such a masterpiece, and even for a mithril armor, the starting bid is estimated to be 200 gold coins. Tell your master to give up. I heard that the Earl of Silver Mountain would send people to participate in the auction. He is determined to get the Leviathan armor. What? Even such a big shot was alarmed? Then we, the small nobles, have no chance at all. That's right. The production of the Golden Warhammer Master is too slow. It takes time for an armor to be produced every time. It can't be helped. Masters are all like this. They always strive for perfection and have stringent requirements for their work. Every piece of armor is created with all their heart and blood and countless hours. Only when you wear such armor can you feel at ease. Levi had heard quite a lot of such conversations during this period. This meant that the warm-up of the Shining Tavern was done well. It seemed that his Leviathan armor could indeed be sold for a reasonable price. There was nothing he could do. He was the only craftsman in the world. However, Levi was concerned not about the price of the Leviathan armor but whether he could use this armor to lure the snake out. During this period, the Shining Tavern told Levi that a few nobles who did not want to be named wanted to entrust Master Terra with custom-made armor. Because Levi had set a threshold of 500 gold coins, this alone would be enough to shut out most barons. Therefore, these few were probably wealthy barons. After Levi changed his body shape and disguised himself, he wore a mask and talked to the customers needing customization. From the information he got, these people were not the Duke of Black Mountain's men, nor were they his targets. These people were straightforward and wanted to rope Levi into their territory, but Levi rejected them all. As for their orders, Levi had accepted them all. However, the delivery time was half a year later, so he had enough time to forge. Each of the 3 orders was worth more than 500 gold coins. Levi had already collected 300 gold coins from the deposit alone. As a blacksmith master, he earned money faster than a group of blacksmiths in his territory. Of course, these significant clients were not worried that Levi would break the contract and run away with the deposit. The most precious thing for every master was their reputation. This was the reason why they were so valuable. To put it bluntly, even though a master's skill was far superior to other blacksmiths, it was still not worth the premium. A master's premium came from his reputation and brand value. Without a good reputation, his value would be significantly reduced. Hence, Levi would not do anything that would destroy his future. One day, when Levi passed by a small wooden house, he noticed that the house owner had a snow-white bird on his arm. It looked very handsome. It appeared like a raptor with a wingspan of more than a meter. However, it looked dispirited, probably due to excessive hunger. It was a snow eagle, a ferocious beast unique to the north like the snow rabbit and deer. I'll buy this snow eagle. Levi had an idea. He walked to the hunter's house and took out a gold coin. Ah! The hunter's clothes were ragged, and he looked malnourished. It seemed that his recent hunting harvest was poor. This snow eagle was his falcon. However, due to the cold weather in the north, there were fewer and fewer prey. In the wilderness, there were not many snow rabbits to catch. Hence, the hunter could not afford to eat. He took the gold coin from Levi in disbelief and asked, "Are you sure?" Give me the eagle," Levi said. All right, all right, all right. You're not allowed to regret." The hunter took the gold coin, took a bite, and closed the door with a smile. Levi grabbed the snow eagle, which was very healthy, but disappointed because it was hungry. The hunter was so poor that he had no means to feed the snow eagle. Levi had previously learned how to tame eagles. His beast taming skill was at the peak of level 3. After seeing the snow eagle, Levi had an idea. He wanted to tame this snow eagle into his pet. He had seen the people from the Bird of Death's voice before. They seemed to navel si loves Lusanu. He could train the snow eagle and use it to contact the territory and keep watch. Since an eagle's vision in the sky far surpassed that of a human. With such a flying biological drone, coupled with his wild heart, wouldn't it be a perfect match? I haven't developed the wild heart skill enough. I've only focused on cultivating the breathing technique. This seemingly ordinary skill has a lot of value. Levi reflected on himself and brought the snow eagle back to his residence. He took out some meat and fed it to the hungry bird. Snow eagles were falcons and had received professional training. They generally would not eat food given by strangers unless they could not help themselves. Chapter 97, Lord Shuiying, 2. It was too hungry. Ultimately, it could not resist the temptation of the delicious food, so it began to eat heartily on the ground. Go on. Eat more. Levi continued to cultivate breathing techniques. His giant rhinoceros breathing technique was almost at the 5th level, so he had focused on it for the past few days. 3 days later, the snow eagle was no longer on guard against Levi. He could already stand on Levi's shoulder and eat. 5 days later, with the help of Wild Heart, Li Weixun had already stolen the falcon's heart. Although they could not communicate with each other like the 3 brothers, Levi could still give orders. With just a little more time, Levi's scouting crew, which cost a piece of meat per 100 kilometers, could soar into the sky and execute Levi's orders. The day of the auction was getting closer. During this period, some wandering Imites or nobles arrived in succession. Some had come specifically for the Leviathan armor forged by the Golden Warhammer Master. Icewine City was in turmoil because of a blacksmith master-grade mithril armor. On this day, a tall figure wearing heavy armor, an iron helmet on his head, and a serrated sword on his back arrived at Icewine City. He was the hidden trump card of the Duke of Montenegro, the Shark-Tooth Knight. He was an experienced Grand Knight. He had left the territory of the Duke of Montenegro half a year ago and came to the area around Icewine City. He had not completed any of the 3 missions the Duke of Black Mountain gave him. He did not dare to return to Montenegro City. He could not bear the wrath of the Duke of Montenegro. The Shark-Tooth Knight felt bitter. As a Grand Knight, he thought completing these missions would be easy. He did not expect that reality would smack him in the face. The first mission was to find Knight Horden. Through his investigation, he could confirm that Knight Horden was killed instead of running away. However, he had not seen the murderer yet. It had been long since the Duke of Montenegro had asked him to investigate. This was making things difficult for him. The Shark-Tooth Knight failed to complete the second quest to find the Golden Warhammer. The first thing he did after arriving in Icewine City was to wait in the Shining Tavern to see the person wearing the golden mask. He did not find any traces of this person. The Golden Warhammer seemed to have disappeared all of a sudden. He tried to find the true identity of Golden Warhammer through the staff of the Shining Tavern, but they rejected him despite his identity as a Grand Knight. He knew it would be useless even if the Duke of Montenegro came. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on this mission and went to Blackwater Valley to carry out the last task he thought easiest. What he did not expect was that this mission, which he thought was the easiest, would become the beginning of his nightmare journey. He confidently brought the wandering knights he hired to Blackwater Valley but did not meet Baron Levi. He asked and found out that he was not in the territory. He refused to believe it and launched an attack. He not nak wumata easy to kal ceo Namir Darren. However, he was a little shocked when the well-trained and fully equipped cavalryman appeared, even with his identity as a Grand Knight. Given such a robust configuration, was he a baron? It was even better than a small earl's territory. However, this was not what shocked him the most. When the giant bears of the Northern Territory charged over, he finally knew how powerful the Blackwater Valley was. Someone raised 3 giant bears of the Northern Territory. However, all of this was still within the Shark-Tooth Knight's control. He alone killed the elite cavalry until they were terrified and fled. Only Fred and some others were still resisting stubbornly with the advantage of numbers. It was only a matter of time before he destroyed them. He did not notice that they had reached the Blackwater River as they fought. Just as he was about to capture these people and interrogate them about Baron Levi's whereabouts, something unexpected happened. He suddenly felt someone behind him, a wet person. Countless water plants and dead fish coiled around the body of the person. It was a woman whose body was swollen and was spraying water. Her hair was disheveled and terrifying. She was lying on his back, and the shark-toothed knight felt that the woman wanted to burrow into his body. For a moment, he felt that his body was no longer his. Fortunately, his strong physique and willpower as a grand knight allowed him to persist for a long time. In addition, he had an idea and used the black gas to hurt the woman, then temporarily forced her out of his body. After that, the shark-toothed knight fled from this tamed area and never looked back. He felt a lingering fear even today. He suspected the evil spirit would have stolen his body if he was not strong enough. According to legends, some evil spirits would wander in gloomy places in the human world because their resentment could not dissipate. They could not enter the underworld that the god of death ruled in myths. They would find a host or kill others to replace themselves so that they could enter the underworld. In other words, they would find themselves a scapegoat. The shark-toothed knight suspected that he had encountered this type of evil spirit. The stronger the evil spirit, the stronger the scapegoat it needed. That was why the evil spirit attacked him. Damn it! Although the shark-toothed knight had successfully escaped, the after-effects of the evil spirit's invasion had left him weak for a long time. The feeling of being drained by 10,000 women still made his hair stand on end. Up until now, his strength had not fully recovered. He only had about 2/3 of his peak strength. An ominous place. This was the shark-toothed knight's description of Baron Levi's territory. He suspected that Baron Levi was already dead. Therefore, Sir Fred was lying. Baron Levi did not go on a long journey but died. Right now, the one managing the territory was Fred, the retainer. Fred was highly ambitious. He had secretly stationed troops and built a large number of buildings. He must have intended to rebel. Shark-toothed Knight had planned to report this matter to the Duke of Montenegro. He did not expect that, after leaving the Icewine City, he heard that the Golden Warhammer Master had appeared in the Icewine City again, so he returned. His plan was straightforward. He had to complete at least one of the 3 missions before reporting. This time, he had to take the Golden Warhammer with him. Even the Heavenly Father would not stop him this time. In the Icewine City, other than the Silver Mountain Knights and the Church, Sharktooth was invincible. Chapter 98, Breaking the Limit. 1. In the year 1009 of the Holy Brilliance calendar, the end of the month of Vitality, the shining auction that countless people had eagerly anticipated was about to begin tonight in the underground world of Icewine City. In the Shining Tavern, nobles dressed in gorgeous clothes and masks entered one after another. In the small hotel, Levi emerged from his state of cultivating breathing techniques. "Harris," Levi shouted. Outside the window, a snow-white raptor swooped down from the horizon in a perfect arc toward Levi's room. This speed was comparable to the peregrines of his previous life. Even Levi, who had intermediate speed, would not catch up. After all, this was a diving speed comparable to a high-speed rail. It took less than a second to cover a distance of 100 meters. Levi had seen a speed-type Grand Knight before, and Pale Shadow was one of them. The speed at which he exploded almost formed a black line. That speed was still not comparable to Harris's diving speed. This was the evolutionary advantage of birds that had perfectly combined their aeromechanics and gravity over thousands of years. It was incomparable to the flesh and blood bodies of knights. Harris obediently ate the meat on Levi's shoulder. Now, Levi's wild heart could already communicate with Harris. Every day, he would let Harris go to the skies of the Icewine City to take a look after it had eaten its fill. From the information Harris had sent back, Levi knew many people in Icewine City today were here to attend the auction. The Master Mithril armor had not appeared in Icewine City for a long time. It starts tonight. After this period of dormancy, I'm almost done with my cultivation. The next step is to wait for the prey to take the bait. Siren Breathing Technique, Level 5, 1/30,000, Special Effect, Intermediate Speed, Bone Shrinking Transformation. Giant Rhinoceros Breathing Technique, Level 5, Maximum, Breakthrough Available, Current Progress 2/3, Special Effect, Intermediate Strength. Levi had successfully upgraded the Azure Falcon breathing technique to level 5 and then fused it into the Siren breathing technique. After the Siren swallowed the Azure Falcon, it had successfully broken through its limit. This meant that Levi could continue to gain experience in the Siren breathing technique. He would have advanced speed when the Siren breathing technique reached the 6th level. The Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique also reached the 5th level during this period. As he expected, that was its limit. He had fed the Raging Bull breathing technique and Giant Bear breathing technique to the Giant Rhinoceros. Now, the progress bar of the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique was only 1 point away from breaking the limit. Strength-based breathing techniques were relatively common. It would not be long before the Giant Rhinoceros breathing technique broke through its limits. At present, the life seeds lurking in Levi's heart were the Giant Rhinoceros, Siren, Man-faced Spider, and the Black Snake that was above them. The other life seeds came and left in a hurry. Only the arrogant Black Snake looked down on everything. When night fell, and he was fully prepared, Levi brought all the poisons, casting materials, hidden weapons, bows and arrows, and equipment. He touched the frost giant armor under the dragon armor before heading to the Shining Tavern with relief. The Grand Knight should have arrived at the Icewine City if nothing had gone wrong. In the auction hall of the Shining Tavern, the once sparse seats were now filled to the brim. An armor that a blacksmith master had spent half a year to forge was a treasure that many knights and nobles dreamed of. After all, in the eyes of a knight, a set of high-quality armor was more tempting than the most beautiful woman in the world and more delicious than the rarest delicacies. The Shark-Tooth Knight thought so. As a Grand Imite, he was assertive but not defensive. Therefore, even he needed such armor. This way, his weaknesses would reduce when he fought with experts of the same level. The Earl of Silver Mountain had the same thought. In the VIP seats of the sparkling tavern, a man with beautiful silver hair and a silver mask was sitting there calmly, waiting for the auction to begin. Although he wore a mask, that iconic silver hair and unparalleled temperament betrayed him. The Earl of Silver Mountain came personally. "My God!" The crowd whispered, "Oh my God, it is him! Such a big shot has come personally. The Earl of Silver Mountain seems determined to get it." They knew that when the Earl of Silver Mountain arrived, the ordinary nobles and knights would lose the right to auction the Leviathan armor. Sigh, to live like the Golden Warhammer Master, this trip has been worthwhile. Isn't that so? The products forged are enough to entice the high and mighty earls and grand knights. Perhaps this is what a blacksmith master is like. The crowd sighed as the auction began. Levi did not wear the golden mask. Instead, he wore the white wolf mask and hid in the ordinary seats inconspicuously. He fully activated his intermediate vibrosensing, and his gaze inadvertently swept across the scene. Two figures caught Levi's attention. One of them was naturally the famous Silver Mountain Knight, one of the Northern Seven Flying Cavalry and the ruler of this city. The other figure wore an iron helmet and was covered in heavy armor. He looked like an ancient beast. He sat in a corner and looked at the stands silently. On his back was a broadsword. The edge of the broadsword was serrated like a shark's tooth. This iconic, unique weapon directly exposed his identity. That nameless Grand Knight, the Duke of Montenegro's man. Levi hid his anger and calmed down. Now, he had successfully lured the enemy to Icewine City. Chapter 99, Breaking the Limit. 2. The next step was how to deal with him. The enemy was in the open, while Levi was in the dark. He had to use this advantage well and deal with the enemy more securely. Although he had the frost giant armor, Levi was already very confident. However, it was not wrong to play it safe. Soon, the auction began. The auctioneer did not waste any time and began to auction the items individually. Levi also wanted to see if he needed anything in this auction. Then, the third item surprised Levi. The beautiful auctioneer called out, "Red Pig Breathing Technique, the ancestral bloodline breathing technique of the Red Pig family that was destroyed 100 years ago. The starting price is 20 gold coins, and each increment must not be less than 1 gold coin." Before Levi could bid, the Earl of Silver Mountain in the VIP seats made a move. 30 gold coins. His voice was charming to hear. Levi frowned. This was a basic bloodline breathing technique. Why would the Earl of Silver Mountain want it? Could he be a collector of breathing techniques? 40 gold coins. Naturally, Levi wanted to take it down. This red pig breathing technique was a strength-type breathing technique. He was just short of a strength-type breathing technique to break the limit of the giant rhinoceros breathing technique. He could not miss it. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's attention was on Levi. Who is this ungrateful brat? He dared to compete with the Earl of Silver Mountain for the breathing technique. Probably a foreigner who didn't know he was the Earl of Silver Mountain. Levi wore a mask and was fearless. Ultimately, he could finally make a move after bidding with the Earl of Silver Mountain. The red boar breathing technique, which was not worth much, was sold for 100 gold coins and was eventually bought by Levi. The Earl of Silver Mountain was indeed noble. Even though he was humiliated by Levi, he sat there calmly, not using his status as an earl to intimidate Levi. Although the Earl of Silver Mountain was rich, the breathing technique was only for his collection. He still had to save the money for the Leviathan armor auction. Very good. There shouldn't be any problems with breaking through the limits of the giant rhinoceros breathing technique. Levi was in a good mood. He had gained quite a lot from the start. However, his happiness did not last long before a bigger surprise drowned it. The auctioneer came up with a small tray. She lifted the black cloth covering the tray. A dim blue light came from the tray like a blue flame in the dark auction hall. Levi looked over and saw a dark blue stone the size of a walnut with countless tiny holes. The stone's surface was full of holes, emitting wisps of dark blue mist. Looking from afar, it was like a blue flame rising. This is a gem from the Evernight Kingdom in the far north, Frost Heart. This gemstone is stunning. It is extremely cool in the hand. It would be like holding a piece of ice in the hot summer. Extremely comfortable. Moreover, this gem seems also to help people maintain their clarity and calmness, which helps cultivate breathing techniques. However, this effect is relatively weak. No matter what, the starting price is 30 gold coins. It would be a loss not to buy it. It would also be a good gift to your lover. Levi was excited. This was not Frost Heart. This stone with holes all over its surface and emitting a faint blue mist was the core of the undead recorded in the Spirit Exorcism Manual. This was the most crucial casting material for Seal of Hell. With this, Levi could cast the Seal of Hell. He had to get it. No one would not stop Levi from getting the core of the undead. He was already prepared to fall out with the Earl of Silver Mountain. However, there was silence. Dead silence. No one was interested at all. What on earth? This eerie gem? Who dares to take it? Ominous. I feel an ominous aura from the stone. Wait a minute, I'll think I've seen this thing before. Damn it, this is something inside the snow demon's body. How can your auction house sell such things? Instantly, the knights below sucked in a breath of cold air. Although most people here had never seen the snow demon, it was notorious in the Evernight Kingdom. Even though there were no traces of snow demons in the Emerald Kingdom so far. However, everyone's fear of what they thought was an evil spirit had penetrated their bones. Therefore, no one bid for it after hearing it was an item from snow demons. Only Levi, who did not believe it, called out the base price alone. Levi was in a good mood. It was the right decision to come to this auction. A breathing technique book and the core of the undead were both items that he urgently needed. It was a worthwhile trip. Next, Levi quietly waited for the Leviathan armor that he had consigned to be carried to the booth as the final item. Everyone, I'm sure everyone has been waiting for a long time. Next, the heavyweight work of this auction will be on the stage. The Leviathan armor is an invincible battle armor that represented the strongest forging technology of this era, forged by Master Tyra, the Golden Warhammer, a genius blacksmith master who reappeared after spending half a year forging thousands of hammers with painstaking efforts. The shiny armor was so dazzling. Everyone held their breaths. The starting price of this armor is 200 gold coins. Each increment must not be less than 10 gold coins. Now, let the auction begin. In an instant, the atmosphere of the auction was ignited entirely. 210. 230. 240. 400. Sharktooth Knight looked at the excited nobles and shouted. He had only brought 1,000 gold coins with him this time. He did not have much left to spend now. He looked at the Silver Mountain Knight. The Silver Mountain Knight said calmly and elegantly, 500. Sharktooth Knight gave up. After all, he could bring the Golden Warhammer Master back to Montenegro Mountain City. He could then ask him to forge another piece for him. Someone from the ordinary seats called out a price, 550. Levi thought 500 was the maximum, but he did not expect many wealthy people to be present. Ultimately, Silver Mountain and the rich man in the ordinary seat began to bid. They won the Leviathan armor at the sky-high price of 1,000 gold. How rich! Levi was happy to see this. In this auction, excluding the cost and the handling fee of the Shining Tavern, he had earned a net profit of 600 gold coins. After the auction ended, he went backstage to get the red pig breathing technique and the core of the undead he had longed for before leaving quickly. On the third day, the aftermath of the auction was over. Only then did he change his appearance and become Master Tyra, the Golden Warhammer. He rushed to the Shining Tavern and got his share. On returning to the hotel, he knew someone was following him through his perception. Naturally, it was the Grand Knight. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He changed his route and headed out of the city. Come on, big guy. I've prepared a big gift for you. Chapter 100, Frozen Moment. Levi, who was being followed, did not panic at all. He was already prepared. After arriving at a deserted area outside the city, he turned around and asked in a puzzled tone, I don't think I know you. Why do you keep following me? The big guy facing him shrugged and said indifferently, I didn't expect a blacksmith master to be so powerful. I didn't have any ill intentions when I followed you, blacksmith master. I just wanted to invite you to join a huge force you can't imagine. What force? Tell me about it. Levi asked despite knowing the answer. Blacksmith master, come with me, and you will know. In short, blacksmith master, please rest assured that I do not intend to harm you. No matter what, I am a Grand Imite. The big guy's threat was obvious. He meant, you'll be safe if you listen to me obediently. Otherwise, as a Grand Knight, it would not take me much trouble to deal with a blacksmith like you. This was the confidence of a Grand Knight. He knew that Master Tyra had extraordinary strength, but he was still far inferior compared to him. Only a Grand Knight would know the difference between two Grand Knights. Many peak knights were complacent because they had obtained good equipment. They challenged the authority of a Grand Knight and ended up in a miserable state. Sharktooth dared to bring knights into a baron's territory, his absolute strength was the source of his confidence. The Sharktooth Knight respected the blacksmith master. After all, anyone who could reach the peak of their industry was not simple. However, that was all. He had come with a mission. He had been wandering outside for half a year. The Duke of Montenegro had given him 3 missions. At present, the only one he could complete was to bring Levi back. If you don't tell me where you're taking me, I won't dare to go with you, Levi smiled bitterly and prepared to leave. Sharktooth sneered, blacksmith master, let me give you another piece of advice. I'm ordering you to follow me now, not asking you to. Don't threaten me to act. You. What do you want? Levi's expression was solemn. Don't worry. As long as you follow me obediently, I won't touch you. Otherwise, I can only use force. After Sharktooth finished speaking, the terrifying aura of a Grand Knight swept toward Levi. Levi was so angry that he finally shook his head and sighed. I'll go with you, but please give me some time, sir. I still have some things to deal with in Icewind City. After I'm done, I'll leave with you immediately. Sure. Sharktooth looked at Levi and continued warily, but I have to follow you in case you have any tricks up your sleeves. Don't worry. I, Tyra, won't do anything else. I have some money I wish to bring with me, Levi said. The Sharktooth Knight's expression changed, and he agreed. He followed Levi from afar. If Levi made any small movements, with his speed and explosive power as a Grand Knight, he could stop him in time. As they walked, the Sharktooth Knight followed Levi to a volcanic lake in the middle of a mountain range. Wait for me here. I'm going to the island. I have something there. Levi pointed to a small island in the middle of the lake. This was what he had carefully selected for this Grand Knight. His graveyard. This heavenly lake could be considered a relatively remote attraction near Icewind City. However, very few people came since it was still cold in the season. Levi had brought this Grand Knight here to unleash the power of his frost giant's Sai fully. Sharktooth Knight did not think much of it, as many people liked to hide their treasures in the wilderness. It was safer to do so than to hide them at home. I have to go with you, Sharktooth said coldly. But I don't have a boat, so I can only swim over. The water is icy now. You are a Grand Knight, "Are you sure you want to swim with me?" Levi said helplessly. The shark-toothed knight sneered and followed behind Levi. "Ha, don't try to play any tricks." Ripples appeared on the surface of the lake. Levi swam in front while the Grand Knight followed behind. The Great Knight was worried that Levi was good at swimming, so he swam closer to Levi. Levi patiently calculated the distance between him and the Grand Knight. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10. Let's wait a little longer. The closer I am, the stronger the frost giants sigh. The power at the edge might not be able to pose a threat to a Grand Knight. 6 meters. 5 meters. Once Sharktooth was 5 meters away from Levi, he stopped approaching him. He was still cautious, worried Master Tyro would play tricks on him. For instance, by using poison or quicklime. He had to maintain a short distance of 5 meters to react. Seeing that the enemy was no longer approaching, Levi continued swimming. Just like that, the two maintained a 5-meter distance as Levi swam to the shore. When he reached the beach, he immediately activated the spell fixed on his armor, Frost Giant's Sigh. A desolate sigh seemed to come from the void. Behind Levi, a 2-story tall giant shadow covered in frost armor slowly appeared. It happened too suddenly. The Grand Knight was shocked, but at the same time, he knew that he had been fooled.